at max 15% on Windows. We'll see. So I was gonna play Super Hot today, but I really just not in the mood again to play Super. I don't know why. I mean, I'm sure it's fun. Maybe after this we'll see. I already did my Final Fantasy ship before I went to bed, so good on that. Although we might take a quick break for some Final Fantasy shit later today. Doing some stuff with some people, maybe. They might need me. Anyways, this is Astrologaster. It's apparently like a comedy game. Choose your own adventure comedy game set in like a Shakespearean London or something. I think it's got some girth to it. We'll finish it. Yeah, the comedy game. It's on Game Pass PC right now. It's leaving Game Pass soon, is why I'm actually trying it out. One sec. Sorry, one sec. Alright, let's get going on it. Sorry about that. Little text. Yeah, we've taken a few days off the stream here. I start feeling weird when I take days off stream. I don't like it. I mean, I do to a certain extent. It's cool kind of just being solo, doing my own thing. But, I feel like not being on the grind, not doing my deal. Chatting with people feels wrong.
In 1592, there begins our tale, and all of it is true. Through all of London, bubonic plague did spread, covering folk in weeping sores and leaving thousands dead.
The plague, baby. Oh shit. It's like a storybook.
From towns and cities, doctors they did flee, leaving their patients to die in misery.
But one brave doctor stayed when all the cowards fled.
Turn down a little bit. Sorry.
Because he was too sick to leave his bed.
Alas, 'tis my final hour. I will surely die.
Maybe I need to
too
turn
far gone to recover.
I have to keep adjusting it here. It was pretty fine by default, but
And for the plague, there is no cure.
the voices need to be.
Unless a cure might be found in the stars.
The stars. Choose one zodiac to diagnose the condition. Alright. Choose one zodiac. Diagnostic condition. How might I be cured of the plague? Oh. Also had moderate thirst. Pus-filled swellings behind the ears and the armpits and in the groin. Yeah. What do these even mean? No choice, I guess that's the
Let me see
tutorial.
now. According to the stars, the way to cure the plague is to treat the fever it provokes. Oh, can it be true? Might a disease so monstrous as the plague be cured by treating it as if it were an exceeding bad fever? Then I must use powerful herbs to bring the fever to crisis and break it. Let me see now. Angelica
happened to
and
his foot?
dandelion for heat, borage to provoke sweating, infuse them in wine, strain and distill the mixture to produce a most powerful strong water.
Super water. And he's clipping, dude. And he's like a little deal. Sorry. Over, guys.
I am cured.
I guess there's like a 3D
I shall
aspect
now
to this.
go forth with my miraculous strong water to cure all London of the plague.
Strong water, dude. Case summary. There's a recommendation.
Foreman made a plague cure and used it on himself, then left his house to restore Londoners to health.
Huzzah! 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 Simon Ford
Huzzah, boys.
To solve the plague, 'tis through
some details are a little vague, but we know he used astrology and knows his own strong water. So what if he be not a proper licensed doctor?
Simon Foreman. The dude.
Comes a lady queer and her little warily. I
I think I've ever heard this game before today.
what can her trouble be?
I didn't look it up in the past. Thought I went through everything on Game Pass. I don't know why this wasn't on. Maybe I just looked past it. I don't know. Anyways, like I said, we're playing today because it's leaving soon, so I figured why not try it out. It's supposed to be decent.
God give you good day, madam. How may I?
You Mr. Foreman? Mr. Simon Foreman?
We'll see.
The doctor?
Aye, madam, I am indeed Dr. Simon Foreman. I bid you welcome to my consulting chambers. Mistress,
Allen, Mistress Avis Allen of Lambeth.
pray tell me your age, if you please, madam.
I am 33 years of age.
And how might I do you service this day, Mr. Allen? Pray describe your troubles to me.
Well, the pain started full late last eve upon retiring to bed. Not that I am in the habit of retiring so late, but my husband did desire a special supper of cold meats to celebrate and give thanks for... in any case, it started in the night and it continued until dawning. That being the pain in my head and the chundering.
A moment whilst I make note of this. Headache and involuntary purging. Is that all?
Aye, that is all. And thinking on it, my complaint to seem most trifling, and you are doubtless busy with important cases. Oh, like the plague! Yea, verily, mayhap I should not have come after all. Good day, Dr. Foreman. I beseech you pardon me, for I have wasted your time.
Prithee, do not go, for I assure you, madam, your case verily is important to me. And 'tis important to you, is it not, Mistress Allen? Else you would not have come this day.
Well, aye.
Let us consult the stars now then, shall we? What is the cause of Mistress Allen's suffering?
Do we get 2 choices now? Her being with child. Disturbance of the mind. Evil digestion. So it was like you just pick. There's like no right answer, you just fuck around. A mild imbalance of black bile in the body. Yeah, we're gonna go with child.
You are with child, Mistress Allen. 'Twas the reason for your celebration last
Sorry,
evening.
lady.
I.
That's not your husband's
How did you
either.
know?
I can see it in my chart, madam. There is a planet aligned with Scorpio at present, Scorpio being the constellation that rules over such matters. Pray tell, how long has it been since your monthly courses?
It has been 14 weeks since my courses, and yesterday I did feel the child quicken. So, indeed, 'twas the cause for our celebration, as you say. For I have been with child before, you see, but 'tis never. And Mr. Allen and I do pray this one will be born alive.
There, dear lady. The presence of the planet Mercury in my chart does suggest you suffer from anxious passions on account of your condition, and given your ill-favoured history, I warrant 'twas the twin burdens of hope and fear that provoked your troubles last even.
Oh, I see.
Pray take this flask of wine, madam. It has been infused with cloves, ginger root, and cinnamon. Drink of it each morning, and you should soon feel much improved.
Verily, I will do as you advise.
Cinnamon
Thank
wine.
you heartily, sir. Fare you well, Dr. Foreman.
Sounds
Fare you well,
legit.
Mistress Allen.
Cloves. Cinnamon. The panacea. Yeah. I'm sure that's the joke. Don't worry. She's gonna have child, dude. He's gonna be like Sloth from the Goonies, but he's gonna have him. Thomas Blake.
Good day, sir. You are Simon Foreman, the physician, are you not? These are your rooms.
Indeed, I am he, and well
The other
met, sir.
guy's feet clipped
It's
in.
Thomas Blagg I have the honour of welcoming to my humble consulting chambers, the Dean of Rochester Cathedral.
Indeed, 'tis I, Thomas Blagg. Though it is not upon church business that I come to you this day. 'Tis upon a matter of my own that I require counsel. I have lately been offered some very lucrative investment opportunities, and, well, it is said that God speaks to us through the stars, does he not?
Indeed he does. 'Tis well known that astrology is but a conduit for the word of God, as interpreted using scientifical means.
Scientific.
And now, these investments of which you speak, pray tell of them, if you please.
2 merchant ships
Investing in
will shortly set sail on very
cryptocurrencies.
lucrative trading expeditions. I do not possess the
God's
coin
blessings.
to invest in both. Hence, I must choose between them. And I must choose very wisely indeed. For sea voyages are most perilous, and if my ship were to founder or be captured by pirates, I would lose my entire investment.
Stop right there,
Aye,
friend.
forsooth.
I've got you.
'Twould be most lamentable, to say nothing of the poor souls who might lose their lives.
Who are, naturally, the greater of my concerns.
Aye, naturally. And whither might these ships be bound?
The first is bound for the Spice Islands of the East. 'Tis a voyage to be undertaken by a ship named the Conquering Cherub. The other is the Pride of Yarmouth. She is to bring back sugar from the Americas. Have you now the information you require? Then perchance you may divine for me upon which of these 2 ships our Lord God has bestowed his divine blessing.
Aye, Dean Blagg, we may now consult the stars. Should Thomas Blagg invest in the voyage of the Conquering Cherub, or that of the Pride of Yarmouth?
Oh. What is it? Represents victory. House of children. Yeah, the pirate's victory, dude. Femininity. Do we know which one's which, though? Is this like the conquering cherub is A? Or do we just pick one and then pick the thing? Let's go for victory, baby.
The
sure
stars
it'll
advise you
be
to invest in the ship named the Conquering Cherub.
just fine
I
for the
see.
pirates.
And why is that?
Well, I have calculated that at this very hour, upon this very day, the planet Mars and the constellation Scorpio do both dwell in that part of the sky we call the House of Children. And as it happens, Mars is the ruler of Scorpio, hence we may say that Mars is presently exalted.
Mars has been exalted by Scorpio, you say? And what might that mean?
When exalted, Mars represents victory. And so, with victory in the House of Children, we may read this as a victorious child. Ergo, the Conquering Cherub.
Ah, I see. For a cherub is a kind of child, is it not? In sooth, I do find the science of astrology verily fascinating.
Nice.
I thank you, Dr. Foreman. You have been most helpful.
Would we find out what happens with these like later or something? Letter of recommendation. So maybe this is the amount. Like once you've filled it up, their stories are done or something. I'm 8. I gotcha.
Hello, sir. Pray tell, are these the consulting chambers of Simon Foreman, Doctor of Astrology and Physic?
Indeed, 'tis I, Dr. Simon Foreman. And your name, madam?
Emma Sharp of Shoreditch, sir. 25 years of age.
Welcome, Miss Sharp. And how may I do you service this day?
Well, 'tis a trifle delicate. A man has asked me to be his wife. A dear, kind man, but I fear you will think me cold, Dr. Foreman.
Yes.
There, madam, whatever is the matter?
Well, he is exceeding advanced in years. I do worry he may not be long for the world, and if he were to die, I do not think I could bear it. Verily, I would not.
I'm gonna take his money, man.
Indeed, methinks
Does that work that way back in the
marry
day?
him at all. Am I very heartless, Dr. Foreman?
Nay, not in the least, madam. Your fears are most reasonable. A man in the winter of his life is indeed more likely to die. I assure you, madam,
Let's
'tis a medical fact.
make sure he meets and
But methinks you wish to know
untimely
whether this man be
demise.
afflicted with a grave health condition, do you not? To wit, any ailment that might soon prove fatal?
Forsooth I do. That is my question precisely.
kill
Why,
him.
Dr. Foreman, 'tis as if you have a gift for reading minds.
Merely the gift of logical surmise, madam. Let us see whether a judgment of the stars may calm your fears. Does Mr. What was your gentleman's name?
Mr. George Middleton, a wool merchant.
Does Mr. Middleton have any ailments that might hasten his death?
Yes. Old. Imbalance of phlegm cannot be cured. Black bile. And the drowning of this. What? Dropping down of the piss cake as involuntary urination, exasperating combined with his fear of height. Is he gonna like piss his pants and slip off of something and die? That sounds pretty good. Bewitched. I mean, this just sounds like your typical plague or something. I think we're gonna have him piss himself to doom.
Mr. Sharp, I have exceeding excellent news for you. Mr. Middleton has only the most trifling of ailments, dropping down of the piss. Though I must advise you that marrying a man who suffers from dropping down of the piss would pose certain laundry-related challenges. But widowhood is not likely to be one of them, at least not imminently.
Blessed day! What wondrous news!
However, there is one other small thing in my chart. It seems your future husband does also suffer from an unreasonable fear of heights. Such a fear could aggravate Mr. Middleton's condition.
I
He
want
would
him
be
dead,
advised
man.
to avoid tall buildings, bridges, and mountains. Or at least be sure he takes a change of breeches along with him on any such outings.
Oh, verily? Then I will follow your advice most carefully, Dr. Foreman. I will now to Mr. Middleton go and accept his proposal of marriage.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh, she's got 5 pieces. I'm interested in seeing. Was the man treating a qualified licensed doctor? Offered him by a lowborn child and claimed that the police went to never attended university. What's in the law? No, I'm guessing our dude has not been. He's not a doctor. He's an astrologer.
Murdering would those doctors come?
Murdering those doctors come.
Murdering one fine day.
Those doctors would they slay
Those
for
doctors
men?
will they
Those
slay
doctors
for
will
men?
they
Slay for men, slay for men. Will they send him to jail?
They sent him to jail.
Gonna be fine, dude.
What is the meaning of this warning being put about by the College of Physicians? Do they mean to do me harm? It is true that I do not have a medical license. What am I to do? Mayhap the stars will advise me.
Astrology, dude. The Church of England. And the worm. Okay. Brilliant mind and forge strong relationship with my queer. So be sensitive with this queer. Or get into the politics, man. Let's be sensitive. And then that also would make it so you never get the license. It'd be kind of funny.
It seems that if I'm to avoid prosecution by the College of Physicians, I must obtain a medical license.
No.
Towards this end, doubtless the best course is to serve my querents well, treating their illnesses and problems with intelligence and sensitivity. For if I do, they may favor me with letters of recommendation, and I can use these to petition the University of Cambridge to grant me a license.
How does that work, though? You have to practice being a physician here, astrologian. So you're allowed to be an astrologer or physician. Doesn't seem like a good plan, man.
Who's this man at the door who we've not seen before? Who's this man at the door who we've not seen before?
Who is come to inquire, dressed in such strange
Signor Ferrara, man. Fancy
Good
that.
day to you, sir. Oh, I see you're having some difficulties. William, fetch my guest a chair.
No,
William.
no, it's good. I am just a little stiff.
As you wish. Mr.
Signor Riccardo Ferraro. I am a gentleman of Venezia, come to make a trade in London.
Venice? 'Tis a fine city, I hear. And how may I do you service this day, Signor Ferraro?
I am come with una problema medicale, and you are most great dottore who does cure all London, huh? You cure Ferraro too, see?
Forsooth, I will seek to do so, Signor. Pray, describe your complaints, if you please.
Is burning when I make the water.
How does he not have a
Pain
license?
during urination.
He cured the plague, man.
See?
I think they just gave him
Is
one.
pain down here. Molto pain.
And pain in the lower back. Now, let us see what the stars can
Constipation,
tell
my
us.
friend.
What ails Signor Riccardo Ferraro?
Pain during urination in my lower back. What ails me? Gout. Hot, dry humors. This suggests Ferraro is lying. Lamb in the body. Oily stool. Kidney stones, my friend.
'Tis a case of stones in the kidney, I regret to say. But worry not, Signor. I will give you an ounce of my strong water to dislodge them. Drink this entire flask when you rise at dawn tomorrow. You may then expect to evacuate the stones by way of your privy member within just a few hours.
Ah, your famous strong water. This water is said to cure the plague, huh? I thank you, Signor Foreman. And now Riccardo Ferraro bids you good day.
I wonder if this will end up good for him, if they're all just gonna end up getting fucked. I wonder if there's like better options or not. It'd be more fun to just pick what you want, but
Well met, Mistress Allen. Pray tell, the last time I saw you, you were with child, methinks. Pray tell, how
I
fares...
would rather not talk about that if you please.
Oh, I see. I am full sorry, madam. What
I'm
brings
come
you this?
upon the
I
matter
beg
that
your
brings
pardon, madam. I prithee, madam, say on.
I'm come about the new law. I know not what to do, and I would have counsel.
You are in trouble with the law, madam?
Nay, at least not yet, but my neighbours have begun to remark unkindly upon my absences, my Sunday absences from church. I am afeard one of them may soon denounce me.
why is she
It
up?
is the Act Against Recusants you speak of. The law that obliges Catholics to attend church and take the English sacrament. You are of the Catholic faith, then, I take it?
I, a Catholic, but as well a law-abiding woman and a full loyal subject of the Queen. Long may she reign.
I do not doubt it, madam.
But to take the Protestant sacrament, 'tis heresy. So says the Pope in Rome. I risk being damned to hell if I do it, Dr. Foreman. Verily, I find myself in a most terrible bind.
I see. Damned if you do, yet condemned if you do not. A cruel bind indeed. Well, let us see if the stars may untangle it for us. Should Mistress Avis Allen attend Protestant church services?
I don't know much about all this, but Female neighbors. I don't know if I'm supposed to like actually be picking these right or just laughing that he's using astrology and it's all just bullshit or something. And we just pick what happens. This one sounds more interesting.
I fear the stars confirm your fears. You must attend church every Sunday, lest you risk being prosecuted for being a recusant.
Oh, but then what of my soul, Dr. Foreman?
Methinks I have a solution for that, madam. If you were to cross your fingers behind your back during the service, any Protestant oath you swear would not count. Of course, you must be sure to stand at the back of the church while doing so that only God may see, and no one else.
Forsooth, what an ingenious notion!
Cross your
oh,
fingers.
Dr. Foreman, you have saved me.
Where does
You
that
are
even come
so
from?
Wise,
Is
sir.
that ancient?
'Tis so. Verily, 'tis most admirable.
But, dear lady, 'tis you who is to be admired.
Mm.
The strength of resolve, your devotion to your faith, and your... Madam, would you care to see my collection of Venetian glassware?
I think I would. Indeed, I would like that very well.
Venetian glassware, man. Isn't she with somebody already?
Here comes a beauty dark as night. Her hair does shine, her eyes are bright. A damsel formed for man's delight. Oh, she is quite a lady. Oh, she is quite a lady.
Quite a lady.
Good day to you, sir. I am Amelia Bassano of Bishopsgate, here for my consultation.
Welcome, Mistress Bassano. Bassano, 'tis an Italian name, is it not?
Aye, it is, sir. Though I was born in London, my family are from Venice. They did come to London to gain employment as musicians at the royal court.
Ah, I know one of your countrymen, Riccardo Ferraro, another one of my querents. Mayhap you know him? He hails from Venice, too.
No, sir, I do not know him. Venice is a large city, and as such 'tis home to many thousands of men. And as I did mention, I was born in London.
Aye, of course. Mayhap we turn our thoughts to what brings you hither this day. Have you a question for me?
Aye, sir, I wish to know what afflicts me, for my belly does begin to swell, and lately I oft find myself chundering after meals.
What is
Swollen
chunder?
abdomen and involuntary upward purging. Well, now, let us consult the stars to judge the cause of these troubles. What is ailing Mistress Amelia Bassano?
About to lay some eggs, man. Alien egg. Liver worm. With child. Excessive weight gain. We've already done the with child thing. I mean, it sounds like it'd be with, yeah, she's got a kid. Just tell everybody they have a kid, man. Like liver worm. Just tells everybody they're pregnant, man. You're pregnant.
I neglected to ask. Is there a Mr. Bassano?
My father still lives.
I mean to say, are you yet married, Mistress Bassano? I presume you are, for the stars indicate that you are with child. Wondrous news indeed.
Ah, I see.
Of course, it is natural for a young lady to be a trifle anxious when she's expecting her first child. And I see you are anxious, are you not?
Mr. Foreman, I own that I am.
Well, doubtless you are anxious owing to the
Also a
unpredictable nature
virgin.
of your condition. For instance, sometimes the child might emerge from its mother's womb early, weeks or even months earlier than anticipated. This possibility is a medical fact, and one that should be explained to any husband you may... Do you see what I'm saying, Mistress Bassano?
Nay, not in the least, sir.
Some of my maiden querents, I assume you are still unmarried and therefore a maiden, when they find themselves inexplicably with child, they oft do not remain unmarried for long. I advise you to discuss this with your family without delay, Mistress Bassano. Doubtless they will be keen to make the arrangements for you.
I see. Yes, of course. I must lose no time in finding a husband. I thank you, Dr. Foreman. Good day.
Foreman could be your husband.
Mary Payne is frightened when she spies a looking glass, for 'tis a portal out through whence the gates of hell do blast. A deadly and foul wind that comes direct from
Been a while.
Satan's paw.
Doesn't feel like it's been that long. I wonder if we'll even get the second one this year. When is RGD? I don't know. RGD. I don't know. Hey man, I don't want no trouble, man. No trouble, man. Can't say.
Blessed morrow to you, Dr. Foreman. I am Mary Payne of 4th Street in Lambeth. I'm come to seek your
I don't
counsel
have
about
trouble,
my
man.
neighbours.
Good
Hey,
morning,
Ben.
Mistress Payne, and well met.
Even will be sooner than
What trouble
later.
do your neighbours give
Because
you?
it's on Game
They play
Pass.
their lutes into the night, perchance? Mayhap a neighbour has cast a malignant spell upon your cabbages.
Why, sir, 'tis no trifling matter. Indeed, 'tis a matter of grave importance. Doubtless you do know we have a Catholic living on 4th Street, a woman by the name of Avis Allen.
Ah, yes. I did hear tell that Mistress Allen subscribes to the Romish faith. But 'tis no crime to be a Catholic, is it, madam? At least, not at present.
Aye, but harbouring a Jesuit priest is, Dr. Foreman. These evenings past, I have spied a man sneaking in and out of the Allens' house. 'Tis my reckoning the man is a priest who is going hither and thither all over Lambeth to perform the Catholic Mass and take confessions. Doubtless Mr. Allen is hiding him in one of those little cupboards.
You mean to say you think Mr. Allen has installed a priest hole in his house? A secret room hidden behind the wood panelling of a wall?
Indeed I do. I am certain that he has such a hole, and that a priest is going in and out of Mr. Allen's hole from dusk till dawn.
Verily? How troubling. But surely you are mistaken, madam, for under the cover of darkness, how can you be sure the man you did spy was not Mr. Allen himself?
Nay, nay, 'twas not Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen is a fine, tall figure of a man, whereas the figure I did spy was very narrow and malformed in appearance. A scrawny little imp of a man he was.
I see.
Manlet.
Now, you must not think me intolerant, Dr. Foreman. If Mistress Allen must cling to her idolatrous backward beliefs, 'tis her own affair, and I have no wish to cause trouble for the Allens. And 'tis true that Mistress Allen does now attend church on Sundays and takes the English sacrament just as she ought to. But we residents of 4th Street are decent English folk. We will not abide an agent of Rome sneaking around our neighbourhood, muttering incantations in some devilish foreign tongue.
I think you mean Latin, madam.
But before I act upon my suspicions, I think it wise to know if there be any truth in them.
Then let us see what the stars can tell us. Who is this mysterious stranger, and why does he frequent the Allen's house late at night?
Yeah, we'll see. Since I'm doing the event in April, I got time for some stuff this month. Other than strikers, there's not much coming in. I'm renting Tokyo Raw sessions. Get some weeb core. But the mail's all been so late. Man, I'm tired. I didn't get more than like 5 hours of sleep. March 2nd. And then we got that shit, that Monster Hunter shit. I don't really know how that's gonna work. I'm down to do whatever, but usually me and Goto, we just kind of hammer it out, marathon style, but I might be doing something else. And about 2 weeks or so into the April, I definitely want to do the So Bad It's Good event. We can have the priest be there. Cruelty. Mistress Payne will die suddenly, mayhap before the end of this consultation. Oh, is it him? It's probably him, dude. Let's do that. Alright, going in there banging her or something.
The man you saw prowling around the Allen's house is no priest. He is a thief, come at night to steal silver plate and candlesticks.
'Tis a mere robber I saw. On my honour, that is well to hear. Still, something must be done about it. I will rouse the menfolk of 4th Street and have them patrol our street each night until this sneak thief is apprehended.
Ah, is that truly necessary, madam? Be there not more...
Pleasant day, Dr. Foreman.
Alright.
The querent does rock a continental frock. When the Ferraro does rock a continental frock.
When his Italian flair features our facial hair, 'tis Ferraro.
Signor Ferraro.
God give you good day, signor. And how may I assist you?
'Tis I, Riccardo Ferraro, come once again to see the great dottore, Simon Foreman.
So I see. What brings you this day?
I bring myself to you, so you treat my illness. 'Tis very grave.
And, what might this illness be? Perchance we might start with your complaints.
First problem is the laughter that cannot be controlled.
Uncontrollable laughter, you say? I see. Anything else?
Next problem, the dancing that cannot be controlled.
Uncontrollable dancing. And yet, you do not appear to be dancing at present.
What can I say? 'Tis uncontrollable dancing. I cannot control when I dance.
Nay, 'tis a fair point.
Doubtless my disease, whatever it may be, is very rare and very difficult to diagnose. But of course, if it be beyond your medical understanding...
Let me assure you, signor, that whatever is said of us on the continent, the learning of we English doctors is unparalleled. There is no better medical care to be had than in London. Now, let us see whether the stars may tell us something of your unusual and troubling illness.
Not exactly. It's his deal, man. Abdominal pain, belching, and bloating in the stomach. Bitten by a tarantula. Tarantula venom causes the victim to laugh, stingray control. Let's have a tarantula
You have
bite.
been bitten by
I don't care if there's a
tarantula.
right or wrong.
Its venom has been creeping throughout your body, provoking the wanton laughter and dancing you're experiencing.
Is that a real
Tarantula
thing?
is a rare spider from foreign climes.
Bit by a
Doubtless
tarantula?
it travelled with you from Venice, hiding itself among your belongings.
Aye, doubtless you are right this time.
The venom may be expelled from the body using a combination of heat and music. I advise you to have a lutenist come by your house to sing and play for you while you bide near the fire. But take care not to insult the musicians playing, for whilst you will find it most loathsome, 'twill only be on account of the venom.
Ah, molto bene, Signor Foreman. I will do as you advise. Riccardo Ferraro bids you good day.
Does he want our dude to fail? What was that, man? Odd.
Why does this lady feel confined? Mayhap the world is too unkind. Nay, doctor, medicate her mind.
Pray cure this comely lady. Pray cure this
Comely lady.
Probably. That's something offensive there. Maybe I'm thinking of homely. Okay, now.
Good day to you, madam.
Yes. Good day, Mr. Foreman. Pray tell, is your Venetian querent Riccardo Ferraro one of the patients you treat for troubles of the mind? Forsooth, his manner is right strange. I passed him at the door, and when I addressed him in the Italian tongue, he abruptly turned from me and ran away down the street.
Nay, Signor Ferraro has no grave troubles of the mind that I'm aware of. Mayhap he was merely dumbstruck by your beauty, madam.
Dr. Foreman, a man is rarely struck dumb by a woman's beauty. Indeed, 'tis quite the reverse. He is oft rendered all the more loquacious, plaguing her with ill-formed metaphors he believes are compliments, and with hasty declarations and invitations she has neither sought nor invited.
Ah, quite.
Is it?
But let us turn our minds to happier thoughts. I did lately hear of
That's
your
some
marriage
history.
to your cousin, Mr. Alfonso Lania, for which I must congratulate you. And as I recall, you were with child when I last saw you.
Aye, I was, as you correctly judged.
And your child and husband are both well, I hope?
I would rather not discourse on the subject of my husband, Dr. Foreman.
As it pleases you, madam. What brings you this day?
Lately I have been feeling heavy and lethargic. I do also find it hard to fix my attention upon the book I am reading or upon words I am composing. And yet, although I oft feel right tired, I am having difficulty sleeping.
Ah, well, becoming a mother, beset with all the demands of a suckling babe, can force change upon the normal rhythms of life.
Nay, 'tis not that, for I have employed a wet nurse for the feeding and much of the care of my son. Methinks I must have some kind of disease.
I see.
Yeah, bitchitis.
Let us consult the stars to see what afflicts you.
It's karma.
What is ailing Mistress Emilia Lania?
Let us see. Melancholy. A psychological factor. Color temperament. The yellow bile-man. He's a bitch. Stubborn and stoicism. Melon. I don't know if I want to offend her. Phlegmatism. Melancholy. What is melancholy gonna be?
The stars indicate that your suffering is occasioned by melancholy, or, in other words, black bile.
I see. And what treatment can you give me for it?
Before we speak of treating your condition, madam, I think it wise we determine what has provoked it. You did express a desire not to speak of your husband, and I cannot help but think that such a reluctance reveals where the source of your troubles might lie, to wit, within your marriage. Would I be right in thinking this? I do not wish to cause you distress, madam, but as a doctor, I do feel I must press you in case it is relevant to your troubles.
My marriage is not a happy one, Dr. Foreman. Mr. Lanier and I do not agree on matters of money and strong drink.
Strong
I
drink.
see. And what are your opinions on these subjects?
That he spends all our money on strong drink. He disagrees.
And your husband cannot be brought around to see your point of view, nor you his, I presume. Well, the marital discord provoked by strong differences of opinion can often engender melancholy in a wife. Until the matter is resolved between you, you may take a syrup of roses and chicory.
Roses and
Drink
chicory.
it each day, and it will serve to reinvigorate your vital spirits.
Give me some of that,
I will
dude.
also have my manservant William bleed you of some of that excess bile.
I thank you, Dr. Foreman.
Bleed
William,
you.
come hither and bleed Mistress Lanier.
Bleed her, dude. Is I want to meet William, man. Jesus, she's gonna murder him, dude. I have a feeling some of these stories are gonna get pretty wacky as we go. Eight.
What is their relation? We are no longer sure. Seems Foreman's now a patient, and this is the cure.
Ah, my dear Avis, what a pleasure it is to see you. I have oft thought of our
I
last...
cannot tarry long. My husband will be expecting me home.
Of course. But, dear lady, is something the matter?
Of course. Do not all your querents come with a matter they wish an answer to?
Well, yes, but...
I wish to ask of the stars whether a man I am close with, a man who is not my husband, whether that man be also close with another woman.
A man you are... I see. Well, if I am to judge the stars for you, I must ask you to be more precise. In what sense do you mean close? The platonic bond of friendship?
Nay, close in the sense of being intimate.
I see. Then 'tis the familial tie of kinship, perchance.
Nay, I mean someone with whom I have shared physical relations.
Verily, madam, if I am to give you an accurate reading, you must state your question clearly.
Methinks you know full well what I ask. I bid you ask the stars whether my lover is, that is to say, be it true that he engages with another woman in acts of strumpy-humpy.
Madam, you astonish me. 'Tis unlike you to speak such indelicate words. Now, if I understand you correctly, you have a lover, and you wish to know whether he has been sharing his tender favours with another woman.
Aye, but did I not verily say so?
And now that we have at last fathomed your question,
Hey.
let us read the stars to fathom an answer.
Wasn't she
Has
talking about
Mistress
him?
Allen's lover been unfaithful to her?
No, man. No way. Unexpected intimacies. We're going all in on her, dude.
The stars are most clear, madam. Your lover has not been coupling with another woman.
He has not.
Forsooth, the stars say that your mind has been turned by jealousy and confusion. Now, if there is nothing further, madam...
Oh, how relieved I am to hear you say this. Oh, Simon, what a fool I have been not to trust you.
But you... this lover... 'twas me all along? You were not speaking of some other man?
I beseech you, pardon me, Simon. I had to know the truth
Oh,
from
no
the stars.
shit, man.
For I did hear tell of other women.
But how could you not see? No other woman is to me so dear, and verily I... Is it not clear to you that I...
Do you verily, Simon?
My
Verily.
dear, sweet Avis.
Well, bang, okay? Oh, nice monkey, dude.
She oft gets her hands on goods from foreign lands. That captive sends.
Good morrow, madam. I humbly welcome you to my consulting chambers, and thank you for choosing my practice. Mistress...
Fortescue, Mistress Sybil Fortescue.
Well then, Mistress Fortescue, what may I assist you with this day?
I come upon a most troubling matter, sir. I know not whether it is a medical matter or something else.
I see. Pray describe your trouble to me, madam.
Well, I suppose it all began with a dinner I hosted at my house last even. Mayhap you have heard of my dinners, Dr. Foreman. They are much talked about.
Oh.
Though I fear last evening's dinner will be talked about
I don't
for
eat
the
dinner.
wrong reasons.
Talked about, you say?
Yes, indeed, invitations to my dinners are much sought after, for I host the most desirable of guests, lords, bishops, poets, explorers, painters, and the like. Why, last eve I hosted the famous Robert Lord Devereux, the playwright William Shakespeare, and the Bishop of London and his wife. As well as fascinating conversation, at my table I served the very latest and most original dishes. Last even, I served an exotic green vegetable called a portato. So crisp and refreshing.
Green.
My dear husband sent them home to me from the New World. Doubtless you have heard of my husband, Captain Fortescue. He is a great friend of Sir Walter Raleigh.
I see. Your dinners do sound most excellent, Mistress Fortescue. But what occurred at last eve's dinner that has you so distressed?
Well, in truth, 'twas after dinner. We all felt a strong desire to take some air, and so we left the table to take a turn in some pleasure gardens nearby. But then, as we were walking along the path, right in the middle of the gardens, in full public view...
Pray do not distress yourself, madam. Prithee, take your time.
My guests and I were, all of a sudden, stricken with pain. We began chundering and voiding from our... But there was nowhere to turn, you
Their
see.
asses.
There were no bushes close by to shield our modesty. 'Twas unspeakable.
A moment, madam, as I note this down. Abdominal pain and simultaneous upward and
It's like the
downward
food,
motion
man.
of a most sudden and violent nature. Now, let us see how these stars explain this most distressing and unsavoury event. What troubled Mistress Sybil Fortescue and her guests last eve?
Evil digestion. Chilly cold. Wandering hand. Gross. Evil digestion, baby.
Madam, I think you said the New World vegetables you dined upon were green in colour, did you not? And you described them as crisp and refreshing, I think. I take it then that you served them to your guests green and raw?
Yes, indeed. Most of the potatoes my husband sent me were full, dull, and unhealthsome in appearance. Hence I served only the green ones. I had my cook cut them in such a way as to resemble roses. 'Tis the way I oft serve my apples.
Ah, then your trouble was a severe case of evil digestion. I have read that these vegetables can be noxious if they turn green.
Oh, my days! Do you mean I poisoned my guests?
In a manner of speaking, aye. But worry not, madam, for the suffering was but temporary. Indeed, it does sound as if the bodies of your guests were most comprehensively purged of the poison. However, in future, be sure to cook the potatoes until they are soft, and pray do not eat the ones that have turned green.
As God shall mend me, what a shameful affair this has been. I shall go home and, well,
I still can't figure out if there's right answers or
ask
not.
that he includes cooking instructions with the next gift of food that he sends me. I thank ye and bid ye good day, Dr. Foreman.
Like, I don't really want there to be right answers. I just want you to be able to pick, like, whatever. Like, if you want to play it straight or if you want to play it crazy, that'd be cool. I mean, you can anyways, I guess. But, I mean, if you don't get your letter's recommendation, it kind of feels like a fail state, you know? Who knows, though? There wasn't any of those that seemed like super funny. He likes William, dude.
One such as we do rarely find, just needs a man to be behind, for she's but a lady.
Good even, Miss Lanier. What brings you?
I am come about my future, Dr. Foreman. I wish to know whether I will find success as a writer of poems and plays. You can predict futures, can you not?
You, madam? A writer of poems and of plays? Forsooth, how verily remarkable.
Well, 'tis true most of us Bassanos and Laniers are musicians, but I have chosen a different path. I've lately begun a collaboration with a poet and playwright. Let us call him Mr. S.
Mr. Shakespeare.
He is presently writing a play that takes place in northern Italy, and as I am of Italian heritage, he has asked me to help him write it.
How interesting. And does this collaboration betwixt you go well?
Right well, or so methinks. Indeed, Mr. S did suggest that I am full talented as a writer. Be not afraid of greatness, he told me. For once our play opens upon the London stage, our success will follow, as night follows day.
I see. Then what would you have me ask the stars, madam?
Well, I've noted that Mr. S, although a brilliant man, is oft prone to exaggerated melodrama and implausible plot resolutions. I wish to know whether this story of his, of our future success, is true.
Very wise of you, madam.
Shakespeare,
Then let us
so
see
probably.
whether your success or failure is writ in the stars. Will Mistress Amelia Lanier find fame and fortune as a writer?
Care more about her child. Rising political changes. Well together. Mr. S indulging creative theft. Jealousy and jealousy. Shakespeare's gonna steal her shit. Let's see what happens. We
would
just
seem
play
Mr.
it up
S's
nice.
confidence is not misplaced, for the stars foretell that if you have faith in your success, you will succeed. And your contribution to the world will reach beyond literature to be of great benefit to society.
So, in order to succeed, I must hold fast to a belief that I will succeed.
Just so, madam.
But what you are asking of me is right illogical, Dr. Foreman. Indeed, 'tis an impossibility. How can I maintain a belief that my success is inevitable when you have just informed me that my success is conditional and contingent? As Aristotle teaches us in
Mistress
his...
Lanier, mayhap I have confounded you with the nuances of my astrological reading. All you need know is that the achievement of your goals is very likely. Indeed, 'tis indicated that your collaboration with Mr. S will be a fruitful one. Prithee, madam, look not for bad news among the good.
Aye, mayhap 'tis best I not overthink it, as you say. I thank ye, sir. Good even, Dr. Foreman.
Good even.
Mistress Avis Allen, the love of Foreman's life, how futile 'tis to fall for another man's wife.
Good day to you, sir.
Good day to you, madam. What service may I perform for you this day?
For me? None. None at all.
Verily. Then I cannot fathom why you...
'Twas my husband who bade me come, for he finds it difficult to speak of... As I say, he had me come in his stead, and I could think of no reason to give him for why I should not come.
I see. Then what is troubling your husband? Madam, I cannot treat a querent without knowing first what his troubles are.
He is unable to perform his marital duties.
I see. And whatever does that mean? Your husband forgets to put out the night soil? Some broken shelving he has neglected to fix? Prithee, madam, I bid you be more precise.
Ah, you know perfectly well what I mean, Simon. I bid you not drag this out any longer. Pray read the stars and let us get this over with.
As you wish, madam. Now, let us see.
Trouble on the home
What ails
front.
Mr. Allen so as to render him unable to perform his marital obligations towards Mistress Allen?
The fuck? Loss of carnal lust. Cold in the heart. His
Mr. Allen
mind.
is afflicted with a cold in the heart, caused by an imbalance of black bile. The treatment for this is quite simple. You have merely to add boiled snake to your husband's diet.
Oh, that is... 'Tis your full judgment on the matter, then?
Yes, he is to eat boiled snake flesh. Be sure to gut the snake first, however.
Then I will pass these instructions on to my cook. Well, I'd best be going now.
Nay, prithee, bide a moment, if you will. The snake flesh cure, 'tis often effective, in truth. 'Tis also my judgment, as a physician, that for a wife to be so neglected, 'tis most unhealthsome. And so...
And so... Oh, Simon...
Oh, Avis.
Let's fuck. 200 Hail Marys.
Doctors against him do make war. Doctors against him do make war. He makes love without a care.
'Tis true, Avis is not his by law.
But in love and war is fair. But in love and war is fair.
By the end, they'll be burning him at the stake, man.
Last even, 'twas like a dream. Never in my life have I felt so. Oh, my sweet Avis, 'tis true you are married, but surely a lover's
One
greatest
in
ask
10
can
cruiser,
transcend
yeah,
such
pretty much.
earthly impediments. Dare I hope for... Nay, 'tis most unlikely. Or is it? Forsooth, there be no harm in asking the stars. Might Avis Allen one day be mine?
Star. Family. Must Al suffer ill luck and die. Hiding a secret. Seething with jealousy. What's going on? Let's just have him go in on it, man. Maybe he'll get blindsided here. Kill Mr. Allen. Kill him.
It says Avis is one day to be widowed, which will, of course, be very tragical. But after the grieving is done, we will marry. She will be Mistress Foreman. Mistress Avis Foreman.
My dude looks like he's already like 50 something. He looks rough. My own letter recommendation. Thomas Blog.
Good day, Dean Blog. Fare you well?
Most well. Most well
the name would be
indeed.
different.
And I will tell you why. The conquering cherub has lately returned home to England.
Ah, this being the voyage you did invest in.
Aye, and what a sound investment it was, for it has paid off most handsomely. The cherub's cargo of nutmeg and pepper will fetch a high price indeed. In sooth, as I recall, it was you who advised me on this investment, was it not? I thank ye heartily for it, sir.
I am glad to have been of service, Dean Blog.
Forsooth, my earnings have enabled me to make a substantial investment in Sir Walter Raleigh's expedition to the New World.
Ah, methinks I've heard of this. 'Tis a quest to find the fabled lost city of gold, is it not? Or as the Spanish call it, El Dorado?
The very same. For it is said that El Dorado does lie deep within the rainforests of the southern parts of the New World, hiding vast quantities of gold and precious jewels. Hence, what I would have you tell me is...
I just don't know if there's right and wrong
expect to
answers
be
in
made
this
from my
game.
investment.
I see.
How
If
he's
I'm to be
going to do
made
it.
very rich, I am afeard that news of my fabulous wealth may cause some jealousy among the clergy. News travels fast around the diocese, and I think it wise to get ahead of it if I can.
Then let us consult the stars. What will become of Thomas Blog's investment in Sir Walter Raleigh's quest to find El Dorado?
Yeah, I just don't know how this game exactly works. feel like it seems like you could just pick whatever and it'd just be the funniness, but since there is the letter of recommendations, I feel like there's some kind of... I'm not gonna look up answers, but I'm curious. Okay, though. Just like a general idea of like some of the game stuff, man. I don't know if I should just always pick the funny shit or just what I want, or if I should actually be like reading into stuff and gaming it. Here. I'm very clear about it. Was there a tutorial and I missed it? Okay, so you are supposed to read into it. It's not just for fun. I wish it was just like you just pick whatever for fun. But it's supposed to be like the way they're moving and stuff like that.
I have ill tidings for you, Dean Blag. Raleigh and his men have been set upon by a tribe of angry New World natives.
Angry natives?
Angry native.
But surely the natives would greet us with much rejoicing. For do we not bring with us the gift of civilization? Would they not crave freedom from their tyrannical chieftains and cruel pagan gods?
Well, it would seem these particular natives cannot be reasoned with, as they are led by instinct alone, and they will fight to the last man, as it is not in their nature to surrender with honor, as Christian men would.
Christian.
Truly? But...
Alas, I am afeard that Raleigh shall be forced to abandon his search for El Dorado, and your investment will come to naught.
I must own, sir, that I cannot share your uncharitable view of these savages. They may be heathens, but are they not still God's children? I will now take my leave, that you may engage in quiet reflection upon the spiritual dimensions of this question.
Ill.
When the symptoms are rare and the questions are quitting,
But what if I'm right?
And the questions are queer.
You just tell him what he wants to hear? It might pay off in the long run, man. This guy seems like he's some like dude trying to test
Good morrow,
us.
sir, and well met.
Indeed, 'tis I, Riccardo Ferraro, come once again to the great Dottore Simon Foreman.
Aye, and I can see why you are come. Methinks you are not well, signor. The colour of your face is quite alarming.
It is because I am losing the blood. The blood does drain away from my face, away down my body, and
His mustache is falling
You
off.
are bleeding from your fundament. How much have you been bleeding, and for how long?
Un poco, not too much. It does come and go. Sometimes blood, sometimes no blood. You stop the blood, see?
Mayhap I will, but first I must consult the stars to find a diagnosis. What ails Signor Riccardo Ferraro?
From his fundament, from his ass? Go with hemorrhoids, man.
There is nothing here to worry about, Signor Ferraro. Your body is merely purging itself of corrupted blood, in a similar manner to that which does occur in a woman's nethers each month. To wit, 'tis most healthsome and natural.
Are you sure? Are you sure that is your final answer?
Indeed it is. I do assure you, Signor, 'tis the very latest medical thinking on the subject of hemorrhoids. You are welcome to procure a second opinion, but I warrant you will find that most doctors in London will tell you the same.
Then Riccardo Ferraro bids you good day, Signor Foreman.
This woman has a gift for words. If only she had read his words.
Well, I've been picking funny shit a lot of the time, so we're probably already screwed on this shit. But I don't care that much.
Did you see that?
See what, madam?
Your querent, Signor Ferraro, scuttling away from me like a frighted rabbit. What have I ever done to upset the man? All I did was wish him buongiorno as I passed him at the door.
Verily, Signor Ferraro's behaviour does sound full strange. But let us not think of him, but of the matter that brings you hither, Mistress Lanier. How do you fare?
I fare most well, in the main. For you spoke true when you said my collaboration with Mr. S would be fruitful. 'Tis going exceeding well. Verily, Dr. Foreman, I would be right content with my lot at present if it were not for the trouble I am come about this day.
Very nice.
Pray, tell me of this trouble, madam.
I am being prowled. Oftentimes in the night I see him following me home. One time methinks I even caught him looking at me through my window. I would have you tell me who this prowling man might be.
A prowler? How very worrisome. Can you describe this man to me?
Nay, for 'tis always at night that I spy him, and I have always been too frighted for my eyes to linger upon him very long.
Then let us see what light the stars can shed upon the identity of this man who hides himself in darkness. Who is the man prowling Mistress Lanier?
The violent husband. Might be her husband. She has been neglecting her kids. Not to mention some of these explanations for what these are a little vague. Not like super vague, but they're a bit, right? Trying to make it right, a little weird. Oh there's a man of authority and a master of wit. Considers him friend. What? I mean, are they trying to say it's like Shakespeare?
Madam, how have relations betwixt you and Mr. Lanier been of late? Does he exhibit any signs of a cruel or controlling nature? Is he prone to violence?
Aye, indeed, Dr. Foreman. My husband uses uncouth words, throws my books about, and even breaks chairs when he is in a temper. All the more so after he overindulges in strong drink.
I am full sorry to hear it, madam, but it does solve our mystery, for the stars suggest that it is none other than your husband who has been prowling you.
Verily, in truth, it does not surprise me. I will to home go and tell my husband to...
Prithee, madam, for the sake of your safety, act not in haste. If confronted, your husband may do you harm.
There is truth in what you say. Forsooth, if Alfonso would spend his evenings following me about, mayhap I leave him to it. For if he hopes to catch me cuckolding him with another man, he will be exceeding disappointed.
Cuckolding. He likes to watch. Oh, almost got it. The cuck, dude. Her cousin, the cuck.
Hear ye! Sir Walter Raleigh fails to find legendary Treasure City. Rumours say next Raleigh voyage is to Pot of Gold at End of Rainbow. Hear ye!
Are we gonna get some points now? Like we went down 10, but are we gonna go like up? We called it right? I mean, because history, you know. I mean, obviously they don't find El Dorado ever, but I don't know. I was kind of hoping this game would be more like you just picked whatever you wanted, and that would just happen. So it would just be like funny situations would happen. I think that would be more funny and interesting than like having to pick the right answer, because then they're gonna be more lame. Because there is a right one, and it's not gonna be like El Dorado exists and shit like that, right? Like if you have to be smart about shit, having it be realistic is usually gonna be what. It's not gonna be like something insane, right? Then you could like predict that.
Here comes Emma, so kindly she, to the frail and aged she offers sympathy. What is she for others have? Especially when they're born of wealth. Here comes Emma, so kind-hearted is she.
Good day to you, Mistress Sharp.
Good day, Dr. Foreman. But I am Mistress Delamere now.
Mistress Delamere? But as I recall from my case notes... let me see now. 'Twas 3 years past. Aye, were you not hoping to marry a man named George Middleton?
Oh, yes. I did marry Mr. Middleton. But not long after we were wed, he fell to his death whilst taking the air atop a church belfry, struck down by his abiding love of late Gothic architecture.
Sure.
There, my dear lady. How distressing your late husband's death must have been for you.
Aye, indeed, Dr. Foreman, so much so that my friends urged me to marry again, lest I die of grief. But now that I am once more a wife, I would not wish to be widowed anew, and John Delamere, my present husband, is also an older man. Dr. Foreman, you must tell me whether there be any illness he has, whether there be anything I might do to save my dear sweet husband from an early death.
Then let us see what the stars have to say.
You think she's killing her
Is Mr.
husband?
John Delamere troubled with any condition that may cause him to die?
Bewitched. Quincy. Soreness of the throat. I mean, yeah, he's been bewitched by her. But are we supposed to help? We're supposed to, like, agree with her, right? So we're supposed to, like, help her kill people, probably? I don't know, it's like, I don't know how you'd even answer that, right?
I am afeard your new husband suffers from a cardiac passion. You must keep him away from anything that may cause him alarm or shock. To wit, changes in temperature, sudden noises and surprises.
Oh, I will, sir, I will indeed. I thank ye for this wise counsel. Good day, Dr. Foreman.
Like, we're doing the wrong thing, but we're, like, helping her so we get the letter recommendation, and that all that matters?
Sibyl's a fine host, of this she will oft boast. She loves to entertain, though hard she does try, her dinners go awry. And in tears and shame.
Good morrow, Mistress Fortescue. How may I help you this day?
I did lately experience feelings of a most strange and disturbing nature, for which I desire an explanation.
I see. Prithee describe these feelings to me, madam. When did they occur?
Last eve, at a dinner party hosted by my dear friend Mistress Emma Delamere. All was well at first, but soon after my arrival I was stricken with a kind of madness.
Madness, you say?
Yes, moments during which I found myself overcome with feelings of mirth, laughing most immoderately at the dullest of remarks made by other guests. At other times I felt an unnatural fascination with the shape of the candelabra in the table's centrepiece. And all the while I was so ravenous with hunger,
Drugs,
I quite
man.
absent-mindedly ate all the sweetmeats at my end of the table. I fear my rapaciousness did not escape the notice of guests seated beside me.
Such an immoderate appetite is out of character for you, I take it. It could not have merely been occasioned by anxious passions?
Why, nay, Dr. Foreman. Forsooth, I ought to have been very calm last eve, for I did spend the afternoon inhaling the fumes of an aromatic oil, a gift from my sweet husband, sent back from his explorations in the Near East.
There you
I
go.
did mention my husband, Captain Henry Fortescue, before, I think. He is a great friend of Sir Walter Raleigh. Oh, Henry and Sir Walter find the oil most relaxing, so he tells
I'm sure
me.
they do.
Yet you were not so very relaxed last eve, I take it.
No, not in the least. For I fear a capricious spell was cast upon me. Over the course of the evening, I developed the strongest intuition that malignant forces were present in the room, and that I had been bewitched. Could it be true, Dr. Foreman? Might a witch have cast a spell on me?
That is something we shall have to ask the stars, madam. Let us see. What was it that afflicted Mistress Sybil Fortescue last eve at dinner?
It's like, it's obvious what it is. It's the oil, like drugs, right?
Now, madam, the oil your
But
husband
it's not as
sent you-
funny or
This
fun.
was the first time you did inhale its fumes, methinks.
That's like a
Yes,
witch
the
or
shipment
something.
of gifts from my husband did only lately arrive.
Ah, then I think we have your answer. I have read some interesting tales of such oils and herbs of the Near East. 'Tis said they occasion certain temperaments, to wit, an excessive sanguinity, which will have caused the immoderate laughter and increased appetite. They can also provoke a narrowing of the mind, which would explain your temporary fascination with the candelabra, and I believe the fumes of this oil may also have been responsible for the notion that you have been bewitched.
And the men of the Near East gain pleasure from this oil? They would render themselves foolish on purpose.
Aye, indeed. Foreigners have many strange customs and desires that we cannot hope to understand.
How fascinating! I thank you for this explanation, sir. Indeed, 'twill make for a most diverting tale with which to regale guests at my next dinner. God give you good morrow, Dr. Foreman.
Another consultation. Will this one end in bed? Or will Mistress Allen slap him round the head?
Ah, good day, Mistress Allen. What brings you this day? Oh, dear lady, you tremble like a leaf on an autumn day.
Aye, for I am most affrighted. But Mr. Allen says he thinks I worry over naught. So I am come to you, for methinks you would. Perchance you may help me.
By my troth, Pray tell me of this evil that affrightens you, madam, and I shall do all in my power to protect you from it.
Yes, evil. Oh, indeed, 'tis the very word for it. I have seen a dark figure prowling outside our house in the night, and once I saw him spying through my window. Who is he? What does he want from me? What am I to do?
I see. And you do not recognize his face or any other particulars? The colour of his hair, for instance?
Oh, nay, for 'tis always so dark. But by his silhouette I can tell he is a bony, scrawny little man.
Is he verily? But your husband thinks 'tis naught to worry over, you say?
Aye, he says the man is doubtless naught but a poor travelling tinker who is merely taking shelter in our garden. 'Twould explain why his figure is so slight, to be sure, but what if he is not a tinker? What if his purpose is more sinister?
Aye, indeed. Then let us consult the stars. Who is the man prowling outside the Allen's house in the night, and what is his purpose?
I assume it's him. That ain't. I assume it's him. Is she cheating on him?
The stars suggest the prowler is a secret foe of your husband. Does Mr. Allen have any gambling debts, perchance?
Hold. Methinks I see it now. Ah, 'tis you! The prowler, 'tis you!
Me? How now, madam? What an outlandish notion.
So you would deny it, that you have prowled and spied upon me these last months?
Prithee, Avis, you've got it all.
I will not have it. I am not a thing to be owned. I'm not one of your prized possessions.
I prithee, madam, put that down. Put it...
Ah!
Fine, Adam. That was a priceless Venetian vase.
We already got her Letterman. Already good to go.
This man who has earned such acclaim lately returned from his conquests in Spain. The streets of London resound with his fame.
Simon's like fucking like running around fucking like stalking her. That's what it seemed like last time too.
Good day, sir. How may I? By Jupiter! Can it be true? Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex, Lord of Her Majesty's Privy Council, a hero of the Battle of Cadiz.
Prithee, calm yourself, Sirrah. Pray, treat me just as you would any other querent.
Of course, as it pleases your lordship. But may I say, what a great privilege it is to... may I offer you a...
You are the man who had some success treating the plague some years past, are you not?
Oh, indeed, my lord. You are very well informed. My strong water did save many a Londoner from a most lamentable death.
Then perchance you might have some cunning cure for me as well, for since I am returned to England upon having resolved that small matter in Spain, I find myself afflicted with the most vexing ailment.
Oh, but your most glorious capture of the Spanish city of Cadiz was no small matter, my lord. All England talks of nothing else. Why, pamphlets recounting your heroic exploits are sold on every street corner in London.
Mayhap they are. I know nothing of them. My single-handed victory against the King of Spain was but a trifling affair, and the least I could do for my queen and a grateful
These are
nation.
both annoying.
But I fear vast riches and the hearts of many a Spanish beauty were not the only things I did capture while I was there.
What else did you capture in Spain, my lord? I fear I do not grasp your meaning. If you would kindly show me where upon your body you are...
As you see, this Spanish disease I caught has me oozing a most disagreeable substance.
Methinks I have a fair idea of the nature of your affliction. But I must confirm the judgment with a reading of the stars. Let us see. What disease troubles Robert Lord Devereux, the Earl of Essex?
Cox fucking oozing. Fuck. Gonorrhea. Gonorrhea. Love. Gonorrhea to me, man.
You have gonorrhea, my lord. 'Tis a condition provoked by an increase in intimate activities.
Too much strumpy-humpy, eh? Well, 'tis true that since news of my victory got about, every wench from Southwark to Shoreditch wants a piece of my action, as it were. And how may this gonorrhea be cured?
The most effective method is lead plate therapy. Usually this requires a man to lie in bed for many hours with a leaden plate positioned upon his privy parts, thus allowing the lead to impart its healing properties to the affected member. But, of course, men such as your lordship have no time to lie around in bed, which is why... Let me just fetch it from my cabinet. Which is why I invented this.
And that is what? Some sort of wonder job, like the ones old men used to wear?
Precisely so, my lord. 'Tis a codpiece that I had a blacksmith fashion out of lead. I invite your lordship to wear it under your breeches so that the lead may remain in contact with your privy member at all times. Indeed, until you are cured.
How very droll this is. Verily, how old-fashioned. I will appear as hung as old King Henry Tudor. Mayhap I just wear it in my chambers.
Good day, and please come again. If you need anything at all, I am at your service.
The fucking, like, metal cod, like the lead cod piece. He had a blacksmith make this for some reason. This plotline here. Not good.
Davis, I did not expect to see you this evening. Do you bring news?
Aye, some very good news, at least if you confirm it for me. Methinks I am with child.
Ah, how very wondrous. And, have you any idea of who might...
Aye, verily, with child, but I dare not to. Forsooth, what if it be naught but false hope?
Then let us ask the stars without delay. Is Mistress Avis Allen verily with child?
Trustworthy and creative. Optimistic. Strong young man. Is she cheating on me? I didn't get that vibe. I mean, she's cheating on her husband already. Now, our dude's been stalking her. There's a lot in this one. These are both like letting her down, dude. Deal with that. We'll keep pushing him like her.
You are not with child this time.
Nay, verily?
I am feared so.
But why?
Why are you so plump at present? Well, you're not as young as you once were, but with a trifle more exertion around the house.
First you tell me I'm not with child, and then you call me a plump, lazy old woman?
'Tis not I, 'tis the stars. I have no control over...
Oh, how could you speak such... Oh, why must you insult me so? What new imagined sin did I commit that you would punish me for now?
By my troth, 'twas never my intention to insult you, Avis. But I see I have vexed you. Pray forgive me, Avis.
Fret not, Simon. In truth, I know you mean no harm. Methinks 'tis that such disappointment is hard to bear.
You're fat.
I did so wish it to be true, that you and I were to have a child.
She didn't feel like she was cheating on him, though. I mean, she is already cheating, but... Unless Simon could be wrong. The other option was she was cheating on us, so it doesn't matter.
Try this one weird trick for displaying your wealth. Buy herbs and confections to boost your complexion and pass idle hours tending to your health.
Good even, sir. Who do I have the pleasure of welcoming to my chambers this day?
Nicholas Muggs, proprietor of Muggs Rugs down on Silver Street.
Ah, the wig makers. You supply wigs to players, do you not? I have heard tell of
Players.
your fine work from some of my playhouse querents.
I thank ye for your kindness, sir. I do hear you are very skilled at your trade also. For are you not the curer of the plague of '92? Forsooth, I do hope you may cure me as well. For though I do not think I have the plague, whatever I have is doubtless most grave, no matter what my wife thinks.
And what is it your wife thinks?
It be her mind that I have taken naught but a chilly cold in the head. But 'tis not so, Dr. Foreman, for I ache all over. My throat is grown sore, and I cough day and night.
Day and night, you say?
Aye, verily.
I see. Then
His...
let us consult the stars. What does ail
Sick.
Nicholas Mugg?
piss him off, but hypochondria. I mean, this is what he is, but that will not offend him? Or is he gonna be fine with it? Cold in the head.
I'm sorry to confirm that your condition is indeed most grave.
Oh, most grave, you say?
I am afeard so, for it seems you have been stricken with a bout of hypochondria. 'Tis a disease of the mind that provokes delusions of illness in the sufferer, whilst he is, in truth, in a state of perfect health. My chart indicates that in your case it is so severe, it may one day prove fatal.
What is it that you call it? I must own, sir, that though I understand little of what you say, by your tone methinks you do trifle with me. And to think that folks say you be different from other doctors. Well, sir, I will not tarry, for I see I do waste my time here.
So we were supposed to play into his shit, I guess. Then again, it might pay off in the long run, we'll see. I don't know if some of these, like, you make a bad choice to get like, a better choice later or something. That's what's weird, it's like, do you just do what they want?
Good day, my lord. How may I do you service? Would it pertain to some thrilling adventure upon which you may soon be embarking?
Indeed it does. Sir Walter Raleigh and I did recently come across some intelligence concerning a fleet of Spanish ships that will soon be sailing home from the New World, bearing a goodly cargo of gold. Raleigh and I plan to borrow the royal fleet, which we will use to intercept the ships and seize the treasure.
Huzzah! But, borrow the Royal Navy, you say?
Aye, only temporarily, of course. The Queen will hardly know her ships are gone. Indeed, when we return them to her bearing a handsome prize of Spanish gold, she will doubtless forgive our failure to file the correct paperwork and whatnot.
Doubtless. And how may I assist your lordship in this glorious endeavour?
Well, in order to intercept the Spanish fleet, we must know which route it is planning to take. One possibility is that it returns to Spain having retrieved the gold from the New World's southern continent. The other possibility, and this is the one Sir Walter thinks most likely, is that the gold has already been transported by conquistadors from the southern continent up to Havana, and the ships are to fetch it from there.
Then let us see whether the stars can tell us upon which route the treasure ships may be intercepted on their return to Spain from the New World. Will they be sailing from the southern continent or from the Spanish colony of Havana? The Spanish treasure ships will take a direct route back from the southern continent, from whence the gold was, found. For it seems the treasure was, well, discovered by the fleet's own soldiers.
Excellent, excellent. But where are we to intercept them? Pray, give me the precise day, latitude, and longitude.
Certainly, my lord. But divining nautical coordinates is a somewhat lengthy...
What's happening? He's like an astrologer or something, right? In like old times. And so he uses the stars and just some of his knowledge to try to give advice to people or fix people. And it's supposed to be funny. But it seems like there's right answers, and they're not always very funny, and you're supposed to kind of read behind the story or events or other things. I was kind of hoping it'd just be like you just pick between different things, and they're all just really wacky and wild, and it would just change the story. But the idea is you want to get 8 letters of recommendation so you could become an actual doctor, because there's like a law against it now, but so don't know.
And complex process. If your lordship
I'd
would
really
kindly
guess
return in
right,
an
'cause-
hour or so.
Quickly, sir! I have not the time to bide here all day.
Well then, let me see now. Taking into account the position of Jupiter, divide by 3, carry the 1. Yes. The Spanish treasure ships may be intercepted upon the 15th day of October at a latitude of 9 and 40 degrees north and 5 and 20 degrees west, or thereabouts. That said, however, I cannot promise you that...
Excellent. Raleigh and I shall sail to this very spot. Huzzah!
Huzzah! Godspeed, my lord.
I don't think that'll end well.
Though she never went to school, and she's kind and never cruel, do not take Alice for a fool. Alice Clark, she is no fool.
Good evening to you, madam. How might I...
Hi. Pray go tell your master, Mr. Foreman, that Mistress Alice Blarg is come to see him.
Ah, Mistress Blarg. It is I, Dr. Simon Foreman, at your service. And what an honour it is to welcome the wife of the Dean of Rochester to my humble practice. To whom do I owe my thanks for having recommended you to my care?
Well, I will not lie. You owe your thanks to nobody. For folk do tell me that you are not a real doctor, but a quack, who does conjure demons and dabbles most unlawfully in the dark arts.
I do assure you, madam, that whatever you may have heard, I am
Nay, do not quibble, sir. If I did seek the counsel of a doctor who has one of those fancy medical degrees, or the kind of high-bred know-it-all who does see fit to judge a woman and vex her most cruelly, I would have gone elsewhere. But, truth be told, I have need of such a man as you, for I have been bewitched by a witch.
Ah, I see.
Yea, a loathsome spell has been cast upon me. It does cause me to awaken in the morning with a most terrible pain in my
She's
head.
supposed to not be
A pain
stupid.
so wretched it does have me chundering into my chamber pot.
Pain in the head and involuntary purging. And what leads you to believe your suffering is occasioned by witchcraft?
Well, the timing is most unnatural. My troubles do occur every Saturday morning without fail. I suspect the doings of our new neighbour, the widow MacDoon. As well as being Scottish, she does possess several cats.
Several cats, you say?
One or two of which I may have kicked, and now she has seen fit to take revenge upon me with her dark, foreign magic.
Indeed. Scotland is well known for the powerful black witchcraft practiced by its womenfolk. But as compelling as this evidence may be, my practice does draw upon the latest scientifical arts. To diagnose your condition, I must first perform a rigorous astronomical analysis. So, let us see now, what do the stars say is the cause of your Saturday morning suffering?
I got no idea what they're talking about here. Noxious food and drink. Being with child. Bewitched. Haven't we already done the child thing like a bazillion times? illness on a Saturday, yeah. I feel like she's probably just boozing. But I don't know if we're supposed to pick the right thing or pick what she wants to hear, right? Like on that last one, I was like, we said what the dude wanted to hear, but they might backfire eventually. So. I don't really care too much because there's no way to tell in this game. I mean, there's like some that are easier than others, but for the most part. She ain't gonna want to hear this, but I'll say it anyway.
May I delicately inquire as to whether it be the habit of you and your husband to take wine with supper? On Friday evenings, perchance? Drinking a little overmuch on occasion is nothing to be ashamed of. Many of my most respectable querents do find that a fine French claret can be deceptively...
Oh, nay, more's the pity. My husband is a tiresome teetotaler who prefers to spend his evenings writing sermons and counting coin. He hardly ever accompanies me to the tavern on Fridays.
Does he not? Well, in any case, I am much afraid that the ale you do consume upon these tavern visits may be to blame for your affliction. The consumption of strong drink can provoke an excess of black bile, which then does cause the body to purge itself the following day. I do advise you to consider...
Then I am not bewitched. But if that be true, then to poor Molly McDoon I have been most rude and unneighbourly. For shame. I must go to her this hour and apologise. Fare you well, Mr. Foreman. I must bid you good day.
Oh. I guess it was alright.
Beware conspirations, plots and machinations, the schemes of big physic to sell you their wares. Their cures do us violence, but they call it science. They mock our beliefs and belittle our fears.
Until this guy is a hypochondriac
you
before.
seemed displeased following our last consultation. In truth, I am surprised to see you again.
Doubtless you are. You were very wrong to tell me I had... What was it again? Hyperdiarrhea or some such?
Hypochondria, as I recall.
But, yea, I am come again, for it seems you have won the heart of my wife, and she will not hear of me seeing any other doctor henceforth.
Ah, verily. Your wife's endorsement does me honour, sir. So, what brings you this day? For in sooth you look most well.
Well? Mayhap I look well now, but 'twill not be for long. I have been poisoned.
Poisoned?
It's such a fuck, man.
Who is the author of this foul deed?
My friend George Sprottle, the bookbinder. I did dine with him not 2 hours ago.
Ah, I see. A bout of evil digestion. Pray tell, was there turned meat or some such at table?
Nay, not meat. 'Twas a pie full of cherries. I had a bite of it afore I knew what I was eating.
Cherries, you say?
Aye, cherries. And this after I took particular care to give Mistress Sprottle a list of foods I must not eat. I added cherries to the list when I did hear that the Countess of Devonshire has declared against their noxious qualities.
The Countess of Devonshire, you say? Noxious qualities, indeed. And now your symptoms, Mr. Mugg. Had you any reaction after eating these cherries?
My reaction? Well, I reacted as any man would. I spat them out. And know you what Mr. Sprottle did then, Dr. Foreman?
Nay, but pray tell.
He did laugh at me. He even called me a dinner-ralphing fusspot. Fie, I may soon be in the grave, thanks to George. Will he still be laughing then?
Well,
dude's totally hypochondriac.
Mr. Mugg. Now, let us see what the stars may tell us. What ails Nicholas Mugg?
Should we just keep fucking telling him to fuck off, dude? I don't really care about the endings in this, honestly. Cherry poisoning. Splenetic. What is splenetic? Bad-tempered or spiteful?
Your condition has been provoked by the rancour you feel toward your host for having ignored your alimentary demands. These feelings have caused your spleen to produce ill humours, which you are presently venting in the form of bilious anger. Hence it will quickly pass.
I see. But what of the cherries I ate?
Cherries are perfectly safe to eat. Truly, Mr. Mugg, you must abandon these absurd and superstitious notions about the evils of particular fruits and vegetables.
Must I?
Aye. With the exception of onions, of course. For onions do render a man susceptible to the plague.
Onions, verily? I thank you for the warning, Dr. Foreman. I shall add onions to my list.
So he didn't like me calling him a hypochondriac, but he's okay with me telling him he's a fucking, like, overreacting, like, dramatic bitch, man. See, I was like, they're not even really consistent with it. Like, what is he, just, like, turned over another leaf here? Yeah, I just told him that he's a fucking idiot. Tap not, Foreman. Don't do it, man.
William! There you are. Did Mistress Allen call whilst I was out this day? Nay? You're quite sure about that, are you? I see.
Why is William not a character?
It. Why has Avis not come these past weeks? Does she no longer wish to see me?
You've got other things to worry about, man. The reverse of sock. Chassis. Lock him up. Throw away the key. Seems like A would be the right answer. She cannot be trusted, man. Let's blame it on him. Let's see if she's like triple timing.
My jealous passions and accusations have vexed her, mayhap even caused her fright. When she comes to see me again, for she surely will, by and by, I must remember to be kinder to her, to not plague her with my suspicions. And until Avis does return, well, there are other women in the world, are there not?
Come on, man. Who is this? Miss Molly McDougall with Samurai Hex. Oh, this lady. Cool. I want to see what happened with that guy. I told the city El Dorado it wouldn't happen. I mean, it didn't happen, but he got pissed about it beforehand. I haven't seen him since. Getting romantically into
Good day, Mistress Lanier. Much time has passed since I last saw you. How do you fare?
In truth, not well, Dr. Foreman, not well at all.
Then I am full sorry for it, madam. Pray, tell me what manner of ill has befallen you.
I have been publicly humiliated. Mr. S has been circulating a collection of insulting sonnets about an unnamed dark lady, and all of London thinks this dark lady is me.
Well, your complexion is rather,
I am described as having foul breath and black wires for hair, though methinks the very worst line is the one that tells of a gross body rising at the utterance of my name. And I cannot abide illusions, Dr. Foreman. If Mr. S wishes to reference bodily levitation and other such cheap stage magic, he would do well to leave my name out of it. My interest is in the dramatic arts, not fairground attractions.
I am not sure that is quite his meaning.
Dr. Foreman, you know of Mr. William Shakespeare, then? Do not tell me you have read the sonnets.
Well, I own that I have. But as you did remark, madam, all of London has read them.
Oh, well, I am undone. My professional reputation is now utterly spoiled, for now the whole world will look upon me as naught but Mr. Shakespeare's fancy wench. No longer will they judge me on my own merits.
Let us hope it is not as grave as that, madam. Have you discoursed upon the matter with him?
Nay, I dare not confront him about it. For we are almost at an end with our work on a play, and I dare not risk it not being staged.
Then let us see what the stars advise. What may Mistress Lanier do to restore her professional reputation?
Old Shakespeare.
You are right to be concerned about the damage to your reputation, Mistress Lanier, for there is a danger that your partnership with Mr. Shakespeare and his depiction of you in his sonnets will forever overshadow your own literary achievements.
God's womb. But what can I do to forestall such an injustice?
I suggest you spread a rumour of your own about another lady. For instance, there is a brothel owner in Clerkenwell they call Black Luce. If you were to put it about that she is the subject of Shakespeare's sonnets, 'twould do her reputation no harm. Indeed, the effect would be quite the reverse, for doubtless there be many a man at present who would pay handsomely for a tumble with Shakespeare's dark lady.
Well, indeed. I do feel 'tis most important to advance the interests of my fellow women, especially those seeking to make their way in business.
Isn't Shakespeare just after her, pretty much?
Dr. Foreman? 'Tis your mute Italian querent, Signor Ferraro. He is staring at us through the window.
Is he? Then doubtless he has come for another consultation.
Doesn't matter, I got the letter of recommendation. So this dude's like fake. Fake mustache. I assume he's like a doctor trying to bring our dude down undercover.
Hey, senor, and well met.
Tis I, Riccardo Ferraro, come once again to see the great Dottore Simon Foreman.
Indeed, I did recognize you, senor. How may I assist you this day?
I am ill. I tell you my problems. First problem. I do make a chandar in the morning. Next problems. My belly does swell, and my chest, 'tis a most tender to the touch. And now, for the very most terrible of problems. I have the big feels. One moment I do weep.
He's supposed to be
next
pregnant.
I do curse and gnash my teeth.
He's not pregnant.
So, Dottore, you tell what ails me, huh? You wanna make a water into this cup? Un momento, I make the water.
Nay, not in my... prithee, hold. If you please, senor. As with our previous consultations, I shall be judging your illness by reading the stars.
So, you need not my...
Nay, senor, I have no need of it. Whilst 'tis true that most physicians do spy and sniff their patients' urine, I find this method of piss-pot diagnosis most imprecise. Indeed, the practice is quite primitive. 'Tis my belief that if medicine is to advance in this modern age, we must all adopt a more scientifical method. I'm quite sure history will bear me out on this question.
This scientifical method. This reading my diagnosis in the stars?
Precisely so. Speaking thereof, perchance we may consult the stars now. What illness troubles Signor Riccardo Ferraro?
Matter in the brass. I mean, he's describing being with child, but he's a fucking... Let's just go with it.
This is exceeding strange. Your complaints of a tender chest, morning purges, swelling, along with the positions of the planets, they suggest you are with child.
You would judge me, a man, as being with a child? God's blood! What kind of a dottore are you?
Well, indeed, it does seem strange. I may have gotten my calculations wrong. Unless, of course, your moustache is naught but a canning disguise. But I jest, Signor. 'Twas not my intention to doubt your manliness.
You jest! A lady who would disguise herself as a man? So silly. I think you see too many plays by Mr. Shakespeare, huh? Riccardo Ferraro bids you good day.
So this is a chick? Which chick is this? Or it's not a chick, it's just it's a person in disguise. The stash that falls off.
Good day, Mr. Mugg. Pray tell, did the matter with the, cherries resolve itself in the end?
Aye, indeed. I did tell my friend, Mr. Sprottle, what you said about how my shouting at him was owing to an upset of bile in my spleen. I also did speak to him on the evils of onions. I think he was most interested.
And what may I assist you with this day, Mr. Mugg?
I have the spotted fever. I must begin treatment now, or else I will...
Hold, sir. The spotted fever is exceeding rare. Why would you think you have such a disease?
Well, sir, not only am I covered all over in red spots, I have lately taken to chundering, such as are the very symptoms listed in the medical book I did read. I am already taking the treatment Mr. Cogan prescribes, but now I require...
You mean to say you have read Thomas Cogan's Haven of Health? Why, that is a most technical book, writ for doctors and medical students. How did you come to be reading it?
My friend George Sprottle did bind a printing of it in his shop. He kindly let me spy some pages afore 'twas sent up to Cambridge. Oh, but Dr. Foreman, I forget myself. You have no medical degree, so you doubtless have not read it. Mayhap if I ask George nicely...
Sir, let us consult the stars and see if they may tell us what ails you.
Yeah, this dude's such a hypochondriac kind of guy. I'm just rolling with it. I don't care what
your
endings
privy
we
members
get.
suggest a mild venereal disease. Such pustules can appear so foul in appearance as to induce involuntary upward purging, as is the case here. It's also indicated that you suffer from hypochondria.
Dr. Foreman, did you not hear me? I said nothing of spots being on my yardle. On my word, I know not why folk even bother with doctors. Not now we have books to consult. One thing more, if you please, Dr. Foreman, for I feel I must give ye warning. A great storm is coming. I feel it in my bones, and my bones do always speak true. You would do well to bide indoors at the first sign of wind and rain. God keep ye well, Dr. Foreman.
Pimples on his dick. No, he's hypochondriac for sure. The dick thing was just, I'm guessing him just shitting on him, but...
Good morrow, Dean Blagg. How fare you this day?
Well, Dr. Foreman, I must own that I do not fare well.
It's the third time he's
For
pretended
my
he had
recent
some crazy
investments have
sickness.
left me in a rather vexing financial position.
Verily, that is ill to hear.
Aye, Sir Walter Raleigh's quest for El Dorado failed most woefully, just as you predicted. His ships did return loaded with naught but a few sacks of worthless root vegetables.
But you can go negative to end up
We are
positive.
Englishmen. We do not eat vegetables.
Aye, a disappointing outcome indeed.
Oh, but that is all by the by. For you will be pleased to know that I put my remaining fortune into a new venture so assured of success that I will make all my money back and more.
Assured, you say? How very reassuring.
I have invested in an expedition to intercept a fleet of Spanish ships carrying gold back from the New World. For this expedition, Sir Walter Raleigh will be joined by that famous military genius, Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex. So success is virtually guaranteed. There is but one small worry, however.
Ah, only one?
Aye. 'Tis that Raleigh and Essex set sail full 2 months past, but there is yet no tidings of them. Such silence is a trifle vexing. Have they yet captured the Spanish treasure ships? Surely no ill has befallen them.
A most vexing mystery indeed. Let us see whether the stars can tell us what has become of this expedition.
I definitely don't think anything good, considering the... the very overly specific and probably wrong thing we gave them.
Bad tidings for your family's fortune, I fear. The Earl of Essex and Sir Walter Raleigh did sail their fleet into the middle of nowhere, with not a Spanish treasure ship in sight. It would seem their geographical information was at fault, having been obtained from a most unreliable and untrustworthy authority.
Truly? I am ruined. Zoons! My goose is cooked! Mistress Blagg will have me baked into pies!
Why must this wench act so distressed?
Yeah, I just like picking my own shit anyways, dude, since it all adds up. I don't really like that there's letters of recommendation. Then it just makes it irritating. Especially because you have to go for negatives to end up with positives down the line, and sometimes it's pretty wishy-washy. I mean, maybe it's made for replays. But I'm I'm not gonna replay it. I'm just gonna pick what
Mr.
I want
Slanier,
for fun.
Pray, come in and take comfort by the fire. The wind is fierce and cold this day.
Seem right at the
Did you
end.
see him this time, Dr. Foreman? He did it again. He ran off the moment he saw me.
See who, madam?
Your patient, Signor Ferraro.
Ah, verily? Indeed, I was expecting him to come for a consultation this day. But he changed his mind and ran off, you say? Huh, how very mysterious.
Truly, 'tis as if all men are determined to use me ill.
Surely not all men, madam. I, for one, remain most devotedly at your service. My dear lady, I do not need to read the stars to see that something grave has
Definitely
befallen you.
Shakespeare.
Pray, tell me what it is.
Got the hots for her or
Yesterday
something.
I did meet with Mr. Shakespeare to discourse upon our new play, which is to open this week at the theatre in Shoreditch. But though I was determined not to confront him about the sonnets he wrote about me, 'twas difficult to hide the heaviness I did feel in his company.
I can well imagine, madam.
So then, well, he remarked upon my dark humour. To wit, he said to me, "Amelia, your pretty brow does furrow, so I will kiss it smooth."
And I sense that you did not receive this well?
Indeed, I did not. Forsooth, I was so enraged by this, I reversed my flagon of ale full over his head.
Ah.
Whereon he rose from his stool, declaring I was the most ungrateful and unworthy wench in all of Christendom, and then he flew out of the tavern like a bat from out the gates of hell.
A most vivid image, and no doubt most apt. Men who work in playhouses are prone to indulging in such melodrama, of course. Why so many ladies care for such men in preference of those employed in solid, stable professions, I shall never understand.
And if only that were all. For this morning I saw a bill advertising our play posted on a wall in my street. It bears his name and not mine.
Verily? Surely not. Mayhap there has been some error made.
Nay, Dr. Foreman, 'tis no error, for I rushed to the theatre to see what was amiss, but I was refused admittance. Indeed, the player who came to the door denied all knowledge of my collaboration on the play. Methinks Mr. Shakespeare is exacting his petty vengeance upon me for rejecting his sly suit by denying me credit for my work, and he means to deal with me by pretending I do not exist, as if I were a ghost. Or is it he who has become the ghost? In truth, I am not yet sure how that metaphor should work.
What monstrous perfidy! Pray tell me what I might do to punish this wretched scribbler. Though I am not adept with a sword, I do have a book that instructs in how to command nefarious spirits.
Oh, prithee, sir, I am come not in search of vengeance, but to seek answers. As you know, I have been ill-treated by my husband, and now I am betrayed by Mr. Shakespeare. Pray,
That he
read
comes
the
in
stars
after every
and
meeting
answer
with
me
her.
this, Dr. Foreman. Will I ever be able to trust, even love, a man again?
No. Why is there only one op here? A lot of stars, but I only got one op.
To your question of whether there yet be a man in this world worthy of your trust and affections, forsooth, I have never seen an arrangement of stars that speaks so clearly.
Verily? Then pray tell, what answer does it give?
Yeah,
Dear lady,
probably is.
the answer you seek need not be divined by reading the stars. It may be
I've been
read
trying
in
to
the
play him
signs you
straight,
see
man.
before you now.
So that he doesn't cheat on the other chick and shit.
To wit, the answer you seek is right in front of you.
I am afraid I do not follow, Dr. Foreman. 'Tis your feather quill, a half-eaten apple, your desk is a little untidy, and I must confess the symbolism in Flemish still-life painting has always quite confounded me. Take a skull, for instance. What sense does a skull make alongside a bowl of... Below? 'Tis clear to me now, your face was always hid in shadow, but 'tis you, Mr. Foreman. You are the man who has been prowling me these last months.
Dearest, loveliest Amelia.
He's been stalking
allow me
her
to
too.
profess to you my undying admiration for your charms, which are not insignificant.
God's womb et tu, Dr. Foreman. Fie, you of all men to betray me thus. But 'tis true. I now see the answer. For I know now never again to trust a man to guide me. Henceforth, I shall write under my own name, and when there are decisions to be made, I shall take my own counsel and make my own judgments. By the by, methinks I do at last understand that prediction you made for me some years ago, Dr. Foreman. The one about how belief is required if I am to succeed. 'Tis a belief I must hold not in the inevitability of my own personal success.
I guess so. I don't know if this is some kind of choice.
Of the women who will come after me. Farewell, Dr. Foreman, and clean your desk. Verily, 'tis quite disgusting.
I don't know if this is one of those like choices that's like super, like all the choices we made with a bunch of other people gave us just like one outcome here, or if this is just some like set up story bit. I don't know. This game has a mix of like kind of hard to read situations and like consequences for actions you can't really foresee, which is fine just for fun. But if there's a fail state by not getting all of the recommendations, then it's kind of annoying. We already got the letter from him.
Lancelot Moore is of a great house. Much does depend, much.
See, that letter keeps saying, yeah, I'm not encouraging him. That's the thing. I don't know if that's supposed to be some hint that you should keep telling him he's a hypochondriac or what. Even though I've already been doing that. Yeah, so it's like, it doesn't make sense. Like, I've been going purposely negative in hopes that he'll just see what I'm trying to say, but...
Good day to you, young sir, and well met. You are Lancelot Moore of Middlesex, are you not? What an honour it is to welcome a son of the great house of Moore to my humble consulting chambers.
'Tis indeed I, Lancelot Moore. I will own it. But hear this. My family is ignorant of my designs in coming here, and I wish them to remain so. Which is why I come to you, Mr. Foreman, for methinks you are not such a man who would ever find himself in the company of a family such as ours.
Ah, well, you may count upon my discretion, Mr. Moore. And what is the matter that brings you this day?
'Tis that my family wish me to marry my wretched cousin Barbara.
And I take it you would not wish to comply?
Nay, I verily would not. Cousin Barbara is a vile little minx. She loves nothing more than to sport with me and play cruel japes. Last Christmas, she even hid a dead mouse in my mince pie.
The lady does seem most spirited.
The lady? Oh, pish! Cousin Barbara is hardly a lady, for she is not 14 years of age. It is most unnatural to ask a grown man to wed a child.
Indeed it is. 'Tis my belief that in these enlightened times we should consider...
Verily, Barbara be damned. My heart belongs to a true woman, not a freckled, scrawny slip of a girl. A full-blossomed woman.
A woman, you say?
Aye, Marion, my other cousin.
I see.
Ah, Marion. So beguiling are her shapely charms.
Curvy.
Oh, to lie, if not to die, in Marion's arms. So soft her lips, so sweet her face. Oh, how I yearn for her embrace. In me she hath such passion stirred, a fever rises in my... But nay, I pray for death and would be martyred if from her I be thus parted. And so you see, you must help me forestall this wretched marriage so that I might wed my sweet cousin Marion. Mr. Foreman? Mr. Foreman?
Yes, indeed. Let us see what the stars advise. How might Mr. Moore avoid this marriage to his cousin Barbara?
Go to war. I don't think saying the 14-year-old is actually active will probably make much sense to people. I don't think that'll fly very well. Him going to war, though, he could just die. He's unhappy about the marriage. I'll come via cousin Barbara, who's both intelligent and rebellious. As Moore's intuition tell him about this marriage, therein lies the key to unraveling his engagement. So get Barbara to help you? If she's fucking with him, that probably means she might not want him as her husband. Might be doing that on purpose because she's a kid.
It is apparent you do not wish to marry your cousin Barbara, but have you considered whether she wishes to marry you?
Nay, but I cannot think why she would not want to marry me. I am exceeding eligible.
Aye, doubtless you are, Mr. Moore. But do you not think her unkind japes may indicate she harbors some degree of malice towards you?
Mayhap you are right. I did find a toad in my bed Thursday last. 'Tis as if Barbara were possessed by a demon.
Very possibly. And thus possessed, she may be distracted and not wholly aware of your, fine qualities. I advise you to simply bide your time, for the stars suggest she is a cunning maid who plans to thwart the marriage using a method of her own devising.
Verily? Then I will leave it all to Barbara, as you advise. But it shall be on your head if I'm forced to marry her, Mr. Foreman.
I was hoping they would work together. I mean, she could just be, if she's 14, she might just be some playful kid, man. Toad in the bed and all that shit. Who knows, man?
Hear ye! Spanish Armada nears English coast. Nation prepares for invasion whilst Queen searches for missing navy. Hear
Yeah.
ye!
The Royal Navy. I don't know anything about it, man. Wasn't my idea. I just gave him some numbers. It was either that or we told him to trust in the guy who couldn't find the city of El Dorado. He's nosy.
Blessed even, Dr. Foreman.
Mistress Payne, what brings you in such weather? 'Tis most dangerous to be about in it.
Oh, it takes more than a little wind and rain to forestall me from doing the Lord's work. Besides, foul weather is naught but God's righteous vengeance upon London for the sinful debauchery of its inhabitants.
Verily?
Verily.
I dread to think what northerners get up to of an evening.
Pray heed me carefully, Dr. Foreman, for 'tis on a most pressing matter that I am come.
I'm sure.
Doubtless you have heard the news. The Spanish Armada does sail once again towards England's shores. It seems this latest Armada was most unexpected.
Well, as 'tis oft said, no one expects the Spanish Armada.
'Tis very grave this time,
Spanish
for I have
Inquisition.
heard tell that our own warships are far away at sea, and with our coasts undefended, a Catholic horde may soon be sailing up the Thames to slay us all.
Aye, our situation is most grave indeed. But what would you have me tell you, Mistress Payne?
I wish to know whether the English fleet will arrive home in time to defend our shores, or might we ordinary folk be compelled to take up arms to defend ourselves? Dr. Foreman, are you ready to beat off the Catholics, come what may?
Am I ready to beat off the...
There, man, go.
Prithee, madam, let us pray the need
Go
never
mine,
arises. Perchance the stars will offer us some reassurance.
Yeah, I'll try.
Will the Royal Naval Fleet return home in time to defend England from the Spanish Armada?
Oh, this is gonna be political upheaval.
Madam, know you of Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex? Or of Sir Walter Raleigh, perchance?
Oh, young Lord Devereux, such a talented young man. My niece is especially taken with him.
Well, it would seem the pair did take the royal fleet on an expedition to intercept and seize gold being transported back to Spain from the New World. But their plan went awry, and now they are lost at sea. I am afeard that, short of a miracle, a Spanish invasion is indeed imminent.
Her Majesty would risk her realm and the lives of her subjects for the sake of gold. Then our present danger does not surprise me. England's downfall will be God's punishment for our Queen's greed and avarice.
Well, to be fair to Her Majesty, I do not imagine she gave Devereux and Raleigh permission to...
Oh, my days! With a Spanish invasion nigh, I know not how to calm my anxious passions. Methinks I shall take to bed with Paul and Matthew this even.
Oh, yes, I see. The Book of
Course,
Paul and the
madam.
Book of Matthew. Aye, verily. Holy Scripture does give great comfort to a
The
distressed
Book of
mind.
Paul and Matthew.
God keep ye well, Mistress
Matthew 6:9. My favorite passage. Six nine Matthew. 4:20 Paul. Oh, nice. It worked. The Barbara thing. Oh god, this guy. I'm taking this one. I'm sticking to my guns on this guy. It would be funny if he just died. Like just some crazy death, like everything he's been saying was true.
Good morrow, Mr. Mugg. Back again so soon. And yet your red spots do seem to have faded.
Aye, those spots were naught but the work of fleas. My wife did beat the rugs and banish the dogs from the house. She'll be beating and banishing me next if she has her way.
Well, I am glad to hear you are faring better. What brings you this day?
I have a humoral imbalance and need treating for it.
A humoral imbalance, you say? Well, 'tis true that an imbalance of humours can affect a man's mood. For instance, an excess of black bile, which is a cold, dry humour, can provoke feelings of melancholy.
Black
whereas
bile.
yellow bile
Is hot and dry. I thank ye for the explanation, Dr. Foreman, but I did learn all about humours when I took supper with my friend, Mistress Ollingworth. She has a humoral imbalance and takes medicine for it. Hence, I am come this day for medicine to treat my own imbalance.
I see. And what mental symptoms are you experiencing? Any unusual or troubling feelings?
Aye, very troubling. Why, I find myself a-fretting and a-pacing all the day long. Even my wife has remarked upon it.
Anxiety and agitation. Pray tell, did these feelings begin before or after you spoke with your friend, Mistress Ollingworth?
Let me see now. After, methinks. Aye, after. Why? Does that matter?
Yes, quite possibly. But let us see what these stars do have to say. What humoral imbalance does ail my querent, Nicholas Mugg?
So he just heard somebody talking about the humors, and now all of a sudden he feels like his humors are fucked. Suffering from constipation and a related psychological condition. What? Which of these is the one that tells him he's look up some of these related psychological. I mean, is it the hypochondria? I look up medical shit and other stuff. Where am I at with them anyways? I remember his name. I'm gonna look it up. I was curious. I'm curious what some of these other ones are. Helping up a small guy just for shit. I guess I probably shouldn't. That's just my. And constipation would just be fucking with him. But I don't think he has cholera. Whatever, dude. I want to pick the one that tells him he's fucking hypochondriac or whatever, man. But I feel like our dude's fucking with him. Like last time we gave him like a wrong thing. I'm curious because I want to see if in the long run, whatever. I can't really find anything, and I don't really care that much.
Have you a diagnosis yet? This day I am to dine with Mistress Ollingworth, and I wish to tell her all about it.
Aye, 'tis done. You have an imbalance of phlegm in your bowels. Not only does this cause constipation, it does also provoke a condition of the mind called retention of the anus. With retention of the anus, the sufferer is prone to fixation and obsession. Is there, perchance, a particular subject upon which you think you may fixate or obsess? Prithee, sir, take your time to think.
Nay.
See, I think that's like the
I cannot say as I
hypochondria.
do fixate.
But he's trying to like be clever about it. I couldn't find anything, so I didn't get any info. I saw one thing recommend you pick cancer, and I didn't pick cancer this time. Or not cancer the affliction, but cancer the star. Astrology, zodiac bullshit. I don't think there's good info, and honestly I think it would probably ruin it if. At this point, I've gone off the rails on my own so much.
To obsess
Might as
over
well
anything.
keep with it.
Methinks your diagnosis must be wrong.
Oh, well, it was worth a try.
Aye, well, doubtless you will have better luck with the stars next time, eh? Good day, Dr. Foreman.
Hear ye, hear ye! Spanish Armada sunk by English storm! Hear ye!
Oh yeah, that one guy. This dude said there's a storm coming. He's just like no. Yeah, it's funny because it is so like there's like little hints and like things here and there. There's like no way you'd figure it out. I feel like the first time on a lot of these. Not only like the words they use a lot of time are just kind of like unclear because it is more old timey, which is fine, but a lot of times you have to like sack yourself to raise yourself, and then other people are like intertwined and shit. So like it's kind of complicated. It seems like I don't know how much they truly do intertwine or if it's kind of linear. I assume the choices change a lot. Everything's pretty complex, but that's just how it seems. I mean, obviously, not like I've played it twice yet. Who knows?
Oh, Sirrah, I have dire need of your counsel.
Pray calm yourself, sir, and tell me of this urgent affair.
Oh, verily, 'tis most urgent.
Sure.
A
That's so
fair
loud.
maiden has my heart, a maid with hair of shining gold and eyes so blue the finest sapphires grow pale with envy. But she is a most pious and demure in nature, and has many other suitors. How might I win her favour?
Golden hair? But in our last consultation, let me see here in my notes. Yes, you told me your heart belonged to a maid with hair of onyx black that doth make the finest ebony go grey with envy.
You mean my cousin Marion? Pish! That was naught but a childish fancy.
Of course.
I bid you, Foreman, pray focus on the matter at hand. For if you do not help me win my true love's favour, my bursting heart will tear asunder. My soul will wither unto...
Aye, as you will. Let us see what guidance can be had from the stars. How may Lancelot Moore win the heart of this golden-haired maiden?
Is it that lady we were just talking to? The nun? No. That's the nun. No, this is a religious maid. I said blonde. We know that one lady who's trying to kill all of her husbands, but... This must be somebody we know. But who? Oversauced peacock. You're self-disciplined and patient. Oh.
It would seem the fiercest rival for the maiden's favor is one of her father's business partners. He is a deceitful knave who tells the father lies. You must best him by telling even greater lies. Tell her father you are much wealthier than you verily are, and he will surely favor your advances.
A father's business partner, you say? But is he not? Oh, God's teeth! The man is her uncle. If he seeks to wed his niece, I do not think it right. Fie, 'twould be very wrong. I will go to her father and tell him it is better he favour me than bestow his daughter's hand on his own brother. I bid you good day, Foreman, for it is most urgent that I deliver the poor girl from such an unnatural fate.
I don't think that one will end well. I don't really care though.
Alice Blood, she likes a drink. She does care not what you think. Her head may end up down the sink, but Alice cares not what you think.
Okay.
Good day, Mistress Black. What brings you?
Oh, Dr. Foreman,
I'm about-
I've worked myself into such a state
Like,
that
I
I
enjoy
have
this,
urgent
but-
need of you.
Oh, you have you?
Definitely, it's not like
well then, let
many
me just,
hours long.
Yea, I have urgent need of your counsel.
It's not like super funny.
I am certain that my husband
The
Blarg
stories
is hiding
are
a
cute.
shameful secret
And seeing
from
what's
me.
gonna happen.
As you doubtless
What's
did
your
note from my
choices?
flushedness of face and heaving of bosom, I burn with the fever of suspicion and curiosity.
Indeed, I did remark a fever upon
I'll
your
talk
person,
about
and wish fervently that I may bring it to a speedy resolution. Let us see. What is this secret that your husband, Thomas Blarg, hides from you?
Thomas Blog. Do we have a Thomas Blog in here? Oh, we do. He's the money man. See, they all kind of work together. Like, I like that about it, that everything is kind of intertwined a bit. I mean, it definitely makes it so the reward is not really there. You just kind of have to go along with the flow. I think having like a loss system while I guess it makes it okay for replays, kind of makes the first play feel a little shittier when you'd rather just kind of pick shit and see what happens. I mean, I guess you can still, but it kind of sucks having to like ignore the letter recommendation shit, right? Like you can't get caught up too much and just like failing shit, because it's pretty arcane to figure out what's going on, right? Like we're also helping her husband right now, so there's things we know and little hints and stuff. And I think those bits of foreshadowing clues are like cute. But yeah. Sometimes it's so arcane, there's definitely no way in the first playthrough. You would, at least commonly, I don't think people would figure out. So. Also, I mean, the presentation, it's cute, but like, it's pretty samey the whole way through. So I mean, that kind of adds the repetition a bit. And it's not really funny. It's kind of like funny a little bit, like but it's not like outright just super funny. Something, I don't know. I'm enjoying it a bit for sure. But it's one of those I think could outstay 12. I don't know how much is left. I think the nature of it would probably be better ended within like an hour or two. We'll see though.
I fear the secret your husband hides is a sudden transformation from wealth to pauperdom. For he has been careless with your family's finances by making a series of bad business investments.
Lorks a mercy! That boiled-brained chump has ruined us! Upon my virtue, I can hardly bear to think on it. Nay, I cannot even! Say, is that medicinal wine I spy on the shelf behind you, good sir? Prithee, pour your patient a dose of it. Simon makes a fine figure when he reads the stars wisely. Mayhap I stay a while and take wine and a little else with him.
Uh-oh.
Alas, for little such sorrow she has borne, since she was made a maid, she has much to mourn. 'Tis vexing, 'tis trying. Alas, for Lady Anne, such sorrow she has borne.
Like, I mean, they've got a pretty colorful cast of characters with some funny situations going on. When I say I don't think I shouldn't outstay its welcome, I don't mean that I find it like uninteresting. Like, none of these are like boring per se, but there's definitely like, I mean, a sense of repetition and sameness and stuff.
Good day, Mistress Delamere.
Good day, Dr. Foreman.
It's voice acted well enough too.
I remarried after poor
I think it's
Mr.
a cute
Delamere
little game
passed.
so far. But
Verily? Oh, I am full sorry to hear of your husband's demise, my lady.
'Twas his weak heart, as you did warn me. John collapsed and died at a mask ball, for someone, we know not whom, came to the ball dressed as a monstrous spider. Poor Mr. Delamere. He was always so afeard of spiders.
like, this shit's cute. I think that's where the game's writing is strongest, is that they like slightly hint at the true nature of some of these people and the stuff that's gonna happen. I think it in turn makes it kind of like, in a way, unrewarding because of the letter recommendation system. I think if that was like gone, it would just be kind of funny seeing what happens and trying to pick up on shit and either playing into it or trying to stop it. Like, she's probably I assume killing her husband or whatever for money or some shit. But and like you could pick up that Simon was the guy stalking all these people, which is funny because I mean he's the main dude and shit. So. Then there's like the backdrop of him being an astrologer, which is already like some quack bullshit. I think it's got some funny bits. It's not like unfunny, but it's definitely. Yeah, I don't know. That's not. It's like a smile. You smile a good bit. I'm definitely not like a laugh and out loud one.
Yes, I was. So I
Just
hope you'll
kinda
understand
cute.
why I worry for the health of my new husband, Lord Dyer. Mayhap 'tis not at all, and yet...
And yet you would wish to know so that you may rest easier. Why, of course, my lady. Pray, describe Lord Dyer's troubles to me, no matter how trifling they may seem to you.
Well, I have noted that my husband awakens many times in the night to make water. Mayhap 'tis the reason why he tires so easily during the day. And he does oft complain of thirst and hunger, even after meals.
Frequent urination, tiredness, dog-like appetite, and thirst. Be there anything else?
There is also a small wound on his hand. It does not appear grave, yet it has not healed, even though it be some weeks since he cut himself.
A wound that will not heal. Then let us see what the stars have to say. Be there any grave illness troubling Mr. John Delamere?
Methinks you mean Lord Henry Dyer, Dr. Foreman.
I beseech your pardon, my lady. What illness troubles Lord Henry Dyer?
Do we have a Henry Dyer now? Yeah, like I think that's what's cute is not having having the writing not be so in your face about what's going on all of these. I mean, it should be obvious. There's a couple like song lyrics that hint at it. Not to mention, she said a giant spider. A man dressed in a giant spider came to the ball. It's like, yeah, dude. And this guy happened to fall off of a building when she was there. And it's just like, I guess some people wouldn't pick up on some of that shit. I mean, maybe I'm crazy. But I think that's kind of the idea, is they're hinting at shit like that. A few of the other people have it. But some of them, like the hypochondriac guy, it's just kind of the same shit every time. He's like, oh, you know, he's got his new hypochondriac thing. And you kind of, the fun of his whole thing is telling him he has hypochondria over and over and seeing what happens. Like, playing into it doesn't seem interesting. But then you lose points, so you're either hoping by the end everything worked out, or just play with it, I don't know. Red blood, gangrene in the hand. Been bewitched. Diabetes. I mean, he's definitely like diabetes, but he's been bewitched. Man, the last one was like that too, right? But I guess we just play it.
It seemed Lord Dyer suffers from the diabetes. 'Tis a grave...
See, I don't know, like, what does it mean when I know that she's gonna kill him, but I'm still helping her? Like, is that going for points? Is it for the funnies? Or is that supposed to be me essentially just making it here? Like, I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's funny.
Then how am I to keep my husband from dying of it?
Well, the consumption of lettuce seeds and barley water can help, and you must not allow him to take honey or sweetmeats. In truth, I am a little concerned about the wound on his lordship's hand, though it be minor. 'Tis the diabetes that prevents it from healing.
Oh, then what should be done about it?
Take Lord Dyer to a barber surgeon, where he may have leeches applied to his wound. This will draw out the corrupt blood to hasten the healing. But prithee, be sure that your husband never cuts himself again, for the corruption of blood such cuts occasion in a sufferer of the diabetes, well, they oftentimes prove fatal.
Oh, then I shall do precisely as you advise, Dr. Foreman. I thank ye heartily, sir. Good day.
I think this game is best played just going towards the funny shit or just whatever you're feeling and just kind of ignoring the letters. Like, it's nice, but like, I mean, I'm close on some of these. I'm supposed to have 8 by the end. Maybe these two I'd get one. Maybe Thomas. Maybe Robert. Well, he's gonna come back pissed, so that ain't gonna work out. It's like, unless some of these are gonna fly up at the end, I don't know. The thing is, though, is like some of these, you can pick bad things and just get enough points for the letter and then just do whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't matter. It's odd there, too. Like, it's not even for a full perfect play. Like, with one of these chicks, we picked some shit, and it just ended up being a... like, halfway through it, we got the letter, and then the rest, they hated me, both hate me by the end of it. So it's just kind of odd. Oh, he's back. Oh, she's blonde.
Good day, Mistress Allen. I hear a child was lately born to you. I trust he is well?
Yes, indeed. God has favoured us with a healthy boy. He is a true blessing to Mr. Allen and me. And we pray he remains so. That is, that this child remains in good health.
See, like, both of your options when you're trying to see if she was going to have a kid or not were that she wasn't. And it's just different ways to drop it on her, but then she does have one. That's like, there's not even a choice there, which is odd.
And as I do ail of something...
Maybe it's something like really far back.
Normally I would not have come, but methinks 'tis best I am treated, for the sake of Marmaduke, lest he take ill from me.
I see. Then pray describe your troubles to me, Mistress Allen.
Well, in truth, 'tis but a cough, but indeed at first I thought 'twas naught but a chilly cold, but 'tis many weeks now, and it lingers still. Forsooth, I am afeard it does grow worse.
Many weeks, you say? Aye, that is most concerning. Let us see what the stars have to say. What ails Mistress Avis Allen, and how may she be cured?
Bewit. Yeah. You could tell she wasn't wearing a mask when she was out there banging at night. Running around at night, banging all them dudes. No mask, no nothing. Mattering the breath, a mild deficiency of blood in the body. Bewitched.
Before I complete my judgment, madam, I must ask a question of, medical relevance. Who is the true father of your...
God mend me, Simon! You would plague me with your suspicious fancies even now, in my very hour of need. Have you no thought for my son and my... I am full sick of your jealous delusions. Oh, verily, I should never have come. I will bid ye good day now, Simon.
But would you not wish to know what ails you?
Indeed, I would. Which is why I will be finding myself another doctor.
That. Feel like, does your choice even matter there? Is that the funny?
When the story seems bold, crucial facts left untold. When the story seems bold, crucial facts left untold. When Foreman protesties, he has put to the testes. Ferraro, Signor Ferraro.
Good day, Signor Ferraro. How may I do you service?
How may you do me service, huh? 'Tis a question, is it not? I do hear you offer many different services, huh? Not just in medicine, for you are a dottore of a special kind, one who gives answers to all the problems, see?
Forsooth, 'tis true, signor. In my practice, I endeavor to treat the whole man, mind, body, soul, the location of his missing household items. All are connected at a holistic level. I take it this time you are come about a problem that does not pertain to a bodily complaint?
See, this is my mama. She does worry night and day. She say, Ricardo, you must go to the wise man who reads the stars and have him tell you what your future holds. I say, Mama, if it'll make you happy, I will go to Signor Foreman and ask him.
I see. And is there any particular reason for your mother to be thus concerned? Be you faced with some kind of imminent danger?
A particular reason, you say? Nay, signor, she needs no reason to worry. Mia madre is an Italiana, mama.
Ah, yes, of course.
You see now, huh? She is not like these London mamas who make the children live in a cupboard with the dog.
Well, then, mayhap the stars might offer your devoted mother some comfort. What does the future hold for Riccardo Ferraro and his mother?
We'll just uncover his deal here.
I am afeard these stars reveal information of a most disturbing nature.
Verily?
Aye. When you first came to me, you did tell me that you worked in trade. And yet my chart very plainly indicates that you are an authority figure, connected with a learned institution over which you hold a position of responsibility. Indeed, it would seem that you are not who you say you are. Do you deny it, signor?
Oh, sirrah! You would accuse me of calling myself something I am not? Look at you, sirrah, a charlatan who would call himself a doctor. You are naught but a pretender.
Fie, sir! It is you who are the pretender, for 'tis clear you are not the merchant of Venice you pretend to be. Who are you? What is your true name, sir?
You will know it in time, sirrah, for we shall meet again. I bid you good day, Dr. Foreman.
Avis is dead. Even though he had a medical license and was thus highly skilled. $1. What is a shilling, anyways? Your most assured friend. She's dead, and the husband. At least he's none the wiser, man. Of course, you forgive me at the very end, man, right? Must be his child, man. See, I mean, this shit's funny. I don't even know if there's much to the choices here at all, but at least it's like funny how it ends up. Cock remains ignorant, yeah. The unknown cock, the deadliest. Welcome to the cock shed. I do wonder if this changes much.
But why did you not let me save you, Avis? Why did you entrust your precious life to another doctor? An ignorant impostor who knows not how to read the stars to judge an illness. Oh, my beloved Avis. Why did you die before I had the chance to...
It's funny he's like stalking her all the time and shit. He stalked other people too. He's just running around stalking people. I like that, like the not untrustworthy narrator, but like you see a character, but then like you don't see what he does outside of here, so it's kind of just like the hidden silly shit. I caused this tragedy. Oh, some of the bad choices. Catholic faith. Do we blame it on Ava? Avis? Just blame it on her. I mean, it's definitely on him. But I mean, there's not really anybody at fault, but...
So 'twas I.
We'll just fucking make him the sad
for
man.
Avis's death. If only I had not driven away with my ill-tempered, unkind accusations. Would that I had turned my thoughts to her illness and away from...
The thing is, I always was faithful to her, and I never actually accused her of anything. That's why this choice feels hollow, because I didn't accuse her of being unfaithful ever. And you have that choice all the time. I feel like this choice is here, like, no matter what or something. Like, I was always trying to play it straight with her. And there's that one time where it was like, you know, he said he was the one stalking her. Like, that was definitely the big problem.
For my own selfish needs. How will she ever? How will I ever forgive myself?
When you are shook by something in a book where it says that you might have some rare malady, see Dr. Foreman, be sure to inform him you have it on very good authority.
This guy again, dude. I hope he does die of
Good day,
something.
Mr. Mugg. What brings you?
I am exceeding ill, Dr. Foreman. Verily I am. And you know my wife. She is refusing to hear anything about it. 'Tis but another of your delusions, Nicholas, she says. She will not even look at it.
Look at what? Oh, I see. You may pull up your breeches now. Pray let me examine you more closely. Raise your chin, if you please. Now, loosen your garter and remove your stocking. I am afeard this verily is grave. Most grave indeed.
'Tis? Verily?
I believe so. But we must have it confirmed by the stars. Let us consult them now. What explains these swellings that have arisen on various parts of Nicholas Mugg's body?
It says in the groin he pulled his breeches, right?
You are gravely ill with the plague. It is oft fatal, but you are in good hands. For during the Great Plague of '92, I was able to save many a soul from the grave with my famous strong water. A moment, if you please, while I retrieve it from my cabinet. But, sir, unhand it, sir. The dosage is very precise. You must not... nay, not the whole bottle. Ye gods, man, what have you done?
Methinks I'm dying.
It's such an idiot.
A fatal dose. Alas, I am sorry for it, sir, but you were never meant to drink so much of it. May God forgive me.
Nay, do not blame yourself, Doctor. Thank ye heartily, for at last all shall know, my wife, my friends, how wrong they were, and how I did speak true.
William!
The letter of
William!
recommendation, dude.
Oh, curse it, where is that feckless manservant of mine? William! Go forth and fetch the vicar!
Mr. Foreman, you have been called before this assembly of the College of Physicians to answer the charge of practicing medicine without a medical license. What have you to say in your defense? Would you deny practicing medicine,
Or just all of a
sir?
sudden at the end
Why,
now?
no, I would not deny it. My practice is well known. Indeed, since I helped cure the plague of '92 with my strong water...
Then you admit you have committed this most grievous offence.
Ah, well, 'tis true I'm not technically licensed, but I fail to see how...
You fail to see? Then permit me to enlighten you, sir. A medical license assures the residents of London that a physician has the necessary education and skill to treat them. By practicing without qualification, you have not only broken the law, you have endangered the lives of your patients. Indeed, we have received reports that a man by the name of Nicholas Mugg, a wig-maker of Silver Street, has lately died under your care.
Aye, well, that was most lamentable, but not my fault, sir. Mr. Mugg took a far greater dose of my strong water than I advised him to. He chose the dosage himself. In truth, one might say that the cause of death in this instance was, well, Nicholas Mugg practicing without a medical license.
Silence, Mr. Foreman! Your impudent japery may well be suffered by your patients, but it will not be tolerated here.
I do apologize, Mr. Smith.
Besides the death of this patient, we have gathered ample evidence of your malpractice, Mr. Foreman. Indeed, we have had this illegal operation of yours under observation for quite some time.
'Twas you, Riccardo Ferraro, the merchant from Venice. All along he was you, Richard Smith, the Queen's royal physician. Then I take it, Mr. Smith, you were unsatisfied with the medical care I gave you?
Sir, we are well aware of your occult practices. What you so boldly call medical care was naught but advice conjured up by means of dark magic. You have no understanding of physic or astrology.
But my knowledge of both physic and astrology is unparalleled.
If that is so, then doubtless you will happily submit to having your knowledge examined before this assembly.
Oh. No idea. We're gonna look these up. Yeah, I might as well look them up. I wasn't reading them, I was reading the choices, right? Does it even matter? Because I don't have the 8 things or whatever. Luminary firm, wouldn't this be Venus? Oh, that's not astrology. That's not astrology. Okay. Okay. Phlegm is moist. You think it'd be hot and moist? Cold and moist. The private part. Scorpio.
Silence! Simon Foreman, it is apparent your answers were given to you by demon spirits that you have been communing with under the table. Constable, shackle this man and take him from hence to jail.
But, sir, this is most unjust. Pray afford me the chance to unhand me, you rogue.
Does it even matter? Oh. Released from jail by Alice Block. Not received. Riccardo Ferraro not received. Well, I don't even see how you would on him.
Alice Block, she feels no shame, and forsooth is she to blame. If we were her, we'd do the same. Alice Block, she feels no shame.
Good day, Mistress Blarg. Before we start, I must thank you for having used your influence to help me resolve my recent difficulties.
Say nothing of it. Those doctors and their College of Physicians. Naught but a band of piss-pot sniffing bullies, so they are. Besides, I needed you out of prison so that you might read the stars for me.
I see. And what would you have me advise you on?
What know you of Richard Bancroft, the Bishop of London?
Not much, in truth.
I don't know how long it's going to be.
But I did attend the Easter service at St. Paul's. I found the bishop's sermon on the virtues of chastity and abstinence most compelling. Why, you know him well?
Not very well as yet. I was seated beside him at an Episcopal dinner Saturday last.
Yeah,
we discoursed a
what was the
while.
title?
Bishop Bancroft
Thought you
is
were
a
making a
most
joke.
charming man. But there was a moment when we did both reach for the brandy decanter. Our eyes met and I felt something.
'Twas a spark between you and the bishop? You felt a certain frisson in the air?
Nay, I felt a certain hand up my skirts, more like.
Whoa.
His Grace put his hand up your skirts. Madam, may I say how...
Save your congratulations, Foreman. The bishop's not in the bag yet. Hence why I am come to you. Now that I
He
have
wants to move
his
shit
interest, I
away
would have
from
the
her
stars
husband
tell me
who's
how to
wasted their
secure
money.
it.
Then you wish to pursue an amorous affair with Bishop Bancroft. But what of your husband, Dean Blarg?
Oh, do not speak to me of my husband.
He is a
Thomas
piece of
Blarg
shit.
is not fit to secure his wife's future. He is not fit for many of his marital duties, truth be told.
His dick don't
But you
work.
did warn me of Blarg's financial ruin, and for that I am grateful.
Forsooth, I am glad I was able to be of service to you, Mistress Blarg.
Speaking of such, let us press on with this day's readings, if you please.
Of course, let us consult the stars. How may Mistress Blarg secure the lasting affections of Richard Bancroft, the Bishop of London?
Sex. The fucking child one. Adultery with the bishop while he's away from home. See, it's like maybe... See, I told her husband everything right. I think the only way maybe he could have made his fortune back was if you somehow maybe changed the thing with the guy who took the Spanish fleet or whatever. Or he took the fleet, the English fleet. So that maybe his investment would have came out okay. I don't know if the choices are that deep. It's kind of a choose your own adventure game. I mean, it's a puzzle in a way. The contradictions. It's more just like a complex kind of weave of different people's stories and what funny shit will happen or what poor choices you'll make unknowingly or knowingly. That'll kind of just affect the story and his practice and some of the relationships with people. He's like an astrologist who uses astrology to... That's medicine, pretty much. Being careless with her husband's legacy? Fuck that. I'm just having fun. We're just having her fucking commit adultery and do all that crazy shit. Say she has an unborn child, man.
The stars suggest a most...
It's like, the thing is, like, so this game has this thing where you're supposed to try and get, like, 8 letters of commendation or whatever, or recommendation. to essentially get a real medical license. But good luck ever figuring that out naturally, right? Like, yeah, I think it's more fun to just kind of say who gives a shit and just pick shit that's funny or that could end odd or it's just fun.
Ingenious plan for ensnaring the bishop, Mistress Bligh.
Oh, verily?
Aye, 'tis most cunning. First, you must offer him your tender favours, and then, several weeks following this encounter, you must go to him and tell him you are with child. If the bishop be a man of sentiment, the news will doubtless make him feel bound to you.
I own that such a ruse could work. 'Tis hardly ingenious, though, is it? Half the mothers in London give their daughters such advice.
Do they indeed? Well, there is more. The stars suggest you will find occasion for such an encounter while the bishop is away from home on business. Mayhap you arrange a discreet assignation for his next visit to the Archbishop's palace in Lambeth.
On my honour, that is not a bad idea. In sooth, I think it may do very well. For as 'tis oft said, that which does occur at Lambeth Palace does bide at Lambeth Palace.
Indeed. How very intriguing.
The story is definitely clever at
Pray tell me of
times
these
with the
goings on at
threads and the
Lambeth Palace.
foreshadowing and stuff, but a lot of the like old-timey language and just how complicated the plot might be between everybody, it just makes it hard on the gameplay side of things to ever really predict anything. Because we've had people where you have to be super negative and then it like turns out positive way down the line or something, so. Honestly, I just think it would be better if there wasn't like a goal or reward and you just kind of did shit and you just picked the funny stuff that you just wanted or something and not try to like read the situation too much. She has a lot left. Jesus.
Lancelot more, lovely his passion, lacking in mind, fulsome in fashion, the unwise truths, calls him scant, he yet persists in chasing the scant.
Good day, sir, and well met. Oh, pray tell, did you secure the hand of the golden-haired maiden?
Yea, verily I did. Though 'tis no thanks to you, Foreman. For when I told the maid's father of her uncle's designs upon her person, it set the household all a-rage. The mother even called me a fat-brained shade-lobber. It was only when I told them not to speak so ill to a man whose income is £1,000 a year that the family was silenced. The father then declared that a coin is still a coin, no matter it be in the purse of a beef-witted sock-nozzler, and promised me his daughter's hand in marriage. I was made the happiest of men.
Then I must congratulate you on your forthcoming nuptials. Will you be having a summer wedding, or...?
Congratulate me? Do not congratulate me, Foreman, for I am the unhappiest of men. It was but a day after our engagement was announced that my love became afflicted with the smallpox. Naturally,
It
I
fell
was all a
off
terror.
and done?
Would she perish?
What now?
So wretched was I with fear, I almost died of fright.
Aye, naturally. Smallpox
I don't
is a
blame you.
most terrible disease.
I'm surprised you've
I
been still
intend to write
going
a
for
small
this
treatise
long.
on the subject.
But then, alas, fate struck the cruelest of blows upon my soul.
Oh, verily. Poor girl. May she rest in peace. Or re-squeeze in pace, as we Latin scholars say.
What? Nay, death would have been a mercy. For once cured, the maid arose from her sickbed bearing hideous scars. Her once fair cheeks, thus so cratered, to make the very moon wane with envy.
I see. And now you wish to extract yourself from your engagement, I presume.
Naturally. But her brother and father are fearsome men with a taste for rough sport, and her mother's tongue is as sharp as a barber's blade. I worry that my breach of promise may be taken ill.
Then let me see if I may fathom the family's reaction from the stars. What will become of breaking your engagement to this once fair, now pox-scarred maid?
Level Story did a lot of the level cap, airguns. Oh, okay. How often do they put out expansions? Excuse me, I did not sleep much. I might take a nap and dump this game. Yeah, I'm surprised you played it for that long. I thought last time you replayed it, it was only for like a month or two. Like a year back or so. Sounds like you had a good run. I mean, how much can you really play like a single MMO back to back? No, I guess you can for a long time. But I know how it is. I mean, I don't do FF14 for that long. My phone is about to die. Go put it on charger on the bed. And in a foreign country, well, they don't like him though. Yeah. Is there not a thing like with Final Fantasy where you kind of can do everything but just like synced up? I think that's something I like a lot about 14. Is that everything can be kind of done or has some sort of like endgame use still. I mean, obviously there's like true endgame shit, but let's just do that.
Good
And that's probably
tidings.
bad.
While the family may well take your decision
Funny
ill,
if he got killed.
good angels guide them toward restraint and discipline in their actions. The maid herself will endure it with quiet
I thought so, Bang, but
forbearance.
wasn't
Quiet
for sure.
forbearance? By the saints, what a wondrous creature is she! Verily, I am disappointed that I must break off with her, for truly there is no mountain I would not climb, no trial I would not endure to wed a maid of so sweet a disposition. But I must be brave, and go at once to break the news to her.
But yeah, I thought WoW did some level scaling shit, but that was just with quests and the overworld. I don't know if it was with instances. John Witt gift. I mean, granted, it looks like there's a lot of different people. I mean, I've gotten 2 so far, and I need to get 8, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I mean, I have to get like everybody's that I already have right now. But I'm just gonna fucking do whatever. It's unlikely.
Archbishop Whitgift, glory to the Lord in the highest position in the church, except for the Queen.
Ho there! Be there anyone at home?
Is it? By the saints, 'tis none other than Archbishop John Whitgift. Your Grace, I am most honoured by this most unexpected visit.
Truly, 'tis most unexpected, as I just so happened to be passing by. Indeed, I was riding by in my carriage when I found myself struck ill. My chaplain did suggest I take rest at the nearest residence, which did so happen to be this small dwelling. Forsooth, these rooms have the look of a physician's consulting chambers. Mayhap you are a doctor? If that be true, then praise be to God.
I
for
don't
this
think it's the
happy
dungeons.
coincidence.
A
That
most
suck,
fortunate
'cause
coincidence
that's
indeed.
more exciting than a lot
I
of
am
the content.
Simon Foreman, a doctor of astrology and physic. At your service, Your Grace.
Well then, Dr. Foreman, was it? Perchance you will tell me what ails me. I feel a kind of pain and heaviness in my side, and I know not if this be related, but my skin has of late become most unattractive in appearance.
Pain in the right side of the body and sallowness of the skin?
Her Majesty did remark upon it most wittily the other day at a meeting of the Privy Council. Your face does serve as a warning to us all, Archbishop.
Her Majesty the Queen, verily. A moment, if I may, Your Grace, while I consult the stars. What does cause the suffering of His Grace, the Most Reverend John Whitgift, the Archbishop of Canterbury?
I don't know what jaundice is. Problems with the heart? I mean, it sounds like jaundice. What is jaundice? I mean, it sounds like it'd be jaundice, and I talk about yellowing of skin.
You are afflicted with jaundice, Your Grace.
Jaundice.
Yellow bile has seeped into your skin, causing it to become yellow-hued in appearance.
'Tis the jaundice, is it? I see.
Pray, have a servant boil this pouch of herbs in water. The liquor is to be injected up the fundament once each day. It should draw the collar away from your skin and into your bowels. William!
Excellent. I will have my chaplain see to it. My, who do we have here?
Before you take your leave, Your Grace, I would have my manservant William let blood from your right
The
eye.
high priest. He likes the manservant. I'm guessing William is the younger lad. They do some funny shit here and there. It's not like laugh out loud funny all the time, but it's like a smile game for sure. You get a little smile from a lot of silly shit. I think its biggest problem is just kind of the repetitive formula. And then obviously the reward or the success system's kind of arcane. Experience bar that can either fill by doing deeds. Interesting. So what are you gonna do? You're done with this FF now. Average house and basic function like 5 extra ring slots. Oh wow. So it's a pretty big deal. So is it just super grindy? Is it actually fun? Sounds like it's just like just raw grinding, just for gear content.
Very well, then.
Before you depart, Your Grace,
Doesn't sound
perchance
fun.
I might trouble you with a request of my own?
Good day, sir. My chaplain will settle payment with you anon.
William Buck.
What does it matter if errors he makes? Let others mend all the things Essex breaks.
Oh, he's back.
Our Lord has much to gain for risks he takes. Commoners may pay, but nobles only learn from their mistakes.
Good day, my lord, and well met. Indeed, methinks I have not seen your lordship since last year, afore you set off with Sir Walter Raleigh to capture those Spanish treasure ships.
Ah, yes. Doubtless you heard what became of that expedition. The town criers called it Raleigh and Essex's gold piracy fail, declaring it the biggest balls-up since the English Armada.
Aye, 'twas most ill-mannered of them, if I may remark.
'Tis all Raleigh's fault, of course. For when I revealed that I had gotten our navigational directions from you, he had our men turn the fleet around and sail in the opposite direction. 'Twas his navigation that got us lost. Our ships ended up becalmed in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, leaving England undefended. Who is the beef-headed chudlord now, eh, Raleigh?
Well, indeed.
Top
Of
10
course, Raleigh
navigational
refuses
fails.
to apologise, and we are no longer on speaking terms.
Alas,
No,
it
no,
is
no,
most lamentable you were unable to use the directions I gave you. Well now, how may I assist you this day?
I would have you tell me how I might regain the favour of the Queen. Indeed, 'tis strange she has not yet gotten over her displeasure, for the incident did occur many months ago. And we had every intention of returning her warships, filled to the brim with gold, I might add. Besides, how in the devil's name were we supposed to know the King of Spain would choose that very same month to invade England? I have not the power to predict the future.
Well, nay, but I have, my lord, if you had asked me to.
Verily, 'tis not to be borne. Only last week, at a meeting of the Privy Council, during a minor disagreement regarding the Catholic rebellion in Ireland, she called me an impudent lord-splainer, whereupon she rose from her chair and mollywopped me in the face. I half drew my sword upon her.
You mean the Queen?
Aye, indeed. Her behaviour was most shocking. I even asked the royal physician whether she may have lost her mind. She is, after all, most elderly. But Mr. Smith assures me she is in very fine health and is in full control of her faculties.
Her Majesty's behaviour is a mystery indeed, although mayhap it should not surprise us. A man's reason is oft insufficient to fathom the workings of the feminine mind, and, in such cases, he may have little choice but to call upon divine wisdom. To wit, let us see what the stars can tell us.
Of course, the stars.
What must Lord Devereux
Wisdom
do to regain the
in the
Queen's
stars.
favour?
Doesn't matter, I need 10 points with them, man. I'll just say something that makes them nice. Oh, sexual. A sexual relationship with the Queen. Gentle. Be a loyal man who does his duty or banger. Mount a military campaign in another country. And this is probably what he wants to hear, right?
To regain the Queen's favour, you must demonstrate your fealty to her, your loyalty as a peer of the realm who sits on her Privy Council. To this end, the stars suggest you offer to lead a military campaign to put down this Catholic rebellion in Ireland. Your lordship is, after all, a great military leader. What better man for such a task than the hero of Cadiz?
Verily, 'tis no ill idea. 'Tis no ill idea at all. Yes, indeed, I shall offer to put down the Irish for her.
Put down the
How
Irish.
difficult could such a mission be? I shall quickly defeat those fen-sucking muck savages and be back home by Christmas. Huzzah!
Huzzah! Godspeed,
Did I
my
get a
lord.
letter of recommendation before you go? Thank you. He might be dead when he comes back, but...
Our hero Simon Foreman's not a Catholic. He disapproves of Mary for her views, they make him sick. But pray he does not tell her lest she punch him in the punch him in the
Good day, Mistress Payne. How may I help you this day?
Blessed day, Dr. Foreman. I am just come from taking my niece to visit Rochester Cathedral. Thomas Blogg is the cathedral's dean, I believe. Know you of Dean Blogg?
I do.
Aye, I know something of him.
Verily, that man is a model to us all. Under his stewardship, the cathedral's decadent furnishings have been stripped away. He has even replaced the silver candlesticks with pewter. Such pious modesty in the sight of God.
Has he indeed?
So the guy she's talking about has, invested in a bunch of crazy shit, like finding the lost El Dorado and, stealing gold from a bunch of, Spanish armadas and shit. So now he's, poor. And I guess he's selling shit in the chapel to make money back.
How very interesting. And, godly, yes. But what is it that brings you this day?
Before I begin upon my business, Dr. Foreman, I must insist you acknowledge your failings. You were most wrong to frighten me with these notions of England being invaded by the Spanish.
Ah, yes, that. Though, to be fair, I do not think anybody could have predicted the storm that sunk the Spanish ships. It was most unexpected.
And we must give thanks to God for the divine vengeance he wrought upon the heretics. I did hear that by morning our beaches were verily littered with the corpses of Spanish sailors.
How would you even, predict that there's going to be, a storm, right? This is one of those things, I don't think the, reward system or whatever is, really that interesting. There's, maybe one guy who's, a known freak hypochondriac guy who said something about a storm coming. That, he would never... It was meaningless. That's just one of those, wacky things, right? I would prefer if the game just let you pick whatever and then there wasn't really, a wrong choice. I guess you still can. And, it's the game's still going to end. It's not looking like we're getting cut short on anything.
To the Lord.
Seems like it's more of a replay value thing.
Yes.
So how complicated it is.
But all the same, you seem anxious.
Or how arcane it is.
What is troubling you?
Indeed, I am troubled, Dr. Foreman. I fear for the Queen's health. Everyone is saying that as she is exceeding old, she is soon to die.
Ah, yes, I quite understand your feelings, madam. How we love our good Queen Bessie. Long may she reign. But will she? That is the question, is it not? For she cannot live forever, and when at last she does expire, we shall be stricken with such lamentation and grief.
Mayhap you, but not I. Elizabeth Tudor is naught but a sceptred whore, but still a whore who presides over the Church of England and keeps Rome at bay. And without an heir, who knows what manner of foreigner may succeed her when she dies? For all we know, he may flood the land with foul popery.
Foul popery? I take it you do not care for dried floral arrangements. But, madam, surely fresh flowers are more customary at royal funerals.
Did you not heed me, Mr. Foreman? I wish to know whether the English throne is safe from a Catholic successor.
Ah, yes, of course. Then let us consult the stars. Is our Queen's long reign in danger of ending soon? And if so, do we risk a Catholic succeeding her to the throne?
I assume the last guy choosing to bang her or not would have some effect maybe on this or something. I have no idea.
I am afeard the stars say nothing of how much longer Elizabeth Tudor's reign will last, but when our queen finally does expire, 'twill be most ill for us, for her successor will take England to war and tax us mightily to pay for it. We have naught to look forward to but a future of violence and austerity. I am sorry to be the bearer of such lamentable tidings, madam.
Lamentable? I suppose it might be. It would depend on whether English blood is to be spilled in the righteous service of God or in service of the Antichrist in Rome. To wit, is our new sovereign to keep to the English church, or will he be a Roman Catholic, Dr. Foreman?
My chart is not clear on this question, though it does indicate that Elizabeth's most likely successor, King James of Scotland, has a deceitful nature. Mayhap he hides secret Romish sympathies?
Mayhap? Mayhap is no answer at all. Verily, Dr. Foreman, your stars have been of very little use to me this day. Very little use indeed.
Lancelot more, more blood, much of it lately spilled in the mud. Had some different choices been made, might Lancelot have been spared from the
Okay, so he did get attacked. I was picking that one because I thought it was funny.
Good day, Mr. Moore. How fare you this fine Tuesday? Oh, on my word, you do not look well. Your face is very pale, and I detect a foul
Falling
odour.
apart.
'Tis true, I fare not well, but there is no reason to be rude about it, Foreman.
Sir, I was merely expressing my concern. You appear stricken with fever, and, methinks, an infected wound.
I shall undo my breeches for you. There, do you see?
My, I do see. 'Tis a knife wound by the look of it.
The barber surgeon did stitch it up, but now it does ooze this noisome green stuff all over my fine linens. So I came to you.
And you were very right to do so.
I was, because I think it only fair that you fix it. After all, this is all your fault, Foreman.
My fault? Sir, I do not follow.
You told me I had nothing to fear from that wretched maiden's family when I broke off my engagement, but you were wrong.
Then I am most sorry for it. I gather the family did not take the news philosophically.
Verily, they did not. The maid herself wept, as is to be expected, but the father took it most violently. He called me an oath-breaking chudlord, whereupon he laid hands upon me and threw me out onto the street.
Indeed.
But 'twas not the end of it. For some weeks later, I was set upon by the maid's brother and his band of knaves. They left me for dead behind an alehouse. If I had not been discovered by the night watch, I might have died.
Sorry business indeed. I will have my manservant William clean your wound and apply a balm to it. But pray tell me more of your fever. How oft does it come?
Well, I did not have this fever yesterday, and I was well enough to go to church on Sunday. Oh, and to the theatre the day before. But Friday last, I was stricken abed with it.
Poor bastard,
Fever
man.
this day and Friday last.
We should just fucking
consult the
go
stars.
down the path to hell, man.
What kind of fever has Lancelot Moore?
Just kill all these people. What is today? Every day. It's not every day. Every third day. Every fourth day. What is today? I don't even know. Well, there's not even a funny answer. This is just like pick one. He said Friday and like today. What even is today? If it's every Friday, then it would mean the third day, right?
You
like every
have
3
the
days
tertian fever, a
after
fever
Friday.
that comes every 3 days. It causes rigor and vomiting, headache, and a sharp heat that runs throughout the body. First, William will bleed you.
God's breakfast. Do you not know your numbers, Foreman? As I did expressly tell you the last time I had this fever, 'twas Friday. Tuesday is 4 full days after Friday, not 3. Oh, yea, verily, there are times when I do not think you pay sufficient heed to what I say, Foreman.
Does not include Friday, man. I mean, you could be like Saturday, Sunday, Monday, then the next day. Better. I don't know what today is. That wasn't even like a funny thing at all. There wasn't even like a funny outcome there. Just like raw pay attention to some fucking date. Kind of just annoying, if anything. This is why I don't really like the this whole thing. Like, it's cute, but it kind of just like gets old having them just like randomly get destroyed. Like, I'd rather just go along with the story and just see shit that happens or make funny choices or something.
Good day and well met.
Like, you're fucking astrology, right? You're like some quack crazy science thing. It'd be more funny if like what you did actually came true and that it affected the story, right?
Archbishop, what a pleasure it is to welcome your grace once more to my humble consulting
Like, sometimes
chambers.
it's funny having it be wrong, but then it also
I am
irritating.
in good health. I am come for information. That is, I am come for an astrological reading concerning one of my deans, Thomas Blagg, the Dean of Rochester Cathedral. I hear you are acquainted with him, are you not?
Yes, so please your grace. I am honoured to say that Dean Blagg is one of my querents.
I see. What a remarkable coincidence. Then you may know that Dean Blagg has been petitioning me to promote him to the rank of bishop, specifically to grant him the vacant seat of the bishopric of Salisbury. I wonder if you, that is, if the stars and planets and so forth, might tell me if there be any reason why Thomas Blagg might not be a fitting candidate for such a position of responsibility.
I see.
Yes.
Then let us see what the stars can tell us. Should Thomas Blagg, Dean of Rochester, be made the Bishop of Salisbury?
Very steak. Not honorable. An emotional journey. Like, what the hell does half of this even mean?
You must not grant Thomas Blagg the bishopric of Salisbury, your grace, for it seems Dean Blagg has been embezzling from the church. He has been removing cathedral furnishings, fine paintings, tapestries, candlesticks and the like, and selling them for his own enrichment, or mayhap to pay off his personal debts.
Verily? Well, I do hear it remarked that the Rochester Cathedral has been looking a little Puritan of late. Mayhap I shall have my chaplain cast an eye over the cathedral accounts.
Before you leave, your grace, perchance I may broach a small matter of my own. Methinks you have the power to grant medical licenses, do you not? Although I am an experienced physician, you may have heard of my work during the plague of 1592, for instance, I am not technically licensed to practice medicine. It has been causing some administrative troubles of late. I wonder if your grace might condescend to help me by...
You would have me grant you a medical license, would you? I suppose that might be arranged. Leave it with me, and I will have my chaplain look into it.
I thank you heartily, your grace. Your grace is most generous.
Well, they already said to get the license you have to have the 8 recommendations, so like this is just pointless, right? Unless like this guy magically can do it all for you. John Witt gift. Like, we're just shitting on Thomas Blogg right now, so it's very unlikely that's gonna work out. Alice, like, maybe. I already forgot who Emma Sharp is. Lancelot not gonna happen. Mary Payne doesn't look like it's gonna happen. So it's like, might as well just forget about the gameplay side of shit.
God give you good day, Mistress Blogg. Pray tell, what brings you?
I would know whether my lover, Owen Wood, is resolved to leave me something in his will. A small legacy, mayhap. A large one. I do hope he intends to leave me something.
Owen Wood? He is the Dean of Armagh, is he not? But were you not pursuing, Richard Bancroft, the Bishop of London?
Aye, and your notion to use Lambeth Palace for an assignation did work wondrous well. We had a small dalliance, the bishop and I. But 'tis all over now, for I did end it.
Only a small dalliance. But I thought your plans for the bishop were larger in scope. In our last consultation, you had me believe you were looking for something more substantial.
Aye, I was. But I will not lie, I was disappointed.
I see. Now perchance we may proceed to this matter concerning Owen Wood. Pray tell, why would you wish to know whether he has included you in his will? Is he gravely ill?
Not presently, but methinks he will be soon, for he has gone to Ireland to join that peacocking mumphead, the Earl of Essex.
So yeah, our choices play there.
He has gone to fight in Robert Devereux's military campaign to put down the Catholic rebels in Ireland. But you're being a little harsh, are you not? 'Tis true he has had some bad luck of late, but the Earl is a fine...
Oh, a swole-headed failson is what his lordship is. 'Twould not surprise me if he read his map upside down and marched his men into a bog to drown. Pray, let us do my reading, if you please.
Certainly. If Owen Wood, the Dean of Armagh, were to die, would Alice Blogg inherit anything from his estate?
Tired of dead. But I don't know who Owen Wood is. Will not be gentle. Faithful to his wife. Did she already fucking break up with Thomas Blogg a long time ago? I guess this is like multiple years. Good angels. A secret revealed on his death. How would we even know? This is what I mean. It's like, how would I even know? Frittered away his fortune. And it wouldn't be gentle. He's going to war. Marred with conflict and deceit. Not resist being channeled as lover. She's to receive a legacy from Wood upon his death, which surprised and charity Mrs. Wood. Let's just go with this because it seems
are
funny.
indeed mentioned in Dean Wood's will. Unbeknownst to his wife, he plans to leave you a portion of his fortune. Forsooth, that is what the stars do tell, but if I might offer you my own counsel...
Oh, what an angel of a man! Did I not know it? Dearest Owen, I shall raise a toast to him at the Quiet Bear this even.
Not enough to get to the top, though. Here's the husband. He's not gonna be happy we've been throwing his name everywhere. I don't know if these are supposed to hint at what to do or
Good
what.
morning, D-Blog. How may I do your service this day?
I must begin by thanking you for your previous service, Dr. Foreman.
Oh.
For though the previous reading you gave me...
Okay, well, I guess we're good on him. That'll be 4, but we need 4 more. And the chances of that, unless this works out, these others work out, like a bunch of these work out, then
Hard to hear.
it's unlikely.
It was honest and true.
Ah, yes. Raleigh and Essex's pursuit of the Spanish treasure ships did not end well, so I hear. Though I am glad
Not to mention a lot of these, you can like mess with the outcome of events, like what events are gonna happen, like Essex's like little thing. If it's like ruined and you tell him it's going to be ruined, like I guess it pays off. I don't know.
You fair warning of it.
As am I. A most lamentable affair that has cost me very dear. And I know not how, but my wife Alice has lately learned of our perilous financial situation.
Ah, has she?
Aye, and she has had me petition the Archbishop for a promotion. 'Tis her reckoning that if I were promoted to bishop, the increased living
I hope
would
I
enable
still
me
get
to settle our debts.
the
That
100.
would seem wise
I
under
guess
the
we have to get out of
circumstances.
here safely.
And was your petition successful?
It was. At least at first. Indeed, His Grace did have me believe he is minded to make me Bishop of Salisbury.
The Bishopric of Salisbury? But that is excellent well, is it not?
It would be very well, forsooth. But many months have passed, and the Archbishop gives yet no sign of granting the vacant bishopric to anybody.
I see. And he does not say when the matter may be decided?
Nay, indeed he does not. Whenever I raise the question with His Grace, he says he needs time to consider the various episcopal and doctrinal matters concerning such an appointment. All the while, he has me performing additional duties that I dare not refuse, lest I lose his favour. And Mistress Blarg has sent him pies upon numerous occasions.
And yet the Archbishop is not moved? Oh, he must be a very hard man indeed, for your wife's pies are well renowned for their powers of persuasion. Now, let us see what the stars can tell us. Will Thomas Blarg, Dean of Rochester, be granted the bishopric of Salisbury?
No. But we'll tell him yes. So we can get the letter and get out of here or something. Want him to be really happy after this meeting today. Patient.
The
Tell him to be
stars do
patient.
confirm that you will be granted the bishopric, for you have acquitted your duties well and proved yourself a skilled administrator. Forsooth, I've heard it remarked that the recent removal of some of your cathedral's more decadent furnishings has rendered the cathedral more, well, more suitable for humble worship and sober reflection.
Blessed news! And upon which day will I be ordained? I must inform Mistress Blarg, so that she may prepare our household for removal to the Bishop's Palace at Salisbury.
Well, I would advise you and Mistress Blarg not to act too precipitously, for the stars indicate that you may need to exercise the Christian virtue of patience, as...
Patience? Sirrah, do not speak to me of patience. John Whitgift has strung me along for over a year on this matter. A bishop's living is little use to me if I'm to be bankrupted while waiting on it.
Of course, how we didn't get it right. Jesus. This is what's so annoying, is like you get the points but they don't go like over, so like if you lose them in that thing, like you have to like nail the one that you still run in on. I'm getting tired of this shit. I was trying to pick something safe, and it ends up being like bad. Like I figured it would be bad to tell him about the stolen shit. And the other thing sounded ridiculous, like it would make him seem like, you know, oh, some crazy shit's gonna happen where you fucking, everything will magically change. Like, no, I figured I just, hey, be patient, let's roll. It'll happen, right? But no.
Ah, good morrow, Mr. Moore. How fare you this day?
Forsooth, I fare very well, for I have become acquainted with the most wondrous of creatures, a lady who has lately been widowed.
Ah, let me just take some notes here. Is this one dark or fair? Auburn with eyes of green, mayhap? I do not believe there's yet been an auburn-haired maid.
Fie, Mr. Foreman. Prithee show more respect for ladies than to view them as mere collections of physical charms. Beauty alone is of nothing to a man such as I. Nay, my heart does belong to a worldly woman of culture and learning. Her head almost as striking as the soft hair and radiant eyes that adorn it. Indeed, her gift of understanding is so strong she can listen to my sonnets for hours on end.
She can she? Forsooth, the lady does show great strength of mind indeed. And how might I advise you?
I would have you tell me whether I should marry her, for, as you know, I have offered my troth to ladies in the past, and it has not ended well for me. So, this time I did tell myself, Lancelot, you will proceed with caution. You will know the lady for at least a month before you think of wedding her, and then you'll go directly to Foreman for his counsel.
Then let us consult the stars now. Should Lancelot Moore marry this wondrous and worldly widow?
Like how that last choice with him felt just pointless. It was literally just a test of if you were paying attention to the amount of days between his like little story thing, and then like nothing came of it, just lost points. Like, does this even matter when our points are like super low with him? Like, who cares, right? It's just for the sake of itself. Which would be fine if the points weren't there. It would be more funny if the points weren't here and we just had people dying and silly shit going on. Like, this makes you feel like there's like failure, right? Like you've done wrong or something. Which kind of makes it harder to like kind of get a rise out of some of it. It's not like a lot of it's even that ridiculous or funny. They're just kind of get angry at you and like that's it, right? Some of it's funny when like somebody goes and does some crazy shit and then they croak or some shit or come back. Like with the hypochondriac guy, it was kind of funny. A lot of people just get pissy and they're like, okay, like, all that's interesting. See if all hidden motives are at play. Loves his emotions, rules, finances, but risk by acting impatiently. So this widow he's talking to is definitely that chick who's killing everybody for money or whatever, right? But I'm so low on his, I should just set him up to die, right? Let's just agree, because it's
the
funnier.
stars do favor this match. The alliance would serve
And then
you
we'll
well,
help the lady
for this lady
kill
is
him.
intelligent and aspires to greatness. For a man of your station, the guidance and support of such a woman is oft essential to the attainment of success and advancement.
Then 'tis decided. Oh, wondrous day. I will at once to Emma go to ask her hand in marriage.
Emma. Of course. You know?
For when she tries her best, 'tis then she
Eating some shit.
from being overdressed to poisoning her guest.
Overdressed.
Good day, Mistress Fortescue.
I do hope you may help me, Dr. Foreman, for I am mightily afflicted with fever and pain.
Yes, I see.
Hers has been pretty
Your
straight
face
up.
is a trifle red in colour. When did your troubles begin? At a dinner party, perchance?
Nay, 'twas at a luncheon, the one I gave this day. I sought to play a trick upon my friend, Lady Emma Dyer, and I worry God is punishing me for my japery.
And what manner of jape did you play on your friend at this luncheon of yours? Pray, describe the ruse to me.
Well, I came upon the idea when I took receipt of a trunk full of exotic goods from the New World. Lovely gifts sent home to me by my gallant husband. Know you of my husband, Captain Henry Fortescue? He is a great friend of Sir Walter Raleigh, of course.
I think you have mentioned him once or twice, madam.
The trunk contained a parcel of dried fruits, full red in colour they were, and with them a note of warning. On it was writ that these fruits, if not consumed in moderation, can provoke a hot, pricking fever when ingested.
Ah, yes. I have read of this fruit in the writings of Spanish explorers. Capsicum caramba mequema is the botanical name, I believe.
I am well known for serving the most original dishes at my table. Hence my guests were not surprised when I invited them to try my exotic fruit. I served them each a sweet pie containing one of these, capsicum...
caramba mequema.
But I made sure Emma received a pie containing the very largest fruit, and I the very smallest one.
I see. You hoped to occasion a fever in your friend while escaping the same fate yourself. And yet this ruse did not succeed, I take it.
Nay, it did not, Dr. Foreman. Most of my guests dared only take one bite of their pies before abandoning them, finding themselves unequal to the challenge. But Emma ate hers all up, as did I. I was sure I would be safe, and that she would turn red and begin to perspire most shamefully, but she remained as cool as a cucumber. But
you, madam?
But I began to feel such pain in my mouth and throat. My
did you
face
switch
and
'em?
eyes turned red. Moisture gathered on my brow and bosom, and damp marks appeared on my bodice. I could not conceal it from my guests. 'Twas humiliating.
How distressing for you, madam. Let us now seek a solution to this mystery in the stars. What might explain the querent's affliction?
Like, hers are kind of fun because it's just like there actually feels like you can like figure out what happened by the events. Like, how would this have worked out? Like, she switched the pies or something. Right? Like, it's kind of like a, can you infer what's going on? Where the other guys are like, you can't really guess from the story, and like it could be somebody else's way down the line, or you have to just have faith that it'll work out in the end. Or do you like help them, or do you like uncover their plots? And it's like, it's kind of like arcane, right? Like, I mean, I feel like you realistically wouldn't know the first time. Like I've said. Which makes the first playthrough have a level of irritation. Here. I mean, you only need 8, and there's much more than 8, but I mean, like, this will probably not work out because I bullshitted him. This probably won't work out because I bullshitted him. This one might. Emma's will work out. Lancelot's ain't happening. She's too low. Whitgift might. I mean, it's good they don't need you to get them all up there, but... Lusty passion. Witchcraft. Like, what do these even mean? Her friend switched the pies, probably, dude. Are we supposed to say Quincy because that's what happens when you have too much of the pie? And that's supposed to indirectly mean she had the heavy pie or whatever? Finally gonna be lusty passions. Bewitched, like trickery of her friend. It's like, this doesn't even, like, what does it even fucking mean, dude? Like, it's written so like ooh, you know, wordy and fancy. I got no idea. I'm gonna look it up. I'm more curious to know than I am to get the result. So what is this?
One moment, madam, while I consult that Spanish book I mentioned earlier. The one recounting travels in the New World. Ah, yes. That is interesting.
What is interesting, Dr. Foreman?
The stars say you have quinsy, and this book confirms my suspicions as to what provoked it. Madam, 'tis not the larger fruits that occasion pain when consumed. 'Tis the small ones, such as the one you had baked into the pie
Or
for
that.
yourself.
You mean to say the
I
smaller
figured she
fruits
just
are more
switched it.
dangerous than the larger ones? How strange! Verily,
But
how
this has
topsy-turvy.
nothing to do with it
Pain
at
will
all.
be gone by the morrow, but in the
So
meantime...
the only way to get this
you
one
may
right was
find
just to
relief
pick the
by-
only one that actually sounded like a real medical issue, right? Bewitching, and the other one are just bullshit.
Washing your mouth out with wine.
I was hoping it'd be more something, so never mind about what I said. I thought it'd be like get to
Any wine will do, madam.
pick some cute
God
shit out.
give ye good even, Mistress
Like
Fortescue.
read the situation and figure it out like the other ones. Like clearly she was getting fucked by her own stuff. But...
Humphrey Bell, who is
Humphrey Bell.
comely youth, mayhap a little shy, but pleasing to the eye.
More new characters.
His shape, the form, so smooth, as he a sweetheart, pray tell us the truth.
Good morrow, young sir. Methinks this is your first consultation, Mr.
Humphrey Bell, sir.
And how may I do you service this day, Mr. Bell?
I want to get lean in that.
You wish to become lean, you say? And why would you need to be any leaner than you are now? You do not appear at all overplump. Indeed, you appear to be a young man in the full vigour of health.
Yay, but I do the lady parts though, innit?
You do the lady parts. Oh, I see. You are a player who plays feminine roles upon the stage.
Wait,
Yes, I think I recognize you now. You play for Lord Chamberlain's men, do you not? The company of players led by Will Shakespeare, Richard Burbage, and Will Kemp, among others.
Aye, sir. I play for them as a hired man, and next month I'm to play a fairy queen in a play we're doing for Lord Hunston at his daughter's wedding. But bossman Burbage says I'm too plump for the role.
Humphrey, your girth does make it difficult for an audience to imagine you getting up out of your fairy throne, let alone flying.
Yes, I think I understand. 'Twould imperil the audience's suspension of disbelief, thus breaking the fourth wall, as you players so call it.
Ah, sir, indeed.
Voice
Mr.
actors
Burbage worries much for them
iffy.
scenery walls, for he says my rear end is of such a size 'tis liable to smash right through 'em. Anyways, Mistress Burbage
Big
told me that
ass.
to fit into her gowns she bids herself chunder after eating. Might you give me some herbs for that or something?
And Mistress Burbage would be Richard Burbage's wife, I presume. Well, to judge what would be most effective in your case, I shall need to
We're gonna
consult
kill the poor
stars.
man if we make him
What
throw
should
up all the
Mr.
time.
Humphrey Bell do to become leaner?
Not throw up all the time. I mean, isn't this the best thing? Just eat less food, right? I mean, isn't that the answer here? The other ones are both like the same. Or does he want us, like, to have him throw up? Is that, like, that important?
The solution is quite simple, Mr. Bell. If you would make yourself leaner, you have but to eat less.
Why would I need a doctor to tell me that though? I need something to do it quicker than that, urgent like. Know you what I mean?
Indeed. Sadly, I am familiar with the tendency of the young folk of this day to seek quick, easy fixes to their problems.
What about Mistress Burbage and her chundering though? Can I not have what she is taking?
Well, there are ways to induce imbalances in your body to purge itself, but doing so is not at all healthsome. For instance, I might have told you of the dangerous practice of taking goodly quantities of prunes and rhubarb to purge from the fundament, but that would have been negligent of me, for as a physician I cannot endorse...
Prunes and rhubarb? So I just eat them things? Easy.
Thank
you, Doctor. Give you a good day.
Hold, sir. I'd strongly advise against such a...
I guess it's just supposed to be funny, man. Oh, he's back.
But if Essex disobeys the Queen, she'll put him in the ground.
I was having sex with her not the option. I picked having him go to war.
I must own, your lordship's visit to my chambers does surprise me, for I'd believed, well, indeed all of England believes, that you are in Ireland at present.
Did anyone see me? No? Good.
No, he's not
now,
actually,
bid your
no.
manservant close the shutters.
As your lordship pleases. William! William! Pray close the shutters. Yes, all of them. And fetch us some candles.
I pray the counsel you give me this
Nothing
day be
changes.
wise, Sirrah, for I find myself in the most desperate of predicaments.
And the last advice I gave you? That of offering to lead a military campaign to put down the Irish rebellion? I trust it worked to win back the Queen's favour. Indeed, the parade given to send you off was most impressive. I was there. Did you see me? I did wave at you.
Fucking dude's so
Nay,
lame.
I do not imagine you would have seen me. So great were the crowds.
Yes, my offer to lead the campaign was well received by the Queen. But there was a fatal flaw in your advice.
Oh, and this flaw was...
Is it not obvious? I had to verily go to that midge-ridden bog-hole and try to put down the Irish. God's breath! Have you seen the Irish? They are savages. That Irish chieftain O'Neill and his band of fen-born brutes are especially bad.
This game is definitely like a play it twice kind of design type of game.
And are now back home safe in England.
Nay, I am not yet safe in England, I fear. For when the Queen finds out that I made a truce with O'Neill, heaven only knows how ill she will take it. Even my leaving Ireland without her permission will doubtless vex her.
Then the Queen has not been informed of your return?
Nay, she knows yet nothing of it. I am at present taking refuge with my sister, the Countess of Devonshire, at her country estate. But I cannot hide there forever. Hence I am come to you this day so that the stars may advise me on how I may extract myself from my current predicament and win back the favour of the Queen.
Then let us see what the stars advise. How might Lord Devereux escape the displeasure of Her Majesty the Queen and regain her favour?
The son she never had. Sure, dude.
The stars foretell of violence enacted by officers of the law.
Ah, verily. 'Tis doubtless a beheading. Forsooth, I do enjoy a good beheading.
Well, 'tis likely to be a trifle more elaborate than that. If the Queen is particularly vexed, it will start with a quick hanging until just afore the point of death, followed by a disemboweling and emasculation.
Ah, yes, of course.
Whereafter the gentleman is invited to watch his own entrails and privy parts being lightly grilled upon an open fire, before he is chopped into 4 separate pieces.
A quartering, I think you mean?
Which, as etiquette dictates, are then to be
Taking
buttoned
a
up
to-
and sent as gifts to any friends and family members unable to attend the ceremony.
Ah, yes, splendid. An execution with all the trimmings. Verily, whilst a simple beheading can be a most elegant entertainment, 'tis a trifle too, well, continental for my taste. Why, 'tis oft over in mere moments, whereas a full English execution keeps one entertained throughout the whole morning. Though I fail to see what this has to do with... God's breakfast! You mean... I am the one to be hung, drawn, and quartered?
Well, yes, very possibly. I am afeard the only course left to you now is to humble yourself before the Queen. The stars suggest you might be able to convince her to look upon you as the son she never had. A naughty, wayward child who has rebelled against his parent. With time and patience, she may forgive you.
In truth, 'tis not the worst of ideas, and it might even clear the path for the possibility of... Yes, methinks this plan may serve me very well.
Yes. No, we already had his. Forgot. I've got 4. Very unlikely I'm gonna get 8. Very unlikely.
Good day, Your Grace, and well met. Might I
what was that
inquire
for?
whether Your Grace has made a decision regarding whether to give Thomas Blagg the bishopric of Salisbury?
Ah, yes, Dean Blagg. I had my chaplain look into what you told me regarding irregularities in Dean Black's stewardship of Rochester Cathedral. Methinks you said he was embezzling coin and pawning cathedral furnishings, did you not? Well, it seems you did speak true.
Oh, indeed?
Of course, I will make nothing of it, as I wish to avoid the scandal. I merely told Dean Blanc that I could not offer him the bishopric due to various episcopal and doctrinal constraints.
Of course. And what problem would your grace wish me to address this day?
Oh, 'tis a problem with my other deans. With each passing day there seems to be a new dean at the palace gates, come to petition me for this wretched bishopric of Salisbury. Presently, 'tis Owen Wood, the Dean of Armagh. Since he returned from Ireland, he talks of nothing else.
How tiresome for your grace.
Indeed. I have told Owen that I am giving his request careful consideration, but in my experience, this only delays a dean for so long. I do have to grant the occasional bishopric, or else my deans become restless.
Doubtless, your grace.
But after what I learned about Dean Blagg, I must take care to exercise caution. Hence, I would have you tell me anything you know, that is, anything the stars reveal, about Owen Wood, that would render him unsuitable to perform the role of...
Wait, we could shit on that
Let
other
us
chick.
ask the stars. Is there any reason why the Most Reverend John Whitgift, the Archbishop of Canterbury, should not grant Owen Wood the bishopric of Salisbury?
I did such an ass kisser. Wouldn't this fuck with Alice? Whatever,
I must
dude.
advise against granting Owen Wood the bishopric.
But it's good for this
stars
guy.
reveal that he has sinned most grievously.
We'll just be an asshole. Just fuck over everybody.
I am afeard Dean Wood did commit the sin of adultery.
Nothing else?
'Twas more than once, your grace.
Doubtless, doubtless. While I appreciate your most excellent discernment of this information from the stars, I must own that Dean Wood's extra-clerical activities are already well known to me. Why, even my own wife has had a tumble with them.
Your grace, I am sorry.
Hold, Sarah. In truth, 'tis of no consequence to me. What occurs in Lambeth Palace bides in Lambeth Palace, as we like to say. But you are right to remind me of Dean Wood's indiscretions, for mayhap it be not wise to elevate Owen to such a public position as bishop. I do have the reputation of the church to consider.
Indeed, your grace.
I will tell Owen that while I had every intention of granting him the bishopric, my hands are now tied due to various episcopal and doctrinal constraints.
Very wise, your grace. And one more matter, if I may. Has your grace yet had the opportunity to consider the granting of my medical license?
Ah, yes, that. Once my chaplain has finished looking into the matter, I shall be giving it careful consideration. Good day.
I don't think he's gonna be doing it, man. Or if it's even possible to get everybody's letter in one playthrough. How did this happen?
Good day, Lady Dyer.
Good day, Dr. Foreman. But I can no longer claim the title of Lady Dyer, for
Oh,
Lord
no.
Dyer passed away last year. You must call me Mistress Moore now, for I am lately remarried.
Indeed? I am full sorry to hear of Lord Dyer's death, Mistress Moore. Pray tell, what did your late husband die of?
'Twas the diabetes, The disease
The
you judged him
diabetes.
as having. He died from wounds that never healed.
You mean the cut on his lordship's hand? But I recall you saying the wound was trifling small.
There's a bigger
Oh, yes, that wound was. But through misfortune he acquired many more. One evening, while we were summering at our country estate, he was leaning out upon the balcony when the stone railing gave way and he fell into our rose garden. The thorns cut him near to pieces. Poor dear Henry. He did so love his roses.
There,
course,
dear
of
lady.
course.
My wish is to leave such sorrows behind and think only of my new husband, Lancelot Moore. My Lancelot is a fine man, a
He's
man
got
of
quite
great
the
talent.
face here.
Indeed, he has so much potential that I am loath to see it go to waste. And, as you doubtless know, Lord Devereux, Earl of Essex, is presently leading a military campaign to put down the Catholic rebels in Ireland.
Forsooth I do know, madam. Indeed, I myself was at the parade to send Lord Devereux off on his travels.
Oh,
Have
that's
you a
great.
notion that your husband should enlist as a soldier in his lordship's campaign?
Indeed I do, Dr. Foreman. For you see, my husband Lancelot is full brave.
Yes, I am told that Lancelot has distinguished himself in many fierce battles against fathers and the like.
But I seek your reassurance that if I were to send Lancelot to Ireland, he would return unharmed. No doubt the Earl is leading his men very well, but I hear tell those Irish tribesmen are most savage in battle. Dare I let my husband face such fearsome beasts?
Let us see what the stars advise.
But they've already come to an
Should
agreement.
Lancelot Moore join Lord Devereux's campaign in Ireland? Would he find glory in battle or death?
I'm not gonna call her out. I want to help her. There gonna be some choice later with like 4 options. I'm surprised it isn't like a triangle, considering there's only ever 3. Maybe there will be 4 at some point. We already know how it's gonna go, so if we want to help her, I mean, this doesn't really help. Well, this will make her send off to Ireland, but hasn't he already made a deal with Ireland? I mean, aren't both of these just agreeing? Although this makes it seem like he'll be okay if he goes. So she wouldn't send him. Whatever. We'll just see. Maybe she'll die anyways.
Madam, I urge you not to send your husband to Ireland. There is a goodly chance he would die in battle.
Oh, verily?
Aye. According to the stars, England's campaign against the Catholic rebels fares very ill. Whilst Robert Devereux may be a skilled military commander, The Catholic rebels are clever strategists. They have the upper hand.
By the saints, how frightful! I will at once to my husband go and entreat him not to venture to Ireland.
I'm sure you will.
Hear ye, hear ye! Lancelot Moore drowns in Irish fog! Grieving Moore family demands answers! Hear ye!
Hey, that's what he deserves, man. Scum, dude. Doesn't matter if our guy goes down, man. He's taking down the scum with him. Except that lady. We're letting her just murder everybody. I don't know if we could get 3 more. This is gonna be probably bad for us.
Good day, mistress. What brings you?
I am come about my lover who is lately returned from Ireland.
Ah, yea, and your current lover is, as I recall... Ah, yes, your lover at present is Owen Wood, the Reverend Dean of Armagh, is it not?
Aye.
And according to my notes, you were afeard he might die in battle, and yet you do not appear to be much pleased he's returned alive. Whatever is the matter, madam?
It is being said around the diocese that my lover, Owen Wood, is romantically entangled with 2 other women.
And who might these 2 other women be? Might one of them be his wife, or...?
Of course not. Do not jape with me, Foreman. I did hear that one of the ladies Owen is seeing is Mistress Ways, while the other is a certain Anne Hayborn, with whom I am not yet acquainted. I do hear she is a very young and comely maiden, though mayhap a maiden no longer. I prithee, scribble one of those doodles of yours and tell me if this be true.
Madam, if you will but afford me some silence and calm, I will compose one of my doodles, as you so call my mathematically precise astronomical charts, and endeavour to answer your question.
Mathematically precise.
To wit, is Owen Wood, the Dean of Armagh, wooing...
I do think
women?
his character is pretty... He's decently written, right? I mean, he's not like super likable or anything, but like the voice acting, it just is kind of... Even though he's kind of like a quack, but just kind of how he tries to be intelligent and I don't know how to put his character, but the characters in this are relatively believable. I mean, believable, like they're entertaining. You can get into them. Like I said, I have a problem with some of the situations and just some of the layout and all that kind of crap of a lot of it, but oh, the dialogue's not bad. I think really the biggest problem is probably repetition. Sexual reversal.
Alas, I am afeard your suspicions are well founded, madam, for the stars do indicate that Dean Wood has been paying court to several other ladies.
Fie! What a maid-fiddling maggot of a man is he! Be I not woman enough for him?
Well, indeed. My chart does seem to suggest that if he does seek intimacies further afield, 'tis owing to...
Pray, go on. 'Tis owing to what?
To a preference for sweet and gentle companionship of a more feminine nature.
Does he indeed? How very interesting. Nay, verily, fie upon Owen Wood. On my honour, he will very likely want some sweet and gentle treatment once I am finished with him.
I get fucked for it.
Godspeed, Mistress Blagg.
For doing our job, man. Like, this doesn't even have anything to do with him, though. It's just what, like, she thinks of Owen. You're like, what? It's just annoying, man. These are funny sometimes, but they do get a touch old occasionally. I think they're more clever than a lot of the scenes, but once again, it's kind of repetitive. It is kind of the same scene, 5 hours straight, every time somebody comes in. If the actual, like, lines they use weren't, like, funny, it'd be a lot more annoying.
God give you good evening, Your Grace. I trust you were pleased with the previous counsel I gave you? The advice I gave against granting Owen Wood the bishopric of Salisbury.
Ah, yes. Your counsel did indeed prove sound, for Dean Wood is now cods deep in scandal. The parish council has received numerous paternity suits, and 'tis said that scores of defiled wenches bethrong the gates of his deanery each morning, clutching suckling babes and demanding recourse. As for young Anne Hayborn, she has had her reputation ruined, and Dean Ways is barely speaking to his wife anymore.
On my word, how disgraceful.
Aye.
That worked out for me.
If only Owen had the sense to exercise more discretion.
Yes, indeed, Your Grace.
The Bishop of London, for instance, manages his affairs very quietly. I might have been able to look the other way, but in this instance I could not let Owen's indiscretions pass. For a wretched local woman by the name of Mary Payne got wind of the scandal and stirred up a public fuss about it.
Mary Payne.
Oh, the devil take the woman and her bacon-faced husband.
If I might venture an opinion, Your Grace, mayhap if we were to pay no heed to Mary Payne and her ilk, they would eventually tire of their animus and leave us all be. But is it upon such problems you come this day, or upon some other matter?
I am come about my health. I believe I do ail of something.
Then pray, describe your complaints to me, Your Grace.
Well, I am afflicted with pain in my back, and at times I find myself hard of breathing. Indeed, I feel I may have phlegm in my chest, and I do bear these odd-looking spots upon my body that will not mend.
If you will permit me to loosen your robes to examine you? Oh, I see. Methinks I have a notion of what ails you. Let me confirm it with a reading of the stars. What troubles Archbishop Whitgift?
Do you not want to fuck William still? Maybe he's leading into it. It's not on his privates. Like venereal disease occasioned by lying with a cocky person. Characterized by persistent sores on the arms and legs, short windedness and bodily aches. I mean, this sounds more right. Chest pain. Those warts. I'm gonna check this one. I'm curious. I'm assuming it's the Scorpio one. Let me find this again. Where was it? Scorpio,
yeah. Your Grace, I know not how to put this delicately.
We're just really close on this guy, so I'd like to just nail it.
French
Just in case.
pox. I am not sure how this is possible, as you're a man of the cloth. Indeed, mayhap I check the stars again.
No need. I did suspect as much.
Verily? How astute of
This
you.
fucking
The French pox
hard.
can oft be difficult to cure, but in your case, it is not far advanced. This ointment of ball grease and mercury is to be applied to your entire body. It must be rubbed in vigorously to ensure the mercury is well absorbed into the skin. You may then expect to see the sores on your body start to heal within a matter of days.
I see. And, I imagine your manservant William will be giving me this treatment?
No, Your Grace. The grease is to be taken home with you and applied each night before bed for 9 days. Mayhap your chaplain could apply it to Your Grace's body.
Ah, yes, a fine idea. I thank you for this treatment, sir. Fare you well, Dr. Foreman.
Before you leave, Your Grace, might I inquire again as to the possibility of you granting me a medical license? Your Grace did mention you would give it careful consideration.
Ah, yes, indeed I did I not? Have no fear, Dr. Foreman. My chaplain is looking into it.
Well, he's
Good
clearly
day.
not. Guys, as we've learned, I mean, that's what's cute about writing. Like, as we've learned how he treats his deans, pushing them off and not giving a fuck and being immoral, like, he's clearly not giving a fuck about this. It's just, like, you can gather, obviously, what's going on there, and that's why it's, like, funny. It's not, like, brain dead. I got 6 now. Need 2 more. Free Bell's possible, man. But he's probably gonna be like dead after that last one. Lancelot's dead. Mary Payne is like nothing. These two are very iffy, man.
Here comes Lord Devereux, ready to fight, wide-eyed and restless he's been.
I don't care about this guy. We already got his level.
He may not know much, but he knows that he's right. Never has the best
Ah, give ye good morrow, my
Unless he
lord.
kills us.
I trust your
I
lordship
doubt
is
that.
well this day.
Well? God's body! Am I likely to be well? I have been languishing under lock and key while all England goes to ruin.
Ah, yes. I did hear something of your arrest. I take it your encounter with the Queen did not go as well as planned.
Nay, 'twas a disaster. I took the precaution of seeking an audience with Her Majesty just after dawn, to be sure I would find her alone. But when I entered her bedchamber, she let out such a blood-curdling scream it alerted the palace guards, who ran into the room and arrested me.
But you were imprisoned in your York House residence, were you not? The fact that you were placed under house arrest and not imprisoned in the Tower surely speaks to the Queen's fondness for you. I trust your time in confinement was not uncomfortable, at least.
Well, yes, my time away from the world and its trifling concerns did, in truth, prove useful. It afforded me time to reflect on larger questions, to take stock of my life and put recent events in perspective.
Ah, I see. And what resolution did this quiet period of sober reflection bring you? A closer relationship with God? Or perchance you are resolved to spend more time with your family?
Of course not.
Nay, I said my mind was turned to larger questions. To wit, am I destined for greater things? Am I chosen by God to rule a kingdom? For I must needs act. The realm is under threat from within. For why was I verily imprisoned? Was it merely to punish me for some trifling mistakes I made in Ireland? Nay, 'twas to separate me from the Queen.
Well, I imagine after discovering you in Her Majesty's bedchamber...
Do you not yet see? The Privy Council means to keep me away from Whitehall, lest I see how they have contrived to control and manipulate the Queen since I left for Ireland.
My lord! Are you saying the Queen is weak and no longer in control of her reign?
Aye, indeed. Something must be done about it. Well, man, do not just stand there.
Yes, of course, my lord. Let us see whether the stars may give you your answer. Is Robert Lord Devereux, Earl of Essex, destined to, rule England?
Doesn't matter what I pick. We should pick whatever gets him killed. Friend's advice. Yes. You will be king,
Stars
dude.
confirm your fears, my lord. Her Majesty's failure to provide an
If
heir
he's
has
as mediocre of a
created
man as they
conditions for
say,
much
surely he'll
plotting and
die.
scheming, and her refusal thus far to name a successor has provided an opportunity for powerful
want him dead.
forces who would seek to gain control of the throne.
That'd be funny.
Indeed, the realm is in grave danger, and the stars suggest that you are a strong, wise
I mean,
leader
I've got his
chosen
letter
by
already.
God to lead England. Mayhap as
See, this is my thing. Like, I want to
protector of
just.
the realm?
I have more fun after I've gotten the letter because I could just pick whatever.
Huzzah!
As to practical matters, the stars suggest you use your significant.
And because there's so much. I mean, as long as it's not just like a raw right or wrong, there's so many like intertwined things that happen based on the choices, I guess. I mean, that's how it seems, at least. I could see them going differently. That it's more fun to kind of just pick your own deal and try to like weave the events how you want.
Wealth to, ensure cooperation and
Do this.
procure the influence you will need to secure success in this endeavor.
Then I will rally my forces and make the necessary preparations. For England, for God, Queen, and country. Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Be right back. Alright. Sec here. I'm gonna make sure some of my old VODs aren't about to disappear. I cut a few weeks in advance, but 3 days left. Alright, I'm gonna leave that up and remember remember to do that. Need to cut the DS erase stuff. One sec. Need to get everything ready for later so I don't forget. Okay. Oh, here he is. Well, this one I well, I don't think. Maybe we could save it here, but I think we're about to get fucked.
Good day, Dean Blag. How now, good sir? I see you do ale of something.
I do ale of something, Foreman. Forsooth, I fear I am very ill indeed, for I tremble day and night with fever, and my face does itch and prick with pain.
Verily, you do exhibit upon your nose and cheeks a rash of a most remarkable hue.
Before you do this reading for me, Foreman, I must have your word that you will not speak of this to my wife, Alice. In truth, I have had her believe that I was set upon by an angry swarm of wasps that have lately been nesting in the north transept of the cathedral.
I do understand. A kind husband would naturally wish to shield his wife from any undue distress.
Yea, that of course. And there be also the small matter of the promise I did make to restore the Blag family fortune before I died, and thus not leave my wife and children to live in penury when I am gone. If Mistress Blag were to think that I am gravely ill, it would provoke some awkwardness between us that I would rather wish to avoid.
I take it then that your finances are also in poor health.
Look how shitty everybody is in this.
And had you warned me that the Archbishop would never grant me the bishopric of
funny.
Salisbury, perchance I may have acted sooner to recover.
I wonder how much of this really happens, or if it's just small shit like that.
As to your wife, Alice,
like
be
in
not
other
afeard,
playthroughs.
sir. We doctors take querent confidentiality most seriously.
Of course.
As Hippocrates did say, testa Apollinum medicum secreta. Among other things. Now, mayhap we proceed to consult the stars on the matter of your condition.
Can we get
With
15
what
points out
disease
of
is
them in
my
the very
cruel
end?
Thomas Blag troubled, and how may he be cured?
Space. He's not a drinker. He didn't talk about his shin.
It would seem you are troubled with a severe disease of the skin known as erysipelas. It is quite serious, though you may find some temporary relief from the pain and fever by vigorously purging from your fundament. To induce such a thing, I do advise the consumption of a considerable quantity of prunes, or mayhap rhubarb. Of course, it does depend on the season.
Erysipelas? Prunes? Oh, merciful Lord, if it be thy will that I should die, and if thou hast writ these mortal signs upon the stars, I beseech thee, have thy servant Simon Foreman speak the truth.
Prithee, sir, I had not finished. Oh, my dear friend, I will not lie to you. Your condition is quite advanced. In truth, I fear you must prepare for the worst. If you will not share this grave news with Mistress Blarg, perchance you might speak to her from the safety of, from beyond the grave? That is to say, write her a letter that may be read to her after you're gone. Your loving words, though thus delayed, may provide her comfort in her time of grief and destitution.
God bless you for your candour, sir. As well your wisdom and friendship these last years. I will now go and pray upon what you have told me.
Do I not get anything? Okay, I got it. I was like, man, I've only ever made like one or so mistakes on this guy. That base Simon. I will never. I love confidentiality. I'm a doctor. I believe in confidentiality and friendship. I've rolled this guy every single chance I could. I was totally fine with just him never ending up getting me a letter. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Need one more. This dude's dead. There's no way this is happening. I don't know what's up with Humphrey Bell. Alice is like our hope here. Already good on her. Yeah, if the dude doesn't die, that'd be funny, man. Oh, that was the end of his story. Maybe we'll see some stuff later. His wife won't give a shit,
Good
probably.
day, Mistress Fortescue. How may I help you this day?
What if you could
seem
twist
a
it so his
little out of
wife
breath.
cares more about him?
'Tis but my bodice. My maidservant did lace it far too tightly. Methinks she is a trifle vexed with me. Indeed, the atmosphere in the Fortescue household is exceeding ill at present.
The monkey dude.
And why is that?
Someone
He's
has
got a
been
little-
stealing food from the larder in the
little
night.
thing.
This morning, 3 whole swan pies were missing. Each member of the Fortescue household suspects another.
And whom do you think is the author of these thefts, madam?
Well, I suspect my son Harold, as his fondness for pie is well known. But Harry denies it and has accused our maidservant Gladys. And 'tis true that Gladys has become suspiciously wide about the girth of late. And as for Gladys, well, she is convinced the culprit is our African parrot, Sir Muncelot Grey. But Sir Muncelot has denied the accusation and blames my monkey.
Ah, and who does your monkey blame?
How now, Dr. Foreman? Be not absurd. Monkeys cannot speak.
Ah, yes. Then 'tis fortunate that God can.
And the
Speak
stars.
to us, that is, by way of the stars. Who in the Fortescue household has been sneaking into the larder at night to steal pies?
Wouldn't be her. Why would she be here? She ate the 5 pies. It's her. A foreign country. Let's blame the monkey, dude.
Madam, you may eliminate your son from your inquiries, for according to the stars, you have educated him well, and he knows not to steal pies.
Harry is innocent,
Not
is
a
he?
pie stealer.
Then who has been eating our pies?
I am afeard it is the very last individual you would suspect. An individual who is in this very room with us now.
How now, Dr. Foreman?
You, sir.
Surely you would not accuse me.
The ape.
Oh, nay, not you, madam. 'Tis your monkey. What was his name again?
You mean to say Sir Nanahad has been stealing our pies? Oh, my days! What a naughty monkey!
Quite. He is most naughty indeed, 'twould seem.
I must at once to home go and apologise to Sir Muncelot. I never should have doubted him. God give you
Sir
good evening,
Muncelot.
Dr. Foreman. You have been a bad boy, have you not, Sir Nanahad? Who's a naughty monkey? Yes, you! You're the naughty monkey! Yes!
Like the guy.
You're the naughty monkey!
Good even, Mistress Fortescue.
The Munch-a-Lot would be, you know. Okay, is that what Harry's name is? That works. Making Gladys so fat, and it's Gladys. Alright, should I just use a guide on this guy just to get the 8? I'll make a decision on what I would pick, and then I'll check. Because we're pretty close, I'm kind of curious. Then again, I might get fucked right here. He might just be dead.
Good even, Mr. Bell.
Throwing up
What brings
in
you
it.
so late this evening, young sir? Have you come from the playhouse?
Yay, I'm come from playing a Duchess in a special performance of Richard II. You know, that play that makes the Queen look bad.
So, Mr. Shakespeare decided to revive his play, did he? I see.
I need you to tell me what to do about my pay. Our seamstress told me she heard Mistress Burbage discoursing how John Crisp is getting paid a full shilling for each performance.
And you feel this is unfair, I take it? I gather Mr. Crisp's
John
pay is
Crisp.
greater than yours.
Aye, sir. 'Tis full twice as much coin as they pay me. What I get is barely enough to cover my rent. And my parts are well bigger than his, innit?
And you can fathom no reason for this disparity in
Flips him.
pay? He is more experienced, perchance.
What? I've been on the stage since I was
What?
a boy. And John's been playing for less than a year. Nay, sir. Mr. Burbage and them other company sharers are paying me less on account of how I'm doing the lady parts.
You mean to say you are being paid less simply because you perform lady roles?
Indeed. John only gets them main parts because he's big and tall, but I'm well better than he is. Critics call my Ophelia the most tantalizingly nubile and tragical performance since Henry Condell's Juliet.
Ah, yes. Having seen Hamlet, I would have to agree with them there. I must own that I, too, found your Ophelia most comely and alluring. Now, let's see what the stars advise.
Simon, is there anybody you
What can be
want?
done
Fuck.
about you being paid less than players of masculine roles?
What can you do about it? Wait. Seduce a woman. Seduce a man. Colleagues. Secrets on Humphrey's employers believe hypocritically. Rude business. Humphrey's boss's wife is pregnant with a masculine child. Boss can therefore not be trusted. I mean, I feel like B or A here. Or maybe A. Seduction. Okay, let's see. Let's see. People think. B is what this says. I mean, being patient hasn't worked with anybody else. We'll roll with it.
According to the stars, your employers, the Lord Chamberlain's men, are very wise businessmen.
How do you reckon that? On account of them contriving to pay me less than I deserve?
Precisely so, Mr. Bell. And being so wise, they doubtless deter their hired men from discoursing upon the coin they receive for their labour, perchance to the extent where the men harbour such feelings of shame and suspicion about it, they would more readily show each other their privy parts before they would show their pay.
Aye, 'tis true enough. We oft pull our yardles out when we're jesting about and that. But as for a man's pay, forsooth, 'tis considered most private.
Well, such prudery must end if you and your fellow players are to advance your interests, Mr. Bell. Indeed, Methinks that if you were all to begin freely discoursing upon these matters, you will find you are not the only player being paid unjustly. If you do decide to demand more coin from your employers, I advise you to unify with the other hired men and speak as one voice.
Sir, we shall unify and demand them company sharers pay us equal coin for equal playing.
Why are we?
Hear ye! Earl of Essex, foiled in Queen, kidnap, attempt, shocker! Biggest treason.
Dude, fucking over people's so much better in this, man. It's so much more fun. That's why I don't like the recommendations thing. Like, we already got his, so I just am like trying to kill him, man. Got what he deserved, man. Is a recommendation letter really that good if it's from like a dead man or a criminal? See what happens here.
With misfortune and with strife, especially if you be Black's wife.
We're really close on hers. So maybe I'll just actually guide this one, and then I'll just
Pray tell, how did
play
things
for you
fare with
after
your
that.
gentleman friend, Owen Wood, the Dean
I
of
don't want to
Parma?
guide too many of them, but
Alas, 'tis all over betwixt me and Dean Wood. I did ask him for a small loan, and he was most insulting about it. We have not spoken since. And I think I know why his ardour for me has cooled, for I did lately learn that he has been bedding half the women in the diocese.
Yes. I too did lately hear of this.
So your stars were very wrong to tell me I had nothing to fear from other women vying for Owen
never
Wood's
mind.
affections. But this day I am come about my husband. Methinks he is ill, yet he pretends he is not.
Pray describe his symptoms to me.
Well, yesterday
That was a
I
choice
did remark
like
that something
eons
was
ago we
amiss when
made.
Molly McDoon and I returned from the playhouse. Well, there was a special performance of Richard II at the Globe. Know you of it? Oh, 'tis the play that makes the Queen look bad.
I know of it.
When I came in the door, there was an awful racket coming from our upstairs rooms. I went to see what the matter was and found my husband tucked up abed, moaning and wailing, and with a monstrous rash all over his face.
you want him dead or
He
not?
told me some nonsense about having been stung by wasps, and that he is merely tired. But I do not believe him.
I see.
I bid you, Foreman, tell me true, for I grow ill with worry. Is it grave?
I'll tell her.
Darg had better not think of dying on me afore he has paid his debts.
Oh,
For as his
that's
widow,
the problem.
by law, you would inherit them, would you not? But mayhap there
Awesome.
is little to worry about. Let us consult the stars and see. What ails Thomas
I mean, we already got his
Dean of
letter.
Rochester?
We can just, my good friend. We're good friends, confidants. We're confidential as well. Melancholy. He's got melancholy, swelling in the cods. And we just tell him. Tell her, right? That's what I'm gonna do. Let me see here. What do they say? It's Aries. Yeah,
Alas,
that's what I'm gonna do.
I am afeard your husband is ill with a disease known as erysipelas.
Save this marriage.
He is in grave danger. Indeed, his case is advanced and beyond treatment. There is nothing to be done now, but prepare yourself for his death, Mistress Blagg. Madam? Alice? Come, Alice.
She doesn't really care about him, right?
Nay, I must not tarry. I am meeting Mistress McDoon at the Bear for a quiet one. Good day, Foreman.
But Alice...
Does she actually care in the long run? Even after all that? Dude, are we not gonna get anything? I need 40 points, lady. Yeah, I care more about the points than anything.
Traitor lose his head after losing mind. Earl of Essex gets the chop for
Whoops.
treason. Hear ye!
Did he get fully destroyed, quartered, and everything? See, I love we killed him, dude. This is so much better. But we got his Letterman. Like, it's so much more fun when there's nothing you gotta worry about. You just make choices. Mary Payne. Nothing's gonna happen with her.
Twist and turn your logic till your reason comes unstuck. Chastise Mary who you like, she will not give up. Will not give up.
Mary.
Well met, Mistress Payne. How fare you this day?
Most well indeed, sir.
Oh, I really
for
low
I am
on the
just
list
come
with
from
her.
taking my niece on an outing to Tower
Unless
Hill.
we get like an
'Twas
instant
to see the execution
max
of the
and,
traitor
like,
of Devereux.
Just
Ah, yes, Lord Devereux.
from 5 to 100, I doubt it.
Tragic end to a promising career.
And such a lovely beheading they gave us. My niece and I very much enjoy the hangings at Tyburn, but a beheading is so much more elegant, is it not? Verily, 'tis a better class of execution, I find, and the royal executioner did go down on Devereux with such skill. A single stroke was all it took to give us the traitor's head.
Aye, 'tis true the royal executioner gives excellent...
But I have no time to tarry here and gossip with you,
Excellent
Dr.
head.
Foreman. I am come on a matter of great concern, and I bid you do my reading with greater care this time, for last time you did alarm me quite unnecessarily with your tale of war in Texas.
Yeah, this is gonna
and
end
once
well.
the Queen does have the appearance of being naught but a painted corpse, propped up on a throne using artfully placed cushions, she is, in lore at least, still alive. Praised be.
Ah, indeed, praised be. And what is this new matter that concerns you?
'Tis that England is filling up with foreigners. Indeed, 'tis been going on for so many years now that in London 'tis rare to hear anyone discoursing in the English tongue any more. The city is crawling with continentals.
Ah, then I take it you do not enjoy your visits to the City of London.
Oh, nay, I have never been to London. For as I did just say, 'tis crawling with continentals, and Lambeth will soon suffer the same fate if we do not act. Why, only the other day, I spied a continental on the high street, a monstrous ogre of
What
a
is
man
a
he was.
continent?
And as for his face, his eyelashes were so fair, he had the appearance of having none at all.
Ah, yes, the Netherlanders. 'Tis true the people of the Netherlands can be fair of hair and tall of stature.
And 'tis surely no coincidence that Lambeth has suffered an increase in crime of late.
I wish we could kill this lady.
Safe, Dr. Foreman. Every night we ladies of 4th Street
It's only
do
the
shiver
dudes
in
who
our
die.
beds at the thought of these frighteningly large men.
I do not doubt it, madam. Now, let us see whether the stars might allay or confirm your
I don't
fears.
even care what we get
Should
with
the
hers.
residents of Lambeth be concerned about an influx of continentals?
No. Hmm. So we either shit on her. We're not supposed to use reasons, we're just supposed to probably say what she wants. I don't really care about her story. She's not very interesting, she's kind of a bitchy lady.
The stars
I
indicate
could
your
get her
concerns
destroyed,
are
that'd be funny.
justified, madam. As you know, many of these continentals are refugees fleeing Catholic violence. But while the poor souls are to be pitied, the stars remind us that our duty lies at home.
Aye, forsooth, sir. For how are we expected to solve all the problems of the world? England must come first.
Indeed it must. And although most of these continentals are doubtless very fine people...
Aye, doubtless.
There are some desperate criminal elements among them. Moreover, the introduction of continentals with their unusual customs and traditions into a closely bound community such as Lambeth could prove most disruptive.
Of course.
Such differences may provoke tensions that lead to violence.
Indeed, they may. I will have my husband ride to Lambeth Palace and demand that the Archbishop do something to protect the folk of Lambeth afore it is too late. Blessed day, Dr. Foreman.
Can I get 100 points for that one? Nope. Let's do more. I play it right.
Hear ye! Dean of Rochester Cathedral dies. New Dean pledges to refurnish empty cathedral. Hear ye!
Fucking. He's dead, boys. Oh god. He's fucking dead. And he had... Damn, Jesus. See, that's funny. He had 6 fucking kids, dude. They never tell you how many kids they have, but they're both, like, huge scumbags, right? Of course, there's, like, 6 kids. Humphrey Bell's the guy we're holding out on, trying to get that last recommendation letter. I'm gonna guide it.
Good day, Mr. Bell, and well met. I recall you were
Then I can
hoping
just go
for a
ape shit
pay
on my
rise.
own and do what I
How
want on
did
the
that
others.
go?
Well, I got a pay rise, innit? I took your advice about banding together with the other hired men and gabbing about how much coin we was getting. Turns out, another one of the lads weren't getting paid enough for his lady parts neither. So, we all refused to do our rehearsals until the boss man fixed it.
Well done, Mr. Bell. I must say I am most proud of you.
But this day, I am come about my skin. Because it's so clapped, I need twice as much ceruse as normal.
Clapped.
Ah, yes. Venetian ceruse. The white lead and vinegar paste ladies and players use to whiten their faces.
You have to fix it for me, Doctor, for my role in Mr. Shakespeare's new play. I'm to play a lady who disguises herself as a lawyer.
A lady cunningly disguised as a lawyer? Forsooth, how original. But I see not why you need worry over your complexion. Having a sound grasp of Latin and a talent for eloquence are the usual qualifications of a legal advocate, are they not? Is it verily necessary for this lawyer to have beauty as well?
Well, Mr. Burbage seems to think so.
These are enlightened times, and we must have confidence in our audience that they will accept, even welcome, the notion of a lady of learning, as long as she be lovely enough to lie with.
I see. And 'tis true your skin is looking a little less than lovely at present. Let us see if we may find a remedy for it in the stars.
In the stars.
What is the matter with Humphrey Bell's face, and what may be done to improve its appearance?
Melancholy. Why would he be feeling melancholy? Poison. I mean, maybe his bosses would wanna... Trouble with ugliness. What? Maybe it is melancholy. Alright, let's find out. Right. Ugliness.
If I've learned anything from my feminine querence, 'tis that for most women, beauty is not born, but earned.
What?
'Tis often mere artifice,
What is
produced by much labour and toil.
But I do toil hard, Dr. Foreman. I use a 3-step beauty regimen to get myself looking lovely, innit?
Only 3 steps? I must be frank with you, young sir. If you lack sufficient beauty, mayhap 'tis for a lack of effort on your part. I shall note some instructions down for you.
He's doing the full
If you please, Doctor.
3-4 hour
First,
fucking.
scrub your face with a mixture of eggshells, alum, and
Damn, does that work, ladies?
Then you must apply rose water and lemon juice to help rid your face of wrinkles and blemishes. Then apply the white of a raw egg to your face. 'Twill act as a kind of glaze over your complexion. Oh, and have you considered purchasing an ass? Some of my querents bathe in ass's milk to soften their skin.
Ass's
I doubt
milk.
my landlady will be allowing me to keep no donkey in her attic, but me thinks I can do all them other things. I thank you kindly, Doctor.
Ass's
I promise
milk.
I will not let you down.
Worth a shot, right, lads?
Mr. Foreman,
Oh.
doubtless I need not explain why
just popped
you
us
have been
back
brought
here.
before the College of Physicians
More
this day.
questions?
We have been informed that you persist in practicing medicine without a license, in defiance of the law and in spite of previous warnings given you by myself
Oh, this won't be
and
the
my
end, then.
distinguished colleagues.
'Cause we have
How
at
do you
least 3
answer
more
this
with
charge?
Humphrey.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself, sirrah?
I say that I am a good doctor, and that my many years of experience have allowed me to perfect my methods as a true physician.
You would dare speak of your methods, Mr. Foreman? We are informed that you write your patients' names and complaints in a notebook, doubtless all the better to blackmail them with.
Ah, yes, my case books. Indeed, sir, 'tis most useful to be able to remember a querent's history.
Furthermore, you use astrological readings not simply
Wonder if you
to
could get
predict the
Richard
cause of an illness
Smith's
or judge the best time
recommendation.
for a treatment, as good medicine teaches us, but you find the cause
I'm
of the
guessing
disease
not.
in the stars. You refuse to examine your patient's urine for this purpose.
Well, yes, for...
And you would dare claim that in these past years you have gained medical knowledge and skill from mere experience?
Like they're making
Then
jabs
I
at
invite you to provide proof of it now. You will submit
olden
to an
time
examination.
doctors. Saturn rule over? Oh god. We're looking these up, dude. Black Bible. Apparently. Melancholic temperament. Rules intelligence. Saturn. Come here. Rules the head. Libra. Take.
Silence! Simon Foreman, it is clear to me the answers you have just given were not your own, and that they were provided to
So
you this
what-
day by some unnatural
What happens
means.
if you get these
Such
wrong? If you still get in
foul
prison?
trickery and dark magic will
Remove
not
this
be tolerated
charlatan,
within
this
these walls.
carnival
quack from my sight.
What, again? I demand to speak with my legal counsel. You will regret this.
Emma Moore's got her back. Well. Okay, can we finish hers off here? Nah, she's such a fucking sad case. Go try to fuck everybody for money. Cheat on your husband. Forget the kids. Drunk all the time, man. But hey, she got us out of jail.
Well met, Alice,
enough
dear
for me.
friend. Since your husband's death, I have oft thought of you. Fare you well?
Oh, Foreman, I am sorry for not coming to see you sooner, for I was grateful for your warning about
Oh.
Blarg's illness. It gave me the sense to
We're
bide
close,
with
man.
him in his final hours.
I don't know if it's gonna be
It
enough,
was only
though.
then that
I
I
don't know if
did
we even have a
realise
choice.
how much I did love the old fool. Despite his mump-headed nature and his leaving me and the children with not a penny between us. But
He has
the
6
day
kids.
after he passed, I came upon a note he had writ for me.
The note.
I warrant that was your idea, was it, Foreman?
It may have been.
Then I thank ye for
Whoa.
it, Simon. For 'twas a
Nice,
comfort
dude.
to be left something to remember him by, even if it
Didn't
be
even
the
have to
only
make a
thing he
choice.
did leave me. But things are better since I did become Mistress Maysay.
Of course.
Then you have remarried?
Aye, 'twas the only means of putting a roof over our heads and
She
meat
works
in our
quick.
bellies. And Mr. Maysay is a kind man.
But she did this one out
but
of
Foreman,
desperation.
we may not have our roof much longer. Maysay has threatened to leave me.
The brute!
Well, to be fair, I suppose I did fail to apprise him of the full extent of Blag's debts, which are, as you know, not
I
inconsiderable.
wonder if the story really does
What
change
am I
that
to do
much.
about it now?
Ah, yes, of course.
Because all these
By
scenes are
marrying you,
on.
he is now responsible for the debts of your
I'll
late
click
husband,
over
according to the
the
law.
guide.
In sooth, 'tis a high price to pay for a wife. No matter the marital bliss,
Curious.
her bountiful charms and
Maybe it's
fine
not as complex
qualities
as
do
it seemed.
doubtless afford him.
I do think it's got.
Save
There's
it
probably
for
like
another
very
day, Foreman. 'Tis not your
big
chub-brained
beats.
flattery I am come for. 'Tis your counsel.
Then let us see if the stars may offer a solution.
Like maybe the same large
How may
beats are
Alice
like in there,
Maysay
but not like
prevent
the
her husband
little things
petitioning
that have
for a
changed.
divorce?
I assume you could save some people. Lancelot more. Maybe he's like actually alive. He should be dead. Alright, let's look this one up. Because if it's got a bad answer, we'll be in trouble. Oh no, there's some in here that I haven't done. Sybil's husband, if he was still alive, we would have another thing with her. Or am I crazy? Oh no, wait, that's coming up. My bad. But Sybil's husband's dead, right? Oh no, or is that Emma? I don't remember. Doesn't matter. Apparently this one. Alright, at least after this I won't need to look up anything anymore. Except maybe the quizzes or whatever. So I don't really want to look at much, but I kind of want to like see what getting all A does. I assume we just like die otherwise. And then I could have more fun just fucking with people's futures, but family trip. Family trip, that makes sense.
Alas,
Need to
you
make
have
him care.
little hope of calming your new husband's feelings about your late husband's debts. But the stars suggest that your family might go abroad, and thus put yourself out of the reach of Blag's creditors. You must do this without delay.
Go abroad? You mean where foreigners
Run away,
live?
that's not what I thought they meant.
My chart also suggests that you find some creative solution to ensure your husband's cooperation in such a project. Has he ever expressed an interest in the New World colonies? Or perchance you might suggest an extended tour of Roman antiquities.
Nay, but I will put my mind to it. But if we do go abroad, this is doubtless the last time I shall ever see you.
Oh wait, that
Foreman.
one chick did die of sickness. I remember that.
Hear ye!
Oh,
Nation
look, Queen's
mourns
dead.
death of beloved Queen. King James of Scotland tipped to succeed to the English throne. Hear ye!
Humphrey Bell, you must not take so ill, for though you
We should have 8 now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
are beautiful
You're getting old, buddy. Such a good ass, man. Them big cheeks.
Good day, Mr. Bell. Oh, I must congratulate you on your performance of the comely lady lawyer in The Merchant of Venice. And methinks your skin is much improved. 'Tis verily glowing.
Aye, all those beauty tips you gave me were wondrous well. 'Tis true, it takes me a full hour every morning even to do my face, but at least I'm comely enough now to keep working, innit?
Forsooth, 'tis well to hear the troubles with your skin are resolved.
Well, they asked them.
Now, what is it you come for this day?
Mr. Shakespeare has written a new play, and I need to look younger if I'm to get a good part in it. 'Tis about an ancient Roman general called Titus Andronicus. I wish to play the role of his comely mother, the Lady Tamara.
You need to look younger in order to play a man's mother, you say. But according to my casebook, why, sir, you are not yet 25 years of age.
Aye, sir, indeed. 'Tis but the business of playing, though, innit? At least, according to Mr. Burbage, he was well vexed when I pointed out how the man played Titus is near as old as I am.
If the stage is not to your liking, Mr. Bell, I invite you to seek employment elsewhere.
All right, then. Let us see what the stars advise. What can be done to make my querent Humphrey Bell appear younger?
Transformation. Cool. I mean, this seems like the most realistic. Yeah. Now I'm curious because I don't care at this point. I guess it's so vague. What does it transfer?
My chart suggests if you were to undergo some manner of transformation, it might help you recapture your youthful allure.
Almost like just like a DN guide, though, really. We're just adjusting points.
Well, you might consider changing over your appearance. My lady querents tell me that a change of hair or wig colour can leave them feeling quite renewed, particularly those ladies who have lately been cast aside by a lover.
You saying I just changed my hair and bish bash bush a little younger?
Bish bash bush.
So.
Indeed.
I am told that lightening the hair can be particularly efficacious, as it evokes a youthful, almost childlike appearance in a woman. Such lightening is easily achieved by soaking the hair in urine.
Urine? Like stick my head in my chamber pot or something?
Aye, mayhap after you make your morning water. Fresh urine is usually preferred, for then 'tis agreeably warm when applied to the head.
Shit, it's that easy to get blonde hair,
that
dude?
Sounds mad. But if all the ladies are doing it, I might give it a try.
Chamber pots sound fucking gross, man. They smell like piss and shit all day. Douse your head in piss.
Good morrow, Mistress Fortescue. How may I do you, sir?
Oh, Dr. Foreman, I have urgent need of your advice.
The monkey.
Oh, woe! I know not what I am to do.
On my word, madam, I have never before seen you in such a state. Pray tell, whatever can the matter be?
'Tis my husband, Captain Fortescue. God mend me!
Thought he
has
was
been
dead.
implicated in a
Or was
conspiracy
that
to
somebody
commit
else?
treason.
Ah,
might
yes,
have
your
been
husband,
Emma.
Captain Henry Fortescue. He is a great friend of Sir Walter Raleigh, is
I
he
already
not?
forgot who Emma
Oh,
was, dude.
Methinks I see your problem. For Raleigh has been implicated in a plot against...
Emma Sharp, who got us out of prison.
our new king, has he not? 'Tis said the plotters wished to oust the king and install the king's cousin on the throne. Or was Raleigh involved in that other plot? The one to kidnap the king and force him to appoint a more religiously tolerant privy council. In truth, there are so many plots against the English throne these days, 'tis hard to keep abreast of them all.
Indeed, I know not which plot Sir Walter was arrested for, but I have heard tell that the Privy Council seeks to find conspirators amongst his associates. Hence I have been hiding my husband in our cellar and pretending he's still away at sea.
But why would your husband fear arrest? Was he involved in Sir Walter Raleigh's plot?
Nay, he was not. But all London believes that he and Sir Walter are very great friends.
Ah, yes, I see. But
Very
what of
great
your
friend.
own friends, Mistress Fortescue? All those lords, ladies, and bishops who have so oft graced your table, would they not speak in your husband's defence?
Well, dear Emma says she will speak for my husband, but alas, she now has little influence at court on account of some scandals of her own. As for my other acquaintances, they have all disowned me. They decline my invitations, and no one is at home to me when I call upon them. Even Sir Munchalot has stopped speaking to me.
Even your parrot, madam? On my word, that is very cold.
I beseech you,
parrot.
sir, read the stars and tell me how I might save my husband from arrest. Pray assure me he will be safe.
Let us see, then. Is Captain
She's a
Henry
nice lady,
Fortescue in
man.
danger of being arrested for treason? If so, what might Mistress Fortescue do to prevent it?
Can we save her? Her husband? I'm thinking A is the real answer, but really not B. At this point, I'm just more curious about
Although your friends
seeing
in
the
the
good
royal
ends
court
and
may
shit
no
with
longer
people.
own you in public, perchance they could be prevailed upon to act on your behalf in private. Verily, madam, I urge you to write to them and bid them use their
I don't even
influence in
care.
your family's favour. Mayhap they can
There's not anybody
quietly
left
speak
I want
well
to
of
like
your
fuck
husband to
over,
the
you know?
king and to the lords of the Privy Council.
I've killed
In the
everybody that I
meantime,
didn't like.
You must behave
nice.
as if you have nothing to fear or be ashamed of. As if your husband is full innocent of treason. Hold your head high, Mistress Fortescue.
But oh, Dr. Foreman, surely you see how low I am come.
Madam, have you not before suffered the slings and arrows of social misfortune and yet risen victorious?
This is more fun.
You had a house full of guests purging from all their orifices, and yet you did not waver. You suffered an attack upon your mucosal membrane by the most fiendish of New World fruits, those known to affright the bravest of
This is a lot more
conquistadors,
funny.
and yet you soldiered on. And after you played the fool before lords, bishops, and countesses, still they thronged for invitations to your luncheons. Truly, madam, are you not a leader amongst women? Reclaim your place at London's dinner tables and use it to save your husband. Take back your Camelot.
Indeed, sir. I shall not
Speech.
be cowed by spiteful wagging
Just for
tongues
some
any
chick who likes to
longer.
throw parties,
I
man.
now go forth to restore
Oh,
my
she's
husband's
nice.
honour and our family's good name.
Fare you well, and Godspeed, Mistress
She's a
Fortescue.
nice person. One of the few.
Humphrey Bell, your time upon the stage grows near to its end.
He's like in his 20s.
Advancing age. But hold, no tears, come down, resign, your fears, you're just too old to earn a living wage.
guess that's the joke. He's like in his mid-20s. He's just too old, man.
Good day to you, young sir. May
Life's
I say,
over.
your playing of Titus Andronicus's comely mother was excellent. Well, a wondrous performance, Mr. Bell.
Yay, I did get to play the role of Tamara in the end, but it weren't on account of changing my hair, innit? Lightning made it too fair. All the other players are like, bruv, you look like a Neverlander or something.
Ah, I must own I did not account for the risk of that.
Boss man only let me keep the role because Mistress Burbage made him. This why I need your help, Doctor. For now she says I'm in her debt and she's asking me
Why did
for
we even follow this?
things.
Wasn't even right.
Ah, she wants her
Was
pound
that
of flesh, does she?
I said, she
I don't
does.
really care what
But she's
happens with
told
Belle
me in
that much,
bare
though.
detail which part of my body she means to have it from.
On my word. But surely, Mr. Bell, if Mistress Burbage's attentions occasion you discomfort, you have merely to tell her so. Make it plain you wish your relationship to remain professional and bid her abstain from any amorous advances.
You what? Nay, sir. If I air her, she'll be vexed and I could lose my job. Know you what I mean?
Ah, I see, yes. If she were to take umbrage, she might use her influence over her husband to prevent you from getting work. Well, I do have a recipe for a very effective aphrodisiac. Nay? Then let us see what the stars advise. How might Humphrey Bell calm the ardour of Mistress Burbage without it costing him his career?
At least he tries to think up stuff on his own before the stars. Temperament. She prefers to be the one in charge. Now, what is this? Diagnose the condition.
It would seem Mistress Burbage's behaviour
We'll
can
just
be
go with
attributed to her
lustful.
excessive sanguinity. To wit, there is an imbalance of blood in her body. It compels her towards an indulgence in lustful passions.
What do you mean, like? She's ill or something? Her grabbing me backstage and trying to beg me, 'tis an imbalance of blood making her do all that. So, how do I help her fix her problem then?
Her problem? Oh nay, Mistress Burbage is not ill. Forsooth, indulging in her lustful passions is a most healthsome pursuit, which
Fucker.
doubtless brings her much pleasure. Indeed, the only person who has a problem with her lustful activities is you.
You what?
Perchance you could find a means of adding cooling and drying foods to the lady's diet to counteract the fiery moistness of her sanguinity. I suggest myrtle berries, lettuce, and mallows.
Methinks I can add them plants to the morning potage she takes during rehearsal. And if that don't make her move from me, I might start adding poison in it.
Jesus, pal. Just fuck her, dude. Cause it's your boss's wife. Doesn't mean anything, man. Oh, nice. Good work, lady. Nice. Wow. What happened with her, man? She killed all of her husbands for money. Does anybody know? I always played along. I tried to make sure she could kill every husband, man. We even killed one of our other clients off. I didn't like him.
God give you good day, madam.
Good day to you, sir, and well met.
Before we begin, may I offer you my deepest condolences for the death of your husband, Mr.
I'm sure
Moore.
she's really weird.
Oh, yes, Lancelot. Your prediction that he would die on the battlefield in Ireland was most precise.
He joined the military campaign in Ireland even after the warning I gave you. But if I was not clear on the dangers...
Fret not, Foreman. You were very clear, which is why I did send him. The little shrub humper was testing my patience. If I'd had to endure another word of his wretched sonnets, I would have beaten him to death myself. Having the Irish do it merely saved me the bother.
Best.
Well, I am sorry to hear of your husband's passing. Madam, are you quite well? You do not seem quite yourself this day, if I may remark on it.
Dr. Foreman, I am more myself than you have ever seen me. For during these past years, I have been playing a role.
Well, I'm aware.
A role that has served me well, to be sure, but I am grown tired of it. Indeed, I am not proud of my dissembling. I'm not proud of some other things besides.
And doubtless you are come to unburden yourself by confessing your, what those things are.
What? Nay, of course not. As I was saying, whilst my dissimulations have afforded me wealth and status, such a life as I have lived has not fulfilled me. For though I have been married many times and known many men, I have always lacked one important thing.
A moral compass?
And that thing is love. In short, I have found love, Dr. Foreman, and the object of my affection is not one of these privileged popinjays I've met at the royal court. Nay, 'tis a real man, a man who knows what it is to make his own way in the world.
There's not many men left.
You mean to say, you mean you and I?
Verily, upon seeing him play Tamara in Titus Andronicus at the Globe one even, I was, well, my heart was took.
I see. You are in love with a player then, I take it.
Aye. And I wish to marry
Why would you
him.
ever want to marry
But
her?
first,
This dude's
I
insane.
would know whether such a match be advisable. Is our love true? Or is my considerable coin and property where his true affections lie? Such a deception would not surprise me in truth.
Well,
he
nay,
knows she
doubtless
like
it
kills
would not.
all of her husbands.
Let us see whether the stars can tell us.
Why would you ever be like, yeah, I'm gonna go for that, dude. I won't get killed.
The stars bless the match between you and the young man.
Let's go with
They
it.
do not think it would be bad for him in some way. They do not judge.
The chart indicates that your relationship with this young man has changed you. It would be a faithful, lasting marriage.
Verily? I must own I dared not expect such a happy ending to my story. I thank ye heartily, Dr. Foreman.
Yeah, these people you killed are probably assholes. And it's not like she personally killed them. Sort of.
Humphrey Bell, our thoughts we must disclose. Though your acting is fine, you were to marry clothes. 'Tis hot, ribeye, fast not sit down.
Yeah, the singers are always asking him to strip down. Got a good ass and take his clothes off and shit.
Good day, Mr. Bell. I see here in my notes the last time you came to us for counsel regarding Mistress Burbage and her tender advances.
Aye, and the advice you gave me to cool her down and that worked her treat. Since I've been putting them herbs in her potage, she spends so much time in the privy, I hardly ever see her now.
That is... Well, I am glad my advice achieved the desired
taking
outcome,
shits all the
and
time.
Mistress Burbage is no longer bothering you.
'Tis about another lady I'm come this day. 'Tis a member of the audience who comes to all my performances and brings me flowers and sweetmeats. A mature lady, a widow, innit?
Another one? On my word, you are most ill-fortuned, Mr. Bell. Verily, are no young players safe these days from being preyed upon by lecherous old ladies?
'Tis not all ladies, Dr. Foreman. Not this one, anyways. Emma ain't like any of the other ladies I've met. In truth, Dr. Foreman, we wish to be wed.
Oh,
I
that's it.
love her, innit?
I just didn't realize
Then
she had so
what is
many
your
dead
trouble?
husbands. I didn't think about.
I've heard tell of some vexing things. There are them
Didn't
that
take her
say
to
she has a
actually
heart
break
of
us out of
stone
jail.
and only marries to get her hands on a man's money.
I guess we're
Though
useful
I
to her,
have
though.
none, and she's very rich. But she has been widowed many times, and there's even a rumour saying she's had a hand in her husband's deaths.
Oh, verily? How shocking.
I must own to being a trifle shook by it, and maybe a bit excited as well, but mainly shook, innit?
A bit
Doubtless you
excited.
are, for 'tis most frightening if there be any truth to these rumours. We must consult the stars and see whether it be wise for you to marry.
Do it.
Should Humphrey Bell wed this wealthy widow, and what will become of him if he does?
Thought she was after the Titanus person. That dude. He didn't play Titanus, but he played Titanus' mother. Or did I just miss that? We're gonna do A.
Mr. Bell, it has been my privilege to guide you over the years in matters of work and in life. Wisely, I hope, but certainly with the greatest sense of care for your well-being. Indeed, I have come to think of you as a father might think of a son. 'Tis a responsibility I have not taken lightly, and in loco parentis, as it were, I feel an obligation to...
Sir, begging your pardon, sir, but I'm going to stop you right there, because I need to know, innit? Should I marry Emma
Simon's such a
or
like
not?
loser, dude.
Yes, I believe you may safely marry this lady, Mr. Bell. The stars suggest the rumours you
She's
did
just
hear
like a
about
creep.
her are needlessly cruel.
So this all lies then?
Well, not quite all lies, nay. The stars do also indicate that the lady was formerly most fixated upon the acquisition of money, though 'twould seem she no longer harbours such pecuniary passions, such as is consistent with her desire to marry a penniless player such as yourself.
Sir, then 'tis decided. I shall marry my dear, sweet Emma. I'd be honoured if you came to see us wed, Dr. Foreman, if you be not too busy in that.
The honour shall be all mine, young Humphrey.
Alright. Charity work. Oh, Mary Penman. Fuck Mary Penman.
She prefers a hanging, though she readily admits, viewed after drinking turnip wine until she's off her farm. La, 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 la.
Good
Die,
morning, Mistress
Mary,
Payne.
die.
It has been quite some time since I last saw you. Did you ever hear from the Archbishop? I recall your husband was intending to write to him, expressing your concerns about the Continentals.
Aye, we did write, but he never replied. Not that I am surprised, mind you, as they do say that Archbishop Whitgift is a very idle man, not to speak of the unsavoury goings-on within the walls of Lambeth Palace. They say that in the great dining hall the Archbishop and his guests do feast and carouse from dusk till dawn, and 'tis said that in some of the palace rooms they indulge in fornication and sodomitical sins.
No.
Verily, indeed. Then, doubtless that leaves him very little time to reply to every...
Truly, methinks being surrounded by such decadence and corruption of the flesh is likely to have made the Archbishop very hard. Aye, bearing witness to so much vice would make a man very hard indeed.
Not that he does it.
Hard, Dr. Foreman? Insensible to the needs and difficulties of ordinary folk such as you and I. Verily, I do not wonder that such a hard man gave me no satisfaction. Which is why I am come to you this day, Dr. Foreman. Something did trouble me last night, and I would have you tell me what it might have been.
I will if I can, madam. Prithee, describe it to me.
Well, at first was the noise of a boat that did awaken me. I got up out of bed and went to the window to see what was. As you know, on 4th Street we are right by the banks of the Thames. In the moonlight, I could just make out a ferry crossing the river, loaded up with large barrels.
And you thought it suspicious?
Aye, indeed, for the hour was very late and the boat's lamp was not lit. I did not wake Mr. Payne to ask his opinion, for, in truth, he has told me he wishes to hear no more about the things I see from our window. So, I am come to you, for I can have no rest until I know who those men were and what they were doing. Who knows what foul deeds may be afoot in Lambeth Town? Mayhap the men I saw were Catholic spies, engaging in some manner of nefarious plot against the realm.
Then let us see. What does God have to say regarding this boat you saw crossing the Thames last night? Was it some kind of elaborate Catholic plot, or is there a more likely explanation?
She sucks, man. She's a bit. Just shit on her. We'll just agree with her for no reason.
You did well to come to me, Mistress Payne. The stars confirm that the events you witnessed last night do indeed portend of doings of a most foul and sinister
Almost as bad as the
nature.
hypochondriac
I will pass
guy.
your information on to one of my querents, whom I may not name, but who is a member of Her Majesty's Secret Service and reports directly to Her Majesty's Privy Council.
I knew I could rely upon you, Dr. Foreman. You and I doing such important work together. We make quite the team, do we not?
I would not say that precisely.
Do not be falsely modest, Dr. Foreman. False modesty is naught but the sin of vanity in disguise. Now, I must to home hasten to tell my neighbours. Forsooth, I must warn them of this grave threat and bid them keep a watchful eye on our local Catholics. Blessed day, Dr. Foreman.
Blessed day.
Hear ye! Catholic terror plot to blow up Parliament foiled!
That was real.
Gunpowder barrels discovered
course,
in
yeah.
cellar! Hear ye!
Of course. Oh, Guy Fawkes, man. Guido Fawkes.
'Tis well to jest at merry pain, 'tis well to sneer and mock, until her views become the norm, then 'twill be quite a shock. But for now let's laugh at her and how her niece laughs. How her niece laughs, la 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 la.
Good day, Mistress Payne. You seem in good cheer.
We
That
saved
I
the world.
am, Dr. Foreman. This day I am taking my niece on a lovely outing to see the cockfighting in Vauxhall.
Of course.
Ah, there is a cockpit in Vauxhall now, is there?
Aye, and a very fine one.
A fine one.
And I did think we need a nice day out to turn our minds away from that terrible affair of the Catholics plotting to blow up the Houses of Parliament. And my niece does so love the cocks.
Doubtless, madam. And the gunpowder plot.
They say it was...
Yeah, I mean, some of it's funny. Like, I mean, it all plays out pretty much like just a big stage play, like little mini stage plays and jokes and shit. There's some funny shit here and there, and some of the reactions and voice acting are pretty good. Like I said, I feel like the biggest problem is probably just repetition, right? Like, I mean, it's just the same background and formula, and like I said, I do think once again that like this thing is like, I get it gives it a more gamey element.
the doings of a group of young Catholic nobles from the Midlands, do they not? And that the gunpowder was ferried across the Thames at Lambeth under cover of darkness. Doubtless, 'twas the very same boat I did tell you about, Dr. Foreman.
Like, behind.
And of course...
Yeah, like I'm a little weird about that. Some of the wording of some of the questions and how it kind of leads into other stuff is like funny, but because there is some kind of like gamey thing like attached to it, it kind of makes it irritating sometimes, especially when some of it's just like super arcane. But I mean, that's part of the fun though. Like you'll do something and then it ends up talking over some shit later. Expectations are maybe subverted a bit. Like her shit was like real, you know, because they kind of temper you to think it's not, like with stuff like the hypochondriac and shit. Enjoyable.
I must congratulate you for
But
recognizing
also-
how right I was to be suspicious of that boat I saw. Now, I
Not
bid
without
you tell me,
issues.
and do not be coy, Dr. Foreman, Was it your relaying of my information to the authorities that foiled the gunpowder plot? Did you and I save England from the Catholics?
I am afraid, madam, that I am not at liberty to confirm nor deny my involvement in the matter.
Ah, but oh my days! Are you ill, Dr. Foreman? Mayhap we are both troubled with the same disease, for my eyes do also twitch and prick with pain.
I did remark the condition of your eyes. They are very red in appearance, and you seem troubled with a hacking cough. For how long have you had these troubles?
Only these past few days, and as well as my eyes and my cough, I do also find it a trifle vexing to breathe.
Then let us now consult the stars. What ails Mistress Mary Payne?
Not the eyes. Noxious odors. The green sickness. I mean, I would probably imagine this, like a cockfight. There's probably a lot of like nasty shit going around, but what is the green sickness? I need to look up what that even is. The Virgin's disease. Love sick. I don't think that's their problem. Nope. I don't think love or bloodshot. But I mean, this doesn't have any of her symptoms. Love sickness. She's definitely not a virgin. Or maybe she doesn't. She's pretty devout. But she's just also kind of shitty. I'm gonna go with this.
Ah, madam, your symptoms are occasioned by noxious odours. Most likely you did lately inhale a large volume of smoke. Mayhap your chimney requires cleaning.
Indeed it does not, Dr. Foreman. My cleanliness is unimpeachable. I have my maidservant scour the house from top to bottom every day.
Ah, then I cannot be sure what has occasioned your... Hold. What is that acrid odour? Methinks it does emanate from your clothing. Madam, have you been taking part in the anti-Catholic pogroms that Lambeth has witnessed these past days? The burning of houses and shops. The lynching of priests from trees upon Lambeth Green.
Mayhap I have, and what of it? You should be congratulating me and my ilk for keeping you safe, and for sending a clear message to those Catholics who would plot against our parliament and blow us up with gunpowder.
Madam, these Catholics are our neighbours, our colleagues, and our friends. I beseech you to consider your actions, madam. Are not Catholics people too, just as we are? If you prick them, do they not bleed?
Aye, and their flesh does burn the same and all. I fear I do not follow your reasoning, Dr. Foreman.
Are they not subject to the same diseases, healed by the same cures as we are? And if not cured, then, alas, taken so soon, so needlessly. I did never have the chance to... Oh, my sweet Avis. Can you ever forgive me?
Is something the matter with you, Dr. Foreman? On my honour, you do seem most troubled.
No, I just bought it because Avis was Catholic.
Consult with a doctor yourself. God keep you well, Dr. Foreman. Blessed day.
What's ever gonna happen with all the Avis things, man? Not enough to... Although they didn't kill Avis, right?
London struck by plague.
Another plague, man.
Playhouses closed by order of the king.
Oh man, not the newsman. What's this? What would his name be? What does that call a guy who just like announces the news? Oh no, dude. Lumps on your groin oozing foul pus. Oh no. Board up your house. You may not roam about. Dude, they got it under control, dude. Our quarantine's weak. Shit, they should have fucking like cemented us into our homes, man. We couldn't leave. Oh, Whitgift's back.
Save us, Almighty Lord. Save us from the wrath of God. Upon us he hath wrought his vengeance just, pestilence and death.
God give you good day, your grace. How fare you this...
Know you whether the plague will reach as far as Lambeth? Have you seen it in the stars?
Ah, the plague that has begun to spread throughout London. Rest assured, your grace, if the plague does indeed reach Lambeth, the people of Lambeth will have me, Dr. Simon Foreman, at their service. My renowned strong water cure will doubtless be required.
I bid you, read the stars for me now. Will or will it not reach Lambeth?
Of course.
His eyes so cocky.
Your
Oh,
grace.
my strong
Let
water.
us see what the stars have to say. Will the London plague...
I like that they don't even
city
make him
walls
like
to
super
Lambeth?
awesome of a guy. He's kind of just like full of himself a little bit, or just attitude with a lot of shit, or like a creep sometimes. Why wouldn't it? Oh, he's trying to run. Run.
The stars are most clear on the matter. Very clear indeed.
Then what do they say? Tell me!
Well, before I give you my answer, I would have your decision on granting me that medical license we spoke of on your previous visits. I am sorry, Your Grace, but I must insist upon it.
I would gladly do so, but I find my hands tied due to various episcopal and doctrinal... As I see you are determined not to let the matter rest, I will speak true. Some years ago, the Queen's physician, Dr. Richard Smith, did write me a letter on behalf of the College of Physicians. He warned me in the strongest terms against granting you a medical license. So you see, I cannot grant you a license without raising the ire of the College of Physicians.
But...
Now, Dr. Foreman, doubtless you are thinking that a man of my position, one of the most powerful men in England, should not be so easily put off by such a letter. However, and methinks you know this from your own experience, the college is a terrifying organization that will stop at nothing to get their way. One would be better off defying the Queen herself than the licensed doctors of London. For whilst our Lord God in heaven may be merciful, the College of Physicians is not.
Aye, verily, I must own that what you say is very true.
But mayhap I will furnish you with a letter of recommendation to the University of Cambridge. They may confer upon you a medical degree, and thereby a medical license.
I thank you, Your Grace.
Now, prithee, answer my question.
I have bad news, Your Grace. Lambeth will not escape the plague this time. Things are quiet now, but as I learned during the plague of '92, events may change apace. You must leave Lambeth before it's too late.
I feared as much. I must begin preparations for the removal of the palace household to Sussex.
Before you go, Your Grace, I believe you were intending to write me a letter of recommendation.
Well, indeed, I will reflect
Such a
on the
fucking
quality of
scumbag.
advice you have given me over the years, and if I judge that you have acted with some skill, then I will have my chaplain draft you a letter
Sure.
of recommendation and have it sent to you. Good day, Dr. Foreman.
Boy. Alright, we got it.
Foreman gained a license to everyone's surprise. A true and proper doctor.
I didn't think we would get it, but the game was a lot longer than I thought. I mean, I did look up some shit, which helped, but I think we had like an extra one, so.
You cannot board up my house! 'Tis not a plague house!
You
are mistaken! I do not
dies.
have the plague! Let me out of here! Know you not who I am, you fools? I am Simon Foreman, Doctor of Astrology and Physic! Fie upon those ungrateful wretches! Have I not always been there for them when they needed me?
Funny.
Am I not the doctor
This
who
is the
risked his
bad
life
end.
to cure them during the plague of '92, when all the other doctors and their high-born friends fled London and left them to die? Indeed, mayhap next time I will think again before risking my life in the service of the townsfolk, if this is the way I'm to be repaid. And forsooth, if my deeds are so easily forgotten by the living, what chance is there for my work to be remembered by generations to come? What will the world know of me once I'm gone?
I'll never remember it after I die. I like the idea of making it like a bad ending for me. Speaks of quiet violence, sex acted by a gentleman with hidden motive. Huh? Famous legal battle. I remember for having given something valuable to a psychopath to hide somewhere. Ooh. I mean, I know what this is, but what is this? This is not. I like the idea, because I mean, the whole thing is he's just like, I mean, kind of a quack. I mean, he knows stuff for sure, but the star part's just like silly. And I'd like them to come full circle on that, on how it's like, obviously, like, I mean, it's bullshit. So it'd be funny if he just got kind of like shit canned on. I mean, they've made some jokes about like old medicine and shit being stupid, but. We'll give him this one. Gonna travel. And I hope there's a punchline behind it. Like, he thinks it's gonna be all good, right? Because that's how he always thinks. And then, like, it's just gonna be bullshit.
What does this say? I will die while on a voyage. But I never go on voyages. Unless taking a boat across the Thames counts as such. Ah. I believe I have just predicted the manner of my own death. Well then, I had better note that down in my casebook, so that after my death 'twill be clear how truthful and accurate my astrological predictions verily are. For indeed, 'tis sure that after my death, my casebooks will be pored over and studied with great interest. For my work is of great historical importance, and now that I have a medical license, not even the College of Physicians has the power to discredit me. But if I am to go forth into the world to make any further contributions to the advancement of medical science, I must find a way to pry these wretched boards off my front door. William? William! Fetch me a crowbar!
William. Where is William, dude? I want to meet William.
Jesus.
I'm like really close.
Long ago in England, in 1592, there begins our tale, and all of it.
So what would have happened if we didn't get all the letters? I don't think it really felt much different. Well, he probably would have just been killed, but then essentially still gets shit on. Which I like. Either way, right? Because he's a fucking astrologer, right? Like, not like a medicine man.
But one brave doctor stayed when all the cowards fled. Might have been because he was too sick to leave his bed.
Foreman made a plague cure and used it on himself, then left his house to restore London's true health.
Huzzah! 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 Huzzah!
Simon Foreman, he cured us of the plague, 'tis through some
We'll talk about him. This is over.
but we know he used astrology and knows his own strong water. So what if he be not a proper licensed doctor?
But then the doctor started to come back and saw themselves replaced by a man they call a quack. They said
This man has no medical degree. He treats his patients with bad astrology. So Foreman
to
vowed.
get his license and make the doubters see that he was now the best.
A true and ridiculous story. Is it actually based on a real thing? I doubt it, right? Is it? I mean, I'm sure astrology, like, in relation to medicine is a real thing. Maybe it's like very loosely based on.
Simon Foreman, he cured us of the plague, 'tis through some details are a little vague, but we know.
Is that it, dude? That was kind of a whatever ending. Well, overall it was fun. I think it touched long, honestly. But I was never like bored, but there's just like times where you're just like, you know, alright, you know, we have been doing the same thing for a while, so it loses its shine a bit. But yeah, I thought, I mean, it was cute. The old Shakespearean looking, you know, art and all that crap, and it was a cute thing, and just the time period and the way they talked and all that kind of stuff was neat. I do think, you know, visually it's pretty repetitive. I mean, it's very light. Right? It's just one or two backgrounds with some minimally animated characters and shit, but it's really all about the writing. Like, obviously nothing else. It's like the gameplay, the visuals, the music, and not really spicing it up in any crazy way. It's mainly just the writing. Which was cool. I thought it was neat. I don't know how complicated the story actually can be. It seems like there's a lot of choices that'll affect other people's choices and their stories, and I think that's cool.
Buddy. Fuck you.
Oh. We just finished this. What's up, guys? We just finished Astrologaster. I'm kind of talking about my thoughts on it. Yeah, it's done now. We just hit the credits, so I appreciate the raid. Yeah, well, I'll be talking about it for a bit, but spoiler territory and all that shit, I guess. What's up, guys? You have a raid target in mind? I'll be on for a few more minutes. Then I might get back on. I could just switch over to something else right now. I was gonna take a nap. Usually you're the only one on at this time of night. So if I don't raid you, then there's nobody else. Nobody really streams this late into the morning very often. But anyways, yeah, we were playing Astrologaster, which is kind of a choose your own adventure kind of story game. kind of set. Yeah. Okay. Well, if I get off right after this, maybe we'll hit her up. I might turn on super hot. Yeah, I appreciate it. What'd you guys play? Was it the 3 game or whatever again? And I won't keep you guys if you got somewhere to go. I know how it is with the raids. But yeah, where was I on this? So I guess for anybody fresh in here, this was a game where you choose your own adventure and you kind of play as a medicine man who uses the stars and astrology to try to like figure out what's wrong with people or tell the future and shit like that. So it's like a quack thing, right? But he knows stuff. So it's kind of this comedy game where he's trying to like predict things and get his medical license by helping like kind of piles of shit and all these other colorful characters. It was a cute game. Pretty good length. Yeah. We were talking about the voice acting. I think the voice acting was pretty good in this. I think it sold the old-timey style pretty well. Most people were pretty solid. And the writing was pretty funny. It's not like a laugh out loud kind of funny, but you're kind of like smiling all the time kind of funny. It can be clever, have some cute foreshadowing, sometimes just some like, you know, dark humor. Well, it's usually dark humor. Set in like kind of plague times and stuff. Gonna have some nightmares. Queer grid nightmares. Yeah. Yeah, I think the reward system in this, or the gamey aspect of it, some of the choices are a little arcane sometimes. Sounds like I'll have to try it out. I'm looking to arrange some patterns here. Yeah. What else were we... I think overall, I would say, since we just got a bunch of people in here, I won't go overly detailed. I don't want to just kill the vibe, but I'd say it was alright. I liked it. I enjoyed the kind of unique writing and kind of time period thing it was going for. I just think it does get a little bit formulaic after a bit. Very simple art style and backgrounds, not that much variance. And it's really about kind of just the stories, and the gamey aspects of it are kind of, it feels like it's really more about playing it more than once kind of thing. But I'm not interested in playing it again. So. Anywho, that was Astrologaster. If you have Game Pass, it's on Game Pass PC and it's going to be leaving Game Pass soon.